out. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a kufu feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Shout out to the sheriff for gifting them memberships. Shout out to the person who just subscribed. Y'all know they crazy, bro. But look, let me show y'all something. I'm playing that straight off the shout out to that person who just subscribed too. I'm playing that straight off of the Bandcamp. So if y'all ever get an urge to hear them tunes, you can. Oh no, I'm stopping it though. You could go right to the Bandcamp and play that thing. Get your chill on. Support that new record. You can cop it too. That's how you really support. Shout out to all them people who copped it right there. Appreciate y'all. And more, the people who didn't leave a comment. And the people who like, you know what, I'm going to just cop that thing to support Smash. He been talking about that conscious music for a minute. Man, I'm gonna play another song though before we get into it. Had some fun with it. Play that old school what? Black Egypt? No, I want to hear this.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat, crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa, ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car, or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system
Here's the hoodie.
as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life.
Hovercraft propellers over swamp water.
We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down.
Shout out to everybody. Let me close that window. Shout out to everybody who already copped that record too. You know? And let me post that in the chat. I got another record probably coming next month, or we're gonna see when we're gonna put that out. Feel free to support. What's up, Brother Live? What's up, Jackie Tales? Brother Mathis, Alexis, Big Pete, that good guy. All y'all, what's up? The original people, Barn Dog. Everybody, I see y'all. Oh, y'all hear that alarm going on? Man. Can y'all hear that? I'm gonna have to close this window. So, this is so funny. Now, I'm just gonna talk about it for a minute before we get it in, because y'all know what it is. Everybody know what it is. I'll be starting these shows though. I'm gonna close this window, grab my water, and we on. All right? Cool. Here we go. And cop that album. Stop playing. Let's go.
I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Pseudo-history, yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, because of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call
call us by our African names.
For the children.
That's right.
Ain't nothing happened to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection.
All right, cool, I'm back. Hold on.
My complexion, pure black, that's the essence.
All right, so look. When you got a YouTube page and you look out at the world of YouTube, I don't know how many of us realize that it's kind of like a business, really. I bet you some of us who got YouTube pages right now in the chat are reluctant to acknowledge their YouTube page as a business. You know, I'm saying, it's just like, some people would just say, I ain't never really thought about it like that. Other people would be like, I just be, you know, I just get on YouTube to chill and express myself. But whether you making money off your videos or not, YouTube is. Right? Like, I got 34 people right now, shout out to y'all in the chat, watching this video. If I don't monetize it, all of that's going to YouTube. The hoodie with the wonderful contribution to the channel. That's that love, man. We about to have a fire show. Look how they set it off. They said my third super on the live stream. I don't know why they're saying that. See, I think they reset my account. They was about to turn me off and they turned me back on. It's telling me right here to celebrate my third super on a live stream. Y'all know I've been got hella supers. But shout out to them for turning me back on. Because they was trying to hate. Now the ultimate goal is some of us got pages, right? And everybody said to themselves, what am I going to talk about on YouTube? What's going to be, what's going to be my niche? Maybe some people said that. Maybe y'all just be like, I ain't never said that. So now you can see basically who chose their niche, who say this is what I'm going to talk about forever. Right? You can see Smash going to talk about Black Egypt. You can see the ones who switched up, who was talking about Black Egypt at first, then they couldn't be the king of Black Egypt, so they said, let me go against it. Some people need to be the ringleader. If they sense any other alphas around them, they need a problem with them. They only need poodles around them. Noodles and poodles. You feel me? But here go the funny part about choosing what you're going to do on YouTube when you pick controversial and debatable and debunkable topics. It creates a conundrum. It's the conundrum that Chief X is in. Because he like, okay, I've chosen that I'm going to be the black debunker of African history, right? And he thought that he'd be able to last even a minute with that argument. Now, any real honest thinking man, even the people who are watching this video
who don't know the history of this discourse, you could judge it most fairly and most honestly. A person put up a challenge for $100 for anybody who could name a kinky-haired black African tribe that was indigenous to North Africa. Now, y'all got to keep all the elements of the story together, because now you can see how cats is really exposed. It ain't about the information. It's about you building a YouTube page based on some bullshit. And you got to keep streaming in order to eventually get to whatever your goal is. So when you get debunked, the only vice you can employ, cognitive dissonance. That's all, and so that's all you see on all these shows when a person gets debunked straight in their face in front of all their cronies and they maintain their contention. Think about that. That's like getting convicted for some shit you done did, being locked up in jail, and maintaining your innocence. That's the same psychosis. Being guilty and getting convicted for some shit you done did, and you in jail maintaining your innocence. That's the same as making a claim on YouTube in your business and getting debunked and still maintaining your contention. Cats don't know people can see that. I'm gonna take y'all back. His whole channel was over when this video was produced. No claim about there not being indigenous North Africans can be made after watching this video. We did a whole video yesterday, and if you haven't seen it, you could go watch it. We was listening to a podcast that detailed how Mentuhotep, in order to reunify Egypt, Mentuhotep II, coming up out of the first intermediate period, in order to reunify Egypt, he added Wawat to Upper Egypt. See, we too stuck on colonial demarcation lines. Like, we too stuck on those colonial lines on maps. Those are colonist divisions. You know what that mean? That mean, damn, I found something I didn't know was there. I'm going to take it over. Oh, I'm going to take it over. Oh, we got to divide that. All right, where we going to divide it at? Here go the line right here. You take this, call it the Sudan. I'm going to take this, call it Egypt. Those lines don't have nothing to do with ancient history. Now, all that was Egypt. So you dead in the water. But we about to go back 2 years to a video that highlights this idiocy and show just how juvenile this argument is. Listen to the scholars and ask yourself, how could someone maintain their contention in the face of this type of evidence? I told you why. Because you building a bullshit YouTube page, a bad business, disseminating misinformation.
Name me one for the last 5,000 years of history. You name me one kinky-haired people who ever set up camp in North Africa in these lands above.
Now, y'all heard the claim. See, he be trying to lie about the claim. So everybody got the claim. Now watch how easily it's refuted. Like, I'm gonna rewind that because for some reason, cats still be highlighting what he talking about as if this shit ain't just got debunked. But you know what? You got a bullshit show too. And you trying to maintain some bullshit instead of carrying on. That has been debunked. So I'm going to show y'all a show that was on yesterday where everything I'm talking about, or however many days ago, everything I'm talking about just plays out grossly. If we was in a class about, human behaviors, and we were listening to the next video we'll watch after this to note how men act in the face of evidence that debunks and refutes their claim, we can write down these behaviors and they will appear in every single one of these videos these dudes do. First is acting like you didn't hear the person and making them repeat it various times. And then saying to the audience that the person did not say what they just said. Y'all, I'm going to show y'all all this shit, but first let's go back to how quick this was debunked. Listen to this pseudo claim that cats still entertain.
Name me one for the last 5,000 years of history. You name me one kinky-haired people who ever set up camp in North Africa in these lands above. Go lay down. Yeah.
Now, hold on. I'm sorry, I messed up. I gotta go back. Now look, here go the funny part. Look at where his finger is at. This is the funniest shit. Look at where his finger is at when he trying to say North Africa.
Name me one for
just
the
look.
last 5,000 years of history. You name me one kinky-haired people who ever set up camp in North Africa in these lands above.
Go lay down, bro.
Yeah. Go lay down. Tell us that, right? Herodotus tells us that.
Name me one.
He says the Ethiopians and the Garamantes are indigenous to North Africa, and that, of course, the Phoenicians and the Greeks are not. Lay down.
Now, she said it right clear out her mouth. The Ethiopians are indigenous to North Africa and the Garamantes. And the Greeks and whoever were not. How you gonna maintain your contention after that? Go lay down. She said it, and cats heard this and still continue doing videos for 2 years.
North Africa, and that, of course, the Phoenicians and the Greeks are not. But he makes it very clear that people they call Ethiopians are indigenous to North Africa, and Northwest Africa in particular.
Egypt.
Now, did she directly attack the pseudoism? I don't even be knowing how cats will be acting like somebody's still out here after I didn't even had a discourse with them. Y'all just want some entertainment. That shit over right there. So I guess cats didn't want it to be over right there.
And that, of course, the Phoenicians and the Greeks are not. But he makes it very clear that people they call Ethiopians are indigenous to North Africa, and Northwest Africa in particular.
Now, these dummies are so dumb. You could go watch a video where this dude is trying to discredit her, and he keeps saying Herodotus. Seriously, though. You don't mispronounce names you're familiar with. Herodotus, what Herodotus said, man, you ain't ever, oh my gosh. Somebody, y'all don't be hearing this nonsense shit. It's when you are drunk and you say, you know what, YouTube popping now, I need to learn how to type. Oh, YouTube popping now, I need to learn how to spell. It's this new shit called social media. Some dudes learned how to spell when social media came out. Y'all don't remember? Go lay down. So now you're going to be a teacher all of a sudden? Where else that work but on YouTube?
Egypt, Libya, Algeria.
Indigenous to North Africa.
Didn't she use the words indigenous to North Africa? It was over right here.
My God. Morocco, Algeria. Name one black people in the last 5,000 years who set up camp here or around here, the Levant, the Near East, Turkey, Egypt, anywhere around here, you know what I'm saying? Anywhere around here or across North Africa, name one.
The Ethiopians and the Garamantes are indigenous to North Africa.
If you want to debate that, you'll be truly exposed.
Anywhere around here or across North Africa, name one in 5,000 years.
I am a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am.
Name one.
The ancient Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, and ancient Egyptians were black according to the Greek scholars and the Roman scholars. Ancient Egypt became white only in the 19th century and in the 20th century.
Go lay down.
The archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
I was chilling and laying down in bed. My pajamas on. I was chilling and laying down in bed with my pajamas on. I was chilling and laying down in bed. Okay, so just let me get it right.
We know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region, we're black African people.
The Nile River or Nile Valley River was chilling and laying down in bed. It's because they were able to travel up and down the Nile by boat. From the first cataract up into the Mediterranean Sea. My pajamas on.
This idea, this like sort of continually trying to find this idea of, separating out North Africa from sub-Saharan, as if the Sahara was the impermeable boundary that nobody could get through, is really a continually problematic type of argument. Particularly since we have early texts that tell us that, right, Herodotus tells us that, he says the Ethiopians and the Garamantes are indigenous to North Africa, and that, of course, the Phoenicians and the Greeks are not.
See, in Sudan, it's not considered a river civilization because they can't travel up and down from all them cataracts, the 6 cataracts to the first cataract like that, because there's shallow waters, there's rocks, and there's they call, is it a waterfall? Waterfall?
Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. I know that you're gonna have it.
Also, a lot of Nubian evidence in Egypt. So on the screen you can see a list of sites where there is some Nubian evidence from the earliest phases of Egyptian culture, or from the earliest phases of the Egyptian timeline, I should say, so the pre-dynastic period through to the beginning of the New
Remember,
Kingdom.
he said that's settled. He said a black African tribe that's settled in these areas, set up shop in these areas. Oh my God.
My pajamas on.
And so this demonstrates that the first cataract wasn't actually a barrier to Nubian culture getting into Egypt, that the boundary was quite fluid and permeable. And it shows us also that these Nubian cultures were a long part of the Egyptian social and cultural landscape, so that they can't really be separated out in this sort of Egypt and Nubia way that we do
Turkey, Egypt, anywhere around here, you know what I'm saying? Anywhere around here. You name me one. Or across North Africa.
Whatever. The question is, what does the head of the Sphinx look like?
Need to understand how light the people were, how dark the people were, how they represented themselves. I would encourage all of you to look at the so-called mannequin of Tutankhamun from his tomb and look at the dark skin color that's used for his own face. An understanding of ethnicity from the Egyptian side, certainly without all of the complications of chattel slavery from Africa and a much more white versus black, literally, understanding of power and in economy and colonialism. But if I have to pick a race, whatever that is, or an ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians, I would call them people of color. And for an American audience, I would say that if they were in Alabama in 1955, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus.
Oh my God!
Since they were black, it makes sense to make a sculpture in their
North
image.
Africa isn't white, right?
Like a painter who paints his god in his image, the Egyptians made the Sphinx to theirs. It is hard to imagine white Egyptians making a sculpture of their god or their king with a Negro profile.
There's no white people running around in ancient Egypt. It's just not a category that they used. They did recognize people had blackness, black skins, and they recognized dark skin tones, but the idea of the white is a gender category, or a category used for people who are cold burned in the very far
Amongst
north.
other things, these black people had a very sophisticated understanding of astronomy.
It looks like that. There's suggestions of that in the ancient site of Nabta Playa and elsewhere.
Or around here, the Levant, the Near East, Turkey, Egypt.
Herodotus says that Colchon was a colony of the Egyptian because they had black skin and curly hair.
And if you want to debate that, you'll get truly exposed.
Aristotle will say precisely agan melanes to designate the Egyptian and the Ethiopians, which mean excessively black in Greek.
Controversial question, and that is, are modern Egyptians mostly the same as the ancient Egyptians? And if not, why?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, I don't think so.
Oh my gosh. Now, I don't care what type of YouTube page you're trying to build or what type of gentleman you intend to rally around you. How so scrupulous. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You don't even care. That was clearly refuted. Ain't no way I'm that crazy that somebody could sit there and say, ain't been no black Africans in North. That's the stupidest claim to ever make. That just shows you don't even understand the angle of the racists who tried to pull a fast one about North Africa. They never said that. They always said they was there. So now, in the spirit of what we've been highlighting, how people ignore this, we going into the locker room where they supposed to have home court advantage, and a brother named African teacher just slaps them all around. So we know that it's a dead issue, right? And we're not really examining the video to see if he's proven the point, because as you've seen in the last video, they don't care when the point get proven. They just want to have something to stream about. If they give that up, what's the next show gonna be about? So we're going to examine how cognitive dissonance come in mob mentality form, where not just one person keep ignoring it, but everybody keep ignoring it. So let's listen to this video.
Portions and skulls from 18,000 to 80,000 years ago. I can play the tape. Don't make me make a video about it.
I listed samples from 80,000, 35, 20, 18, 12, 6, 4, down to Bronze Age. He didn't get there because we're reading slow. But because the stuff wasn't mentioned, if you read the document, you would have saw it. And that this is where you treat your audience like they're idiots. Anybody can go to the page and scroll down and see it's chronologically. I said that. If we take a chronological analysis, you start from the earliest ones and you work your way down to the youngest ones. If you did that, you could see what's going on. If you want me to name a tribe, I'll name Karunians. That's the oldest skeleton they have. Karunians.
Now watch this.
People you never heard of.
Hold on. Let's watch this. And we trying to deal with this black man cognitive dissonance. He just said, with 4, 5 witnesses, if you want me to name a tribe, Karunians. Somebody said, who? He repeated, Karunians. Now watch the behavior after this.
A tribe or a people?
Yes. Those are
How long ago? How long ago did they exist, and do they exist today? Who are the descendants of the Karunians? Teach us.
Northeast African people.
Northeast Africans. Be specific.
Egyptians, Sudanese.
Okay, so Egyptians and Southern Sudanese are the same type of people, is what you're saying right now on Chef's channel.
Hold on. Let Gullah get in. Let Gullah.
You said descendants.
Let
No, I
Gullah
got
get
a
in.
question. You talking about Marusians?
No, I said Karunians.
From what?
Listen to Gullah, the expert, don't know who he talking about.
You know
What
who
era?
Karunians are?
You talking about the Wadi Halfa? The Wadi Halfa
Nope.
dude?
I'm talking about Karunians.
I had to look that up.
Yeah, you gotta look that up.
They
You
from
gotta
the
look that up.
They from the Baltic Sea.
Now
They're
hold
not from the
on.
Baltic Sea.
Listen,
Karunians.
They're medieval.
Oh man, you can't be microwaving the speed googling. Corey, that iPad down to the right over there, and them eyes keep going down to that pad down over to that like that. Get you nowhere. That's gonna get you nowhere quick. Look how fast that gets you somewhere nowhere quick. You never speed Google something you can't really spell a new term that a person just hit you with. You might as well ask them how you spell that. So the wise are of the people on the panel gonna ask how you spell it.
Who are the descendants of the Fernunians? Teach us.
Northeast African people.
Northeast Africans. Be specific.
Look, Corey at work right now. Look.
Egyptians, Sudanese.
Okay, so Egyptians and Southern Sudanese
You ready to step to the mic with another error?
are the same type of people, is what you're saying right now on Chevron's channel.
Hold on. Let
you
Gullah
said
get
descendants.
in. Let Gullah.
You said descendants.
Let
No, I
Gullah
got
get
a
in.
question. You talking about Maroosians?
No, I said Karunian.
This shit hella funny. This is like they should play blackout squares, right? You can only show your screen if you ain't said some wrong shit. So next time, Chef, start playing blackout squares. Everybody turn on their camera. Soon as you say something like Corey about to say, he got to turn off his camera.
From what?
You know who Karunians are?
You talking about the Wadi Halfa? The Wadi Halfa
Nope.
dude?
I'm talking about Karunians.
Man, they guessing all over the place.
I had to look that up.
Yeah, you gotta look that up.
They from
You
the
gotta look that up.
They from the Baltic Sea.
They're not from the Baltic Sea. Karunians.
They're a medieval tribe from the Baltic Sea.
All right, see, I like doing mannerisms. So now, I just like observing people, right? So we know the information source is down to the right. But what we just learned is the head gesture of when you think the confirmation is right, it's a swift turn up to the left. Watch this. I'm talking about from his perspective. It's a swift, he gonna do that swift turn. You know how, you gotta look at body language. Watch this. He gonna put that answer real high up to the left. Watch this.
You telling me
the Baltic Sea is the
No, hold on. He already did that. Hold on.
I said that. If we take a chronological analysis, you start from the earliest ones and you work your way.
Sudanese are the same type of people, is what you're saying right now on Chevron's channel.
Hold on. Let Gullah get in. Let Gullah.
So you're getting the information. Here it go. Look, Corey. He gonna put it real high up to the left. Watch this.
Maroosians?
No, I said Karunians.
From what?
You know who Karunians are?
You talking about the Wadi Halfa? The Wadi Halfa
Nope.
dude?
I'm talking about Karunians.
I had to look that up.
Yeah, you gotta look that up.
They from the Baltic Sea.
They're not from the Baltic Sea. Karunians.
They're a medieval tribe from the Baltic Sea.
The Baltic Sea is the Caucasus. The Baltic Sea is the Caucasus. Let's be clear before you continue.
Hey, how you spell
it? Are you saying Caucasus people were Negroes? Are you saying Caucasus people?
See how they do? So Corey threw out a wrong answer by accident. We all could do that. He was speed Googling. Now, Chief X just formed 3 theories already to clog everything up and to mess up the discourse. They from the Baltic Sea up to the left, like he got the right answer, right? And then Chief X gonna Baltic Sea, that's by the Caucasus. That's number 1. Number 2, are you saying the Caucasian people were Negroid? This is all rules because they ain't even right. Listen to the brother. Watch this.
No, let him clear it up.
This is from the fifth, at least from the 5th to the 16th century. Those are the Karunians.
If you scroll down in the article,
he's spelling it
wrong. If you scroll down in the article, you'll see I talk about the earliest specimens.
Spell the Karunian. Can you spell it?
Look in the article.
Now hold on.
The Q.
That was the first question you're supposed to ask, Corey. All right? God. You don't come out with no answer. You Google something off a misspell and then tell somebody something and then come back with, can you spell that for me? Golly, we got to learn how to do our shows.
Oh, okay. I'm spelling it wrong.
Q-U-A-R, Carunian. Named after Lake
Carunian.
Carunian.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, good luck. Where are the Carunians located?
Here's the latest.
Crickets. Hold on, y'all. This is hella funny. First of all, Gullah just gonna throw a, oh, I know who you talking about, because he didn't know who he was talking about. So he just asked him one simple question. Man, I ain't never heard this much silence. Listen.
You spell it
Look
for
in the
me?
I'm about to count the silence. Listen.
Starts with a Q.
We doing Mississippi's.
Oh, okay. I'm spelling it wrong.
Q-U-A-R, Carunian. Named after Lake Carunian.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. That's a lie. Let's keep going.
Okay, good luck. Where are the Carunians located?
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi,
Here's the
3
latest news.
Mississippi,
Anybody?
4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6
These
Mississippi.
rare names.
Wow. I got the 6 Mississippi. He don't know no Carunians.
To confuse
Because I wouldn't have been able to get to know 6 Mississippi.
the people, but go ahead.
It's not a rare name if you study.
Okay,
the
so
science.
if nobody's responding. Clearly, the conscious community don't know what Cromunians are. It's okay.
And that's why
So
you
that's why you are here to
for 2
teach us.
years.
If you're not able to teach us who the Cromunians is and where their geography is from, just say that.
Carunian.
Hold on, let's stop. Now look at the angle. No, you was being the sharp one, Chef. Now look at the angle that Chief X tried to flip. Then teach us then. Bruh, African teacher, you got him. Now, in a debate, when you forced a person who was saying that it ain't something, forced a person who was saying something didn't exist to, in the same dialogue, submit and have no verbal recourse. So he say, what you supposed to be teaching us? Huh? You can't make this type of shit up. Like, if we was writing this down on paper, y'all, we would be able to detail some of the psychosis in the Black community. We'd be able to pinpoint the goalpost moving, the switches of stances, and all the cognitive dissonance that's about to occur. I swear to God, y'all, after all this happens, they're gonna act like they don't know the term again. You ain't gonna believe this. In about 5 minutes, Chief X is gonna make a claim that he never, ever mentioned the North African tribe. Seriously, though. You ain't gonna believe what I'm saying is true. They go through all of this, and in about 3 minutes, Chief X gonna go back to, ain't nobody ever named one tribe. You can't make this shit up. Watch this.
Wrote about it in the article. Carunian was like Jebel Sahaban people, and that's the oldest people you find in northern Egypt in the Fayoum Oasis. Those are the earliest farmers in Egypt. Come from that culture. How do they look? They look like people they look like Zulu.
Okay, so the ancient Egyptians, you're saying the Carunian people look like. Hold on, let me just clear what you're saying. Let me get clarity on what you're saying, so I can understand, so we can continue the conversation. The Carunian people look like the Zulu people. That's what you said.
You want me to quote?
Listen, fam, listen.
It's not what I said.
No, listen, we're talking. I'm trying to get an understanding so we can have an adult conversation.
Spell it.
You just said the hold on for the audience and me and you. You just said the Karunian people look like the Zulu people.
You want me to quote that?
No, I'm just saying you said that correct.
Damn, the brother killed him. See, this is Chief X's wiggle. He's trying to find something that he could stand on to get away from the initial argument of naming a North African tribe that's indigenous Black African or what have you. That look, you know, he said nappy hair, kinky hair, all this stuff. The brother said they look Zulu, and he thought that was a slip of tongue. But watch this.
Correct?
I'm not saying it. I'm reporting from scientific data.
Guilty.
And I quote, in an alt analysis on the Karunian skull, it was most similar to a female Tita sample, which is a group from Kenya. And
Okay.
the second similarity was with Tita males. The next similarity was with Zulu males and females.
Oh,
and
hold
Okay,
on.
so all I'm saying is
No. He just got killed. Corey, no, because that's why the headphones did that with that nice smile right there. You know the gestures. You got to watch the gestures of a YouTube killing, y'all.
get clarity on what you're saying so I can understand so we can continue the conversation.
Can you
The
spell out
Karunian
that
people look like the Zulu people. That's what you said.
You want me to quote?
Listen, fam, listen.
It's not
Calm
what I
down.
said.
No, listen,
And
I'm trying. Listen, we're talking. I'm trying to get an understanding so we can have an adult conversation.
Spell it.
You just said the hold on for the audience and me and you. You just said the Karunian people look like the Zulu people.
You want me to quote that?
Guilty.
No, I'm just saying you said that, correct?
Hold on.
I'm not saying
So I don't be biting, right? But there's debate tactics. And here's a debate tactic to make you think somebody said something that's outrageous. You just said, see, I'm telling you, I do this all the time. People gonna be like, it's like weak battle raps. You just said is equal to when I'm on the mic. You feel me? You know, a cat double, and when I'm on the mic, man, shut up, that's weak. You just said, he just responded with the best killer debate style to you just said. He hit him with a, you want me to quote that? And pulled out the goddamn source. Y'all got to understand tactics of convincing people who right and wrong. That boy is frying Chief X. Whenever somebody, I'm a bite, bruh, African teacher. Somebody hit me with a, you just said, I'm hitting them with a, yeah, you want me to quote that? And I'm reading the source because you gassed him.
I'm reporting from scientific data. And I quote, in an alt analysis on the Karunian skull, it was most similar to a female Tita sample, which is a group from Kenya. And the second similarity was with Tita males. The next similarity was with Zulu males and females. And they compared.
So all I'm saying is Sheffrin. All I'm saying, hold on, real quick. All I'm saying is Sheffrin and Corey and me never heard of the Karunian people.
Yeah, because
so what
y'all
I'm saying, hold on, relax.
So you put out a challenge, right? Where you say, name something, somebody Black. Obviously, when you put out the challenge, you didn't know of a Black tribe, else you wouldn't have put out a challenge. So then when someone shows you something you don't know, you should expect that because you don't know no Black African tribes. Like, this is ridiculous. So now he's using that to his advantage. With me, Sheffrin, and them is ignorant. Ignorance is not a defense. Let's go.
Relax and breathe. Don't get nervous. Don't get nervous. Maybe we don't. Just don't get nervous. So we're asking for you to help us. Relax. We're giving you the floor to help us understand. Hold on. Don't talk over me, please.
See, hold on. They went from being, I don't like Black Egypt crew to giving him the floor to help them understand. Then watch how in 2 minutes, Chief X is going to repeat his whole stance about nobody ever said nothing about some black people. You're going to be like, damn, this is really crazy. Watch this.
I'm going to be done. I'm telling you, I never heard of no Cromunian people. Corey is looking it up. Chef's looking up. We've never heard of. So you are to teach us. So I'm saying you're telling us some rare people we never heard of, and I don't know what you're relating them to or what their chronology is.
Yeah, how old are they? I gotta check it out again. I heard of that name, but you know what I'm saying, I gotta look that shit up.
This is what you need to do. Even Gulla's confused. If Gulla's confused, goddamn.
Oh, this is what you have to do.
So what I'm saying is you're pontificating and throwing in bullshit to confuse us. Can you name this Negroid or black tribe that is indigenous to North Africa? Can you do that first, and then we go into this other stuff?
So now, did you see that? Did you see that? I don't believe this. Watch this shit. Listen to this. How he try to weasel out of it. He's trying to cuss. He don't want to do a hostile escape. He do a hostile ruse and come back and ask the same goddamn question again. Listen.
Hold on. Don't talk over me, please. I'm going to be done. I'm telling you, I never heard of no Cromunian people. Corey is looking it up. Chef's looking up. We've never heard of. So you are to teach us. So I'm saying you're telling us some rare people we never heard of, and I don't know what you're relating them to or what their chronology is.
Yeah, how old are they? I gotta check it out again. I heard of that name, but you know what I'm saying, I gotta look that shit up.
This is what you need to do.
Even Gulla's confused. If Gulla's confused, goddamn.
Oh, this is what you have to do.
So what I'm saying is you're pontificating and throwing in bullshit to confuse us. Can you name this Negroid or black tribe that is indigenous to North Africa? Can you do that first, and then we go into this other stuff?
I named one.
Who?
The Karunian.
I named the Karunian.
Even Chef knew that. So Chef wasn't doing the cognitive dissonance thing right now. He like, stop acting like you didn't just hear him. Are y'all witnessing this? He made him repeat the Karunians, y'all. He really said who? Like, I don't get it. He said who? Listen to this. Listen to the discourse.
Use us. Can you name this Negroid or black tribe that is indigenous to North Africa? Can you do that first, and then we go into this other stuff?
I named one.
Who?
The Karunian.
I named the Karunian.
How long ago?
Now, let me stop. That is the best example you gonna get. Completely ignoring everything just to keep on trying to make a false point. It's ridiculous.
Their existence.
Hold on, let me get some order. Let me get some order.
Somebody got the spelling in the Karunians.
And how you spell Karunian?
It's in the article. The citation is in the
I'm
article.
asking you to spell it for me. I'm Googling.
Karunian.
I swear I put that in there. I couldn't.
This is why I created articles, and this is why it included multiple fossils going all the way back, coming all the way forward, because people don't know about this information, and you can go.
That's Gamal.
Don't cut
That's
me off.
Gamal in the audience, y'all. He do the Egyptian. What's good with it? Gamal. He do them videos about Egypt. That's hard. It was hard.
Right, yeah, Gamal. What up,
and
Gamal?
Gamal said Qumranian skull was 8,000 years ago. Egyptologist said it was an outlier. So you're using outlier stuff?
It wasn't an outlier. How is it an outlier if it looked like the ones from 80, 60, 35, 20, 18, and 12?
You just said 80,000 years out your mouth. This is what we're dealing with. This is what I said. We're in a conversation dealing with stuff 80,000 years before there was an Egyptian nation state. This is crazy.
That's called data.
Okay, fine. I'm agreeing with you. So what I'm saying is, that's why that's why when I came on, I first said, Corey and Sheffrin, 1,000 years is a long time. Here you is talking about 80,000 years. This is what the confusion. When you go back 80,000 years, you are clouding the basic argument.
Iranian is not 80,000 years, dude.
I didn't say they were.
All right, so
I'm
let's deal
saying
with
what you just said. Listen. You made a statement out your mouth 88,000 to 80,000 years ago. This is clouding the argument on purpose. You have to stop this.
If you stupid, then it's clouding the argument.
No, it is you that is stupid and bullshit.
Hold on, Chief X. Hold on.
Fayum B culture?
Yeah, let's get to the Karunian people.
Oh, man.
That's his claim right now.
They would have been mixed up. They would have been like early North Eritrea or North. North,
how do you know that?
Hold on, bro.
What is your proof?
Hey, hold on, bro. Y'all been talking. I ain't interrupt nobody, dog. Come on.
What's your proof?
Let me talk.
Sources here.
Let me talk. Damn, nigga.
Go ahead, go.
No,
it's the Epipaleolithic group that you was talking.
I'm laughing at Gola's "Let Me Talk" protest, and then Corey just came right in like he didn't even hear him all along.
80,000 years ago. This is clouding the argument on purpose. You have to stop this.
If you stupid, then it's clouding the argument.
No, it is you that is stupid and bullshit.
Hold on, Chief X. Hold on.
Fayum B culture?
Yeah, let's get to the Karunian people.
Oh, man.
That's his claim right now.
They would have been mixed up. They would have been like early North Eritrea or North.
Hold on,
bro.
What is your proof?
Hey, hold on.
Gullah don't know who they is, right? Then it was 8 Mississippis in between the crickets. It could have been 8 cricket creeks or 8 Mississippis from when African teacher asked him, where are the Karunians located? It was real quiet. Right? It was real quiet.
Bro, y'all been talking. I ain't interrupt nobody, dog. Come on.
What's your proof?
Let me talk.
Sources here.
Let me talk. Damn, nigga.
Go ahead, go.
No,
it's the Epipaleolithic.
Come on, Corey.
Talking about.
Hey, you're going to have to go to the black screen on that Google. That iPad got you out here, ain't you?
Yeah, you talking about 6,000 to 5,000.
What you was reading, Chef.
You talking about North Eritrea speakers or North Afro-Asiatic speakers, and of course they do have Nilo-Saharan inputs that went into them areas too. But the majority of them people would have been North Eritrea or North Afro-Asiatic speakers, yo, at that time.
Oh yeah, but this is a physical anthropology discussion, not a linguistic discussion, and not a genetic discussion, right?
Are you kidding me, Gullah? This is the Fayum.
That's the Fayum. Those are the
No, you about to mess up the Fayum.
earliest people of the Fayum. That's how you look.
You know who the Fayum? Chef, come on, man.
Look at the Nilo-Saharan people that
Chef,
mixed in.
we know who the Fayum niggas is. Come on,
Yeah,
now.
but how they look though?
Hey,
How they look
bro,
when they run through the analysis?
Bro, look, we know they had Circum. We know where the Circum come from, but it was all mixed in with other shit.
Remember they was calling me Fayum.
They had other shit too. They had meat boiling and other shit.
How they
too.
look? How they look though, Gullah?
Chef, you don't remember that?
Yeah, I remember the Fayum conversation.
Yeah. Like if we having a discussion about physical anthropology, we having a discussion about physical anthropology.
If I say Nilo-Saharans was there mixing with them
So
people.
hold on. So if this source stands as the brother presented it, this is about Chief X third time being thoroughly refuted on this claim. But don't nobody on this show seem to have nothing.
They look like. You know what they look like.
I'm saying to refute the claim.
Because we have a discussion about
you
physical
got mixed
anthropology.
populations. You're gonna have the group. Some of the groups that came there, you're gonna have the in between shit.
That's defiant.
These ones look like Tita and Zulu. Okay.
You said who?
These ones look like Tita and Zulu. This is what you can pull from a source. So if you think Zulu are mixed, then okay, I agree with you. But this is not about
You got
what
a
we
nice
think.
hairy input, bro. Yeah, outliers, of course.
But
too.
hold on, y'all just talking. He reading from a source, man. You can't do that. If his source say what he's saying, and even to the people in the chat right now, if his source is saying what he's saying, you gotta refute that with another source. You can't refute it with rhetoric. Oh, but we know about the people in the fire. I can't do my voice deep as Corey's, but we do know about the people in the Fayum.
Okay, but this is a physical anthropology discussion.
When anyone bring outliers up, that means when anyone bring outliers up, that means they're losing the discussion.
Now let's stop. This is over now. I just wanted to show how to this day, cats are still trying to maintain that they don't understand that it was some black people in North Africa. Like, this is crazy.
How is it how is it an outlier if people if it's
This is
30,000
this is
years
like
of
when you look
continuity?
at this is like when you look at the taboo people. They obviously mixed, but yeah, you're gonna see some of them that look fully Nilo. You're gonna see some of them that mixed with a little Berber. That's what happened with mixed populations, bro. Like what you talking about.
What is he
Again,
talking
how
about?
is it an outlier if you're looking at 30,000 years of continuity? What is the outlier?
Nobody's looking at no 30,000 years of continuity. Stop making up stuff on here.
If you just read about samples that are 35,000 years old being similar to Khoisan and Zimbabweans in South Africa, where are Zulu at? South Africa.
Chef and Corey, let me ask one basic question.
You see how we doing
Let me
that?
ask one. Let me ask.
And who
Let
was
me
there in
ask
the
one.
chat who wants some sources? Girl, I bring sources to the table every time. They better
Let
shut
me
the hell up.
ask.
I bring that shit.
Let me just ask one basic question and shut
Hold
all this down.
on. This is crazy. So all you do is just rant and rave basically when you get hands put on, like scholastically. Cass is just really ranting and raving, fussing.
It's not even really, all this stuff isn't even that necessary. Chef and Corey, have you heard the name of a tribe?
See, now look, y'all thought I was playing. This Negro is really about to ask again. Y'all thought I was playing? He seriously, after all this dialogue, all this discourse, after him telling them how to spell the name, after them looking up the name, dude, I don't know if this is some type of ghetto hypnotism or something going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could only get some highly impressionable people to act like they wasn't just having the conversation they was having. So listen, he's about to act like he ain't heard the name or nothing. I don't get this. Watch.
Let me just ask one basic question to shut all this down. It's not even really, all this stuff isn't even that necessary. Chef and Corey, have you heard the name of a tribe or nation?
Seriously?
That's Negroid, that's indigenous to North Africa.
Man,
what is this tribe or
Now Chef damn near want. I kind of starting to know, Chef, you damn near want to tell Chief off at this point, because you be on the fence. But Corey, if you just ride with this bullshit like this, you supposed to say, motherfucker, he told you 5 times. Stop wasting our time. But no, I gotta rewind that sentence because I think he trying to punk y'all, Chef and Corey. See, he know Gullah and somebody else ain't under his spell. So he gonna target the dudes he think he got under the spell. So he said specifically, Chef and Corey. What? Oh my God. Let's see their response.
An outlier if it's 30,000
This is like
years
when
of
you look at
continuity.
this is like when you look at the taboo people. They obviously mixed, but yeah, you're gonna see some of them that look fully Nilo. You're gonna see some of them that mixed with a little Berber. That's what happened with mixed populations, bro. Like what you talking about.
Again, how is it an outlier if you're looking at 30,000 years of continuity? What is the outlier?
So hold on. He's arguing that it was an outlier. He went all over the place. He argued that it was an outlier. He said he didn't know the people. He asked them to teach him about the people. And then he tried to press reset once earlier and said, have any of y'all heard the name of a people? And Chef corrected him the first time. Like he said, the Caronians. But since he is at the lack of anything to say, he gonna try to push up on Chef and Corey. Chef and Corey. I see on the screen it says Corey, Aston, Chef, Gullah, and Astro 87. So why then say Chef and Corey? Because you think you got him hypnotized.
30,000 years of continuity. Stop making up stuff on here.
If you just read about samples that are 35,000 years old being similar to Khoisan and Zimbabweans in South Africa, where are Zulu at? South Africa.
Chef and Corey, let me ask one basic question.
You see how we doing that?
Let me ask one.
And who was there in the chat who wants some sources? Girl, I bring sources to the table every time. They better shut the hell up. I bring that shit.
That Gullah, shout out to Gullah. That outburst was classic.
Let me just ask one basic question to shut all this down. It's not even really, all this stuff isn't even that necessary. Chef and Corey,
listen.
Have you heard the name of a tribe or nation that's Negroid, that's indigenous to North Africa? What is this tribe or nation's name?
Now, at this point, one of y'all got to man up. Let's see what happens next.
Perunians.
Yeah, come on, Corey. Come on, Corey ain't having that shit. He like, God damn it. Chef did it once. Chef stood up to Chief X like dummy. He said the Carunians. Now Corey did it like, don't play me like I'm no sucker. He said the goddamn Carunians. Now look how bad this is. I gotta play that again. Because neither Chef or Corey fell for that bullshit. Hold on, look.
Let me just ask one basic question to shut all this down. It's not even really, all this stuff isn't even that necessary. Chef and Corey, have you heard the name of a tribe or nation that's Negroid, that's indigenous to North Africa? What is this tribe or nation's name?
Perunians.
He said the Carunians.
Okay, how long ago?
Now, hold on now. Y'all don't understand how the chess game work. They was about to have, see, Chief X was pushing for a Hebrew Israelite moment right there. He was hoping that Chef and Corey would just do the laughing default. I ain't heard shit. I ain't heard shit. Me neither. And they all just started laughing. I'm trying to tell you, bruh. He threw that up in the air like a Hail Mary. So he was like, Chef and Corey, because y'all the only one who I think will assist me in this bullshit. Chef and Corey. Have y'all heard the name? Now here's the option. Nope, I ain't heard it either. And just laugh the show away. You know how that happened on certain shows. But they was tired of the bullshit. And so Corey like, dude, you're not about to make me look stupid with Smash redo this video. So I'm about to say the Carunians. Now he gonna go for play 2.
The Carunians, because my initial claim was it better be within 6,000 years.
Right, exactly, in your time.
How about Badarians?
I'm saying it was only
Okay,
one.
so in other words, what you're talking about is something past the time frame I claimed.
How about Nakatans?
Yeah, the Badorians would have mixed affinity, bro. Even according to sources. Yeah.
Gullah, here's the point. You're saying that, but listen for a second. He gave us a list of sub-Saharan Negroid tribes. He read from tribes from that list and said, this is what I'm talking about when I say sub-Saharan African Negroids. Look at this tribe. Now, with that in mind, if I look at the Badarians and they have crania that overlap with people on that tribe's list, that proves him wrong.
So I can show all the Chef content. So I'm gonna tell y'all, this is Chef Show, the Carnivorous Podcast. If y'all ain't subscribed,
I support the channel even though I don't agree with a lot of the stuff I see, but I think it's a cool channel, cool outlet. You can watch that whole discourse on there and just see it's a 3-hour discourse. But I just got to that part and I was like, is he seriously asking for the third time? So you see how it happens. He's probably somewhere in the world right now asking for this tribe. Even though you seen my video in the beginning, where I showed them all the scholars said what they said. Y'all, anybody who watched this show understand that the work we go over. We done showed Maria Gatto's work. Even in her opinion on the whole Fayum, the Badarians, the Tazian culture, and the Tafarian, or what have we. She said they was all related to the Nubian culture or had Nubian material culture elements in them. So that's crazy. Now I'm going to take the time to promote this album. Somebody said they just bought that album too. You know what it is? It's Fights Over Egypt. And this album was inspired by you and y'all, all y'all in the chat, everybody on any side of the argument, whether we agree or disagree. I just like to show people how we need to put out tangible products for people to support us. And I damn near want to do a whole show on that because it's that season. I ain't seen no stores popping up, like where y'all stores at. You know, we need monetizing this YouTube. Matter of fact, this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to give somebody like 10 or 15% and put them on my YouTube page because my page monetized, right? So I'm looking for somebody. I'm going to give them 10 or 15% to see if they could help get the page more popping. Because I don't want to just have something that could be doing way more than it was, and my own ambitions is keeping it at a certain level. So if that sounds interesting to you, holla at me, you know what I'm saying? But going against Black Egypt, you know, that was very high. I know you don't smoke no more, family, but you were very high. Trying to run up on Smash. Them boys fought they fight, had an illiterate leader, that's why they thought they right. I know you ain't back fucking with cracks, but you was tripping saying Egyptians wasn't black, bruh. Got your mask cracked by Kara Cooney. She said they definitely were black, your face looked like you forgot to take your DoorDash order out of the backseat, you was very high. They want to talk to Egyptologists. You show me a degree and don't show me what college it is.
Recording in progress.
You was a crack fiend, bruh. Still know you was a black king, bruh. While I was
Recording
stopped
stopped.
with my crew in 92, cause that's my occupation, bruh. You got arrested on the stump in Baltimore, hella distant. Very high. Don't make me pull out this paperwork. If that's your hypothesis, nigga, make it work. And when you said 8 or 13%, you meant 8 out of 13 STRs, boy. Yeah, your mans went and messed that up. You're not a leader, boy, you never could compare my king. See that crown, boy, never could wear that thing. You want sources? Nigga, let me share my screen. Hey, Ruth, you know what I'm talking about, Hori. He was high. I just shared that good link. Make sure y'all tap in. Yeah, that's the hottest album in the conscious community right now. But we ain't tripping though, hold on. I'm trying to stop that stuff. All right, hit that link, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. The North African claims is killed. So we on to having the primary. So if y'all really want to do some homework today, we could try to I need some assistance, some good researchers, maybe some artists could pop up or what have you. Whatever your mindset is, feel free to hit the link. But we do a lot of live research on this show when we having some of our best shows. And we found them Nubians, remember? So we found them. We got the Nubians who helped to set up the the Middle Kingdom. It was always a suspicion of mine because of scattered information we come across in Egyptology. One of the things that led me on along like now be not confused. I represent the Magi Archers, and I took that moniker because I felt it important to talk about the contingency of Egyptians that could not be. You can't even. No one ever argues that the Magi wasn't Black African. So instead of, and they were an intrinsic part of the civilization. And so that just was like, okay, cool. I'm not about to even grab no ancient Egyptian name, right? I'm just about to help the people understand about this Magi and what that was all about. And so the spirit of the Archers also is something that feel like it just fit me like a vest. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like they probably really act like me and was ready like I'll be feeling like I'm ready sometimes. Or even more prepared, I should say. And so that's one thing, but I don't want to go off on a tangent. Somebody hit the link first. Hit the link. So it was the Pangrave culture that led me along that lines of research to where I finally arrive at other things that Egyptologists have been known, but they just don't put it out for us to see because it'll change what they say, particularly about Egypt. Shout out to Yurik yesterday for putting on the screen as we were listening to the podcast. He put on the screen, hold on, man, somebody better hit the link if y'all want to build. I'm about to pin the link. But I know y'all might just be at work chilling, don't feel no pressure. But it's always a better show when people hit the link and ask their questions. All right, hold up. I'm looking at the chat. So shout out to African Teacher right there in the chat. And I suggest y'all follow his channel. And you did a good job. Don't let no haters hate. I got some people in my chat who just contrarians and shit. And like, I ain't gonna say no names, but you know how that be. So I'm still seeing something about to hit the link before we just get it in. And I'm gonna continue talking about the what we discovered. That Pangrave culture. Stumbling on that, looking into that, you find out that they tell you irrefutably that there were some people, and there is a scholar, Kate Liska, who argues that, okay, maybe the Pangrave culture it's a misnomer to associate Pangrave culture to the Magi people in the way that we do. You know what I'm saying? But you can look at their works. But nevertheless, when you hear about the Magi, if you play the game, not even Total Warfare, I'm talking about Assassin's Creed, and you get to be a Magi, a defender of Kemet. Even though the Magi at the time period they're talking about in that movie, he has a steel sword. And so it probably will be representative of some of the people who were just called Magi as defenders and not people from the land of Mija. All right. Right? So look, I'm going to start pulling up some of this stuff that I was, if I can find it again, I think I might have changed the page, but I got some sources that we should look over. Because Bruce Williams did an article. Okay, shout out to Chef Brute for hitting the link. Bruce Williams did an article, and I had that article. What you playing, Chef? Oh, do you got the controller hooked up to your? Oh, no, he ain't got no audio. What up with it? You got the audio? It's coming. But yeah, y'all feel free to hit the link.
Hold on, let me cut this YouTube off.
All right. That's what's up. Thanks for hitting the link. What's up with you?
Oh, no, chilling. I was actually about to play that Assassin's Creed Origin. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. You got the one where he and Magi?
Yeah. I wanted to see if y'all could read some of these glyphs.
Yeah, let's put some of that on the
all over
screen.
the place.
That'll be hella fun. Let's put. Now you know I did that in the game. I stopped in one of them too and was just trying to read. And you know I don't remember what I recall, but stuff was looking like it was real though.
Yeah, they said Egyptologists helped work
Yeah,
on it. So
yeah, it was looking like it was really saying something.
yeah, but go ahead.
No. I want to know how you got your setup because I be wanting to do that. So you got a PS 5 or what you got?
Yeah, I got PS5, I got Xbox, I got Steam.
Oh, so how do you get it so that when you share your screen, that it actually see it?
Oh yeah, so you need a cam link. Is actually a capture card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can look on Amazon and just order a capture card. And what it does is it converts your console signal into a camera signal so your computer can read it. Right.
So it's like a cord with a little box in it or something?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna get one of them. What is it called again?
Mine, the one that we use is called a cam link. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Cam link, that's right. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. How could I be showing my games when I'm playing?
Cam link 4K.
I used to do it when I was on the Oculus, and that was cool, but I don't know how to do it with the PlayStation and shit.
Yep.
So what's up with King J?
Peace to the panel. Peace to everybody.
What up?
Yeah, you know what? I had to give you credit because you was like, we need to stop calling them that. We need to start calling them this. And now I'm researching the time periods where that's more relevant than in other periods. So you would have to say the Wasetians, because when the Wasetians ran up on the Wawatians or what have we would have to be, we can't just say Egyptians fighting or whatever. But yeah, what's up with you?
I appreciate that, King. That definitely means a lot for sure.
Yeah. Oh, but I just was having fun breaking down that show. And I know you even got to witness how come Chief X keeps saying he ain't never heard nobody. And 3 times in the show, the dude said the Karunians. You had to reiterate it once, and then Corey had to reiterate it once. He was hoping y'all would do the Hebrew and act like y'all didn't hear it. You feel me? And just laugh him at and laugh dude up off the stream. That's what he wanted.
He owes somebody $100, don't he?
He owe me 50. I won that. I won that bet first, man.
You feel me? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. We're gonna see some of this Assassin's Creed Meta Nature. Now I got this game on the PS5. You know what? I can't get past. I don't know. Something about it. It got me not playing it. Cause when I start having to like just go around, don't know what to do and shit. Like I'm supposed to take missions. I ain't been playing games lately. I'm from the day and age where you just walk down one street and everything happened on that street. Now you got a whole world where you gotta go places.
Oh yeah. It's these are open world games.
Yeah.
And not linear driven. You used to playing from the 90s playing linear driven games.
So somebody said the game is disrespectful. How you feel about that?
Do I think it's disrespectful?
I mean, how you feel about what he said?
Nah, I don't agree with that. Disrespectful to who?
Well, I guess he's coming from an African-centered perspective. Now, I think he's referencing something that might be like, I don't think this is supposed to be Old Kingdom or nothing. I think
no, it's new.
Yeah, exactly. This
actually
is
during the Greek period.
Exactly. So this is Ptolemaic time, so it's kind of accurate. Well, I don't know what what partner was contending against, but my main contention was I knew that it's gonna be hard for them to make that Magi black. Can you change your character color and stuff?
No, but he had locks and everything in his head, so I'm trying to.
Nah, go look, pull him up. Okay, he like an Arab. He like an Arab. Now there were Arab Magi. I mean, you know those. Well, let's see. Is that a black dude? That's an Arab with that nose like that.
He said with the nose.
I mean, we can do it whatever. If you using your imagination and you playing a game, you know that.
But then in certain cities that you can go to, when you look at the people, You dig what I'm saying? You can see the hardcore ethnic tilt to them. Depending on what's it, because you can go all around the map. And when you go to certain cities, the people do start looking more Nubian. You know what I mean? So I think they were trying to be as accurate as possible.
So shout out to Kevin Harris with the contribution. He says the word retinue, what is the meaning? The Egyptian word retinue indicates an area of the Levant, kind of like what we would call the coastal areas. Syria, Levantist areas, Canaanite areas. But it doesn't mean Canaan. Let me see if you're a magi. Can you hit something with your bow?
You know it.
Let me see.
I gotta get up on something.
Yeah.
Let me run up on somebody. Or there go a temple. We're gonna see these glyphs.
Yeah. And we're gonna
See
try
these-
to read them. We're gonna read them if they real.
Hey, peace to you, Smash.
Oh, what's up, Corey?
What's good with it? Hey, I
up?
just came to clear my name. I did not hear Gullah when he was trying to talk, man.
Oh no, but you did right, because Chief X tried to do that cognitive dissonance shit, and you said, man, you heard him say the damn. You didn't say you heard him say, but you was like, he said the Carunians, but he was trying to see if he had y'all under a spell, like some underlings, like y'all just gonna laugh him out. I ain't heard him say nothing.
Oh yeah. He definitely said the Karuna. Now, whether I agree, that's a whole different story. But yeah, he definitely named a tribe that he feels is black. You know what I mean?
So when y'all looked it up, is that a dead? Now, is it over? Game over?
No, we couldn't
as
find
far as what?
I couldn't find no Carunian people.
Well, they the Fayum B culture. When I looked them up, it described the Karunian people as being the Fayum B culture. I think their history goes back 6,000 to 8,000 in the Fayum region. So I guess if those are the Karunians, me personally, I don't want to see. The thing is, I want him and Chief X to do this battle themselves. So
But
I don't really not want to.
He already beat. I mean, from watching y'all's show, Chief X will have to have a response to the stuff he already laid out. If his source really say that they look like Zulus and stuff, then this. I mean, we checkmated him in plenty other places. We checkmated.
Yeah, he would have to refute that. Yeah, he would definitely have to refute that with some sources, not just rhetoric or nothing like that. Like he would have to refute that with sources. Yeah, definitely.
So Chef, what was the point being made about Fayum B?
I don't know.
Those are the Karunians. The Fayum B culture. When I looked up Karunians, right, they said that those were the Fayum B culture people. That goes back. They date back 6,000 to 8,000, I believe.
So you can look at some. Oh, go ahead, Corey.
I was going to say Fayum B is contemporary with Merimde culture, right?
I wouldn't be knowledgeable of that, brotro. I wouldn't know that. Yeah.
Okay.
How could you get close enough? Hold on, real quick. Get close to some glyphs, Chef.
I got Achilles.
Hey, but peace, y'all. Hey, much love, Smash. I love. By the way, man, I love your reviews of shows, man. You do the best reviews, man. I always crack up, man. I appreciate it.
I have to get my angle on it. That's what's up. Word up.
No doubt. But peace, y'all. Keep it going.
Word up.
All right.
You said, you got beef in the temple, real quick.
Yeah, I had the
So do the arrow just lock on like Grand Theft? Or
no, you gotta actually aim it.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get some good glyphs. Hold on. This shit look like scribble scrap.
Nah, it might be some. See how close you can get. All right, let's see what they got this from. Like you gotta, the cold thing about what we're doing is the starting point is at the top. And so somebody would look and be like, hold on, they got, all right.
They go a cartouche.
All right,
ain't that a cartouche?
Let me see. You probably got a different angle than me. Where you looking? I don't see a cartouche. Oh, you said up there, those two up there? Yeah, but I can't read that.
We can't even get to it.
Yeah, no, it's all good though. This is still raw.
Let's see if we can find something we can read. This shit, hold on.
Oh no, I'm gonna pull up some real glyphs we can read, and but yeah, looking all right like this. I mean, that's supposed to be. See, that's kind of like, it's kind of skeptical. I see a hand right on the top where you would say that's an A, and then an N, and then a K. But all right, say given to him, already in that. Hold on, that do say give to him. All right, so all right, this is where I'm starting. You see his green hand? Yeah, his green hand. Now under that is what is an arm with a bread loaf in it. So we're gonna say erdi for that, and that means to give. So under that is an N, and you see the wavy N, and then the K ball. So that's that give to him, because the N is the to dative, and then well, no, it's the give to him, yeah. In act. And then I see something like
that's a snake. This a snake.
But the snake shouldn't be arched up after that, so that's probably just another arm, just like the one at the top without the bread loaf in it.
Okay.
But the things that they're giving to him, it appears is just, it's hard to see. I see a new there, and I see something that looks like you wouldn't probably think of it to be like an ox head, but the first glyph under the K to the right is just look like a slanted hill or something. But that I don't know the word. If that was a slanted hill, would it be a Q? And then you see a new bowl after it, and then an A. So Cuna, I don't know nothing about Cuna. That's why I think that is possibly just what they're going to give him up under that. But it's code that you could try to really make that out like that. And then I think it's just going to read some type of offerings under that. But I could be just, yeah.
Hold on, let's find
because you
something.
see like an ox head in there, but all right, you can go back. You can go wherever. This is crazy though.
Yeah, they be trying to see. This is a whole bunch of good writing if we could really get up on it.
All right, but they got this thing you can press on the PlayStation where you do like a screenshot. You know how to, and then you can zoom in on any. I know when I'm playing the game on the PS5, I can press like
the screenshot. I don't know. I have it on PlayStation also.
Oh yeah.
I just hooked the
You're on
Xbox.
The Xbox. Oh yeah, that's right.
It's Corey and them play Xbox, so I be trying to
But I ain't even it's cool just to watch you play. If you come up on something that's really obvious and easy to look at. One of the things like going up on that part is that's not where it begins or nothing. They should have something in the game where you gotta actually like
read the glyphs.
Exactly. Like
I think I did go to a part where you had to read the, but it actually helped you read it.
But that would
it
be dope
basically
too.
gave you the English translation for you to solve a puzzle. So I didn't really have to read it. You dig what I'm saying? The game, read it for you in English, so you can solve the puzzle.
Yeah, but this game is raw. So let me see some action. Is it you saying you could go to a place where the people get blacker?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it through that lens,
that means a lot to me. The way that the people look should try to look something like the Magi was traditionally, from the South.
Yeah, but so you when you think about it, remember this is the Greek period. So when you in
oh yeah, that's right.
When you in Alexandria, you see it kind of
that's right.
Thebes and stuff is kind of ran down at that point.
So can you go to Luxor real quick on the game? Can you zoom there, or you would have to travel?
I think I would have to travel.
Oh yeah, that's hella far.
Yeah, that's hella far. But back to the Cavernians though, man. I didn't never find nothing on no Cavernians.
He was just in the chat, and Corey said, "Oh, we got another contribution. Sorry, shout out to Phil Gas, G8S. He says Herodotus refutes Chief X, and Herodotus says the Levant was the second Ethiopia. Interesting.
What?
That's what he said. What Herodotus said.
I don't know.
King Jack, I'm gonna show this source. Let me show this source.
For sure.
Because it was these Nubians that we found, and I had his name, T-H-E. I hope it popped back up. Sometimes I forget. Dang, man. How could I find it? All right, I'm gonna find this because I just had a document with the name of the Nubians open. Let me see history.
Headshot.
All right, that wasn't no headshot. I'll be playing some games. Let me see if I can find. I'm trying to find this source. Here we go. 3 rulers in Nubia in the Middle Kingdom. Now we're gonna start to get it in. Hold on. Feel free to hit the link, y'all, too. So what's this? Hold up. In this article, Bruce Williams detail, he goes further. And he like, hold on. We done basically found 3 rulers, ancient Egyptian rulers in Nubia at about this time, and it's kind of connected to some of the people we were talking about. And so if we was to go and investigate this further and start to pull up, you got me wanting to play the sticks. I'm gonna give me some sticks in today. I'll be on that college football a little bit and this other game. Let me see, but if we look at these 3 rulers, it'll start letting us know more about some of these people who was ruling in the intermediate period, and they was Nubians. And so maybe these are some of the people that Mentuhotep overthrew and then got their people under his rule. But I'm going to read the 3 hypotheses that Bruce Williams put out about finding these Nubians. And he like, we got to reconcile this. And here go the 3 hypothetical scenarios. He found 3 Nubian rulers in Shinus, and it says, hypothetical scenario 1. The Nubian dynasty dates to Dynasty 11 before the invasion of Nubia. As the 11th dynasty consolidated, it holds on Upper Egypt a descending group of officials, royal family members, and soldiers established a rival dynasty in Nubia. Flaunting a relationship to the old 8th dynasty, they competed head-to-head with the Thebians, disrupting the supply of Nubian recruits necessary for Thebes to battle north. See, when we start to dig in, they tear all that stuff apart. My whole point the point of emphasis is that it's Egyptologists who separated these people up out of the officialdom by calling them, they made up this term Nubian and Nubia, and it allows them to separate them from Egyptians. But if you look at how in the Journal of Near East Studies, how Bruce Williams is pondering his first hypothetical scenario, because he's trying to figure out how the hell we got these Nubian rulers that ain't nobody talking about with their names calling themselves the Sarah or what have you. Now, since it's an intermediate period, we know that certain families tried to take the throne, but nobody ever talked about these Nubians who was like, no, I'm the king now. And so he says, maybe a Nubian, I read this, but I'll do it again. The Nubian dynasty dates to the Dynasty 11, before the invasion of Nubia. He says, as the 11th dynasty consolidated, it holds Upper Egypt, a descendant group of officials, royal family members, and soldiers established a rival dynasty in Nubia. All right, it says, flaunting the relationship to the old 8th dynasty, they competed head-to-head with the Thebans, disrupting the supply of the Nubian recruits necessary for Thebes to battle north, while offering an accessible refuge for the dissidents. It says descendants, I guess. What is this word? This don't look like descendants, dissidents. This is dissidents. For the dissidents as well as presenting a threat to the southern flank. That's one hypothetical of how we could have had these Nubian rulers. Number 2 is The dynasty dates to the time of troubles in the late dynasty 11. And as the 11th dynasty wound down, it says, as the 11th dynasty wound down, the overly peculiar, what is that? Parochial? P-A-R-O-C-H-I-A-L. Parochial. I'm going to have to Google it because I don't know what it means, so allow me. I ain't just trying to read a word. I don't know what it means.
Parochial.
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 It means having a limited or narrow outlook. Thank you. It says an overly parochial view of the dynasty created resistance and disorder. Dissidents, including officials, took flight to Nubia, a major source of the military manpower, to establish a well-controlled dynasty that combined the vigor of the earlier 11th dynasty and connected to the old kingdom strength. And his hypothetical 2b is that the dynasties dated to the time of the trouble surrounding the reign and the death of Amenemhat I. The move of Ititawi was traumatic for the Thebans, and it engendered resistance that ultimately led to the assassination of Amenemhat. Dissidents fled to Nubia, where the Nubians connected to the 11th dynasty helped them to set up the kingdom. In all of his hypotheticals, these Nubians is helping set up the kingdom, if you notice that. But anyway, in connection to the 11th dynasty, and helped them set up the kingdom with security issues ranging from the walls of the rulers to the various Libyan wars to internal conflicts and exiles in the Western Asia described in the Sinaway story. It says the 12th dynasty was seriously threatened in many regions other than Nubia. Again, let me read that. The 12th dynasty was seriously threatened. So you got to know a dynasty is a family. Then that makes sense. The 12th dynasty was seriously threatened in many regions other than Nubia. If you didn't know a dynasty was a family, you wouldn't understand that. It says, so when the 12th dynasty finally crushed the resistance of these kings, it adopted new policies of conquering and ruling Lower Nubia and reconciled distant refugees. Whatever the case, he has no hypothetical unless it's number 3, where the Nubians ain't the ones who helped the Middle Kingdom become strong. Now let's see hypothetical 3. The dynasty dates to the second intermediate period. It says, because sometime after Neferhotep I and before the Kushite takeover of Lower Nubia, and we should talk about that too, his footnote is 31, because I told people that, dang, it says dissidents in Nubia attempted to revive the power of the old 11th dynasty. So it is dissidents. Now, I think this is like defectors, but not really defectors, right? A person who opposes official policy, basically. So dissidents in Nubia attempted to revive the power of the old 11th dynasty, surviving from the time between the still occupied forts of the Middle Kingdom. The dynasty gradually became Nubian, if it did not begin so, and it fought battles to the north successfully enough to survive to record them. Now, we ain't talking about the Kushites. We talking about way back in Middle Kingdom times. First intermediate period times. Its success was provocation enough for the Kushites to move forward to occupy Lower Nubia as far as Aswan in the middle 17th century. So everything he got about the pondering of these 3 Nubian rulers that we have found, that they found, and we should look into their primaries, was everything I just read, basically. It was nothing saying that they were subjects. Oh, no, they were subjugated. No, they was like, maybe this dynasty was the ones that helped them unify the temple, or unify the Egypt. What you play? What's that right there? A boxing game?
Yeah, Fight Night.
Which Fight Night is that?
Champions, the old one.
I got a song on Fight Night 2002. Yeah, if you got the, it was on a old system, but yeah, I got a song on there. It was I ain't had no song on the video game in hella long.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get my sticks up now. What's up with King Jack?
I'm just here. I'm listening. I'm listening. Just
I can show who some of these people is, but I'm gonna look through the documents some more. Let me see.
So, quick question, Chief. So when we saying Nubians, would it be more so? Let's say so that would be Nehesi, correct?
Yes, they see the reason why this is significant because all of these people called themselves Nehesi.
Yep. So that would be that land. So if we're talking about like a toponym Nisba, but it would be like Ta-Nehesi. And that would incorporate.
If they was speaking toponymically, yeah, I would guess so. Ta-Nehesi, yeah.
And so that would include because I'm reading certain things where it says the Ta-Nehesi, and it would say the Medjay, the Urtjet, the Wawa, the Nehesi, you know what I'm saying? Nehesi Wu, or so they all are just so they're different groups, but they're grouping them when they say Nubian, we're grouping them all up into one.
Oh yeah, that's that's half the problem, and that's half the reason why we don't understand Egypt correctly. Those are just other if in reality it needs to be looked at like those were just other nomes, just like because here's the question, and this is a big question. If Mentuhotep added, I'll put my cash up, and thanks for the contributions, y'all. If Mentuhotep added, I would. Oh no, I'm talking to the people, but thank you too. If Mentuhotep added Wawat and all of these areas and the oasis to Egypt, what known number are they? See, they say Taseti is the first known, and it go up to known number 22, and then it switch over, and then it start over 1, 2, 22 for the Delta. But if Mentuhotep had added Wawat down in what we call Nubia today to Egypt, what known number was they?
Well, it wouldn't really be a known because it would be like the frontier of that area. It would be like to Kent, right? That would be to Kent.
Well, so a frontier is when you ain't discovered it yet. But when you go up in there and set up things with the people, it's no longer really frontier. Just like the west coast of California ain't the frontier no more. Now the west coast is the California. You feel me? But it was a point when they had not went west yet, and the demarcation line would be what they call from past this line is the frontier. Well, since he went down there and got overthrew the kings and brought back the people, that fight looked hella real. Let me see. He brought back the kings. He brought back the people to fight with him. It would seem that wasn't frontier. That was some area. And then he imposed the same tax that every other nome had to pay. He imposed it on them. And so, I don't know what to say. Who is you, Chef?
Hearns.
Oh, okay.
Ray Leonard trying to put them hands on.
Yeah, you a blocker, huh? Okay. You a counterpuncher or what? Because that strategy, right, yeah. Oh, okay. That's funny. I watch some sticks. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to put this back up. I'll just be getting juice. Let me see. So who are these rulers? One is Ka-Ka-Re, Ini. Ka-Ka-Re, Ini, known from the 15 inscriptions, and he has a full five-fold tutelary. That means he was a real king. He had 5 names: Horus Senefer Tawifi, Nebti Senefer Tawifi. We had the golden Horus Nefer Nisubidi Kakara, and the son of Ra Ini Kakara. It is noted from the first, it said it is noted from the first is identical with the throne Nisubiti name of the 8th dynasty king who had a small pyramid at Saqqara South. So this is, now that's his, I don't know why his name, it says, contradicting of Eniotef belongs to the, contradictions of Eniotef belong to the 11th dynasty at its earliest. I think this is ruler number 2. Found directly behind one inscription of Ka-Ra is the Horus name of the second ruler, Gareg Tawifi. Gareg Tawifi. Why they putting the fee on the Tawi? Tawi mean the 2 lands. I'm trying to figure out what the fee means. Oh, it might be Tawi F. Here's 2 lands. Tawi F. Here's 2 lands. Gareg Tawifi was his name. It says only 3 inscriptions mention him, and he is known in the second professionally written inscription only by the Horus name and by his throne name, conventionally read Eib Kentra. It says, Eib Kentra. From the first, it was noticed that his Horus name was similar to that of Neferhotep Gareg Tawi. So Neferhotep must have had a Gareg Tawi name of the 13th dynasty. Now the 3rd Nubian ruler that all had these, now we got to figure these out. So how did they do it? Because if, you know, this is, you know how we know the breakup of the intermediate periods, right? Hella different people was claiming that they kings, right? So these dudes must have been far away enough to really put it down like that, because they got all their Horus names, or maybe they did rule for a small amount of time. But this is what we're trying to figure out hypothetically. The 3rd, when we was reading his hypothesis, the 3rd ruler is in some respects the most interesting. He is known by his golden Horus name, Ankh. His name is Bek Nebu Ankh, and his throne name is Waj Kara. Discounted the unusual reading of von Beckcraft. It says, almost from the first, it is noticed that the throne name, Waj Kara, was the same as that of the 8th dynasty ruler, this time from the Coptos decrees. See, they don't want us to know this, bruh. Because he's saying, look, these dudes both got the same names as rulers from the 8th dynasty. Look, the first one, he said the 8th dynasty, right? Look, it is noted that from the first, identical with the throne name of a 8th dynasty king who had a small pyramid in Saqqara. They don't want to say that this Nubian was the 8th dynasty king. They don't know what dynasty he ruled in. They know it was an intermediate period, and his name matched this other dude, but they can't give it to him because he's Nubian. So look at the second one, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to be like, his name matches. Look, right here it says, it was noticed that his Horus name was similar to that of Neferhotep, but this is of the 13th dynasty, Greg Tawi. And then on the 3rd one, they say, it is noticed that the throne name Waj Kara is the same as that of another 8th dynasty ruler, the time from one of the Coptos decrees. It says his personal name was copied by Sareg copied as Sareg by Gal, who first recorded the inscriptions. Rodier, who had the benefit of Gal's report, copied it to the next year as Seger Sinti. So they just messed that up. We do not have the inscription to review, so all we got to do is go off that he said his name was Seger Sinti. And we don't have the inscription to review, nor a high-quality photo, but the one we do have is figure 1C, shows a tall sign with the club at the end. We're about to see that. Oh, so this is the one they do have. So, what did they say his name was? Seger Sinti. And if we read this, we probably not gonna get that out of this. Now, we see Sarah first. So if they are acknowledging that he's a king, that this Nubian was a king during the intermediate periods or what have you, or tried to claim he was a king, then this wouldn't be part of his name. That's just saying son of Ra. So this S will be the first S in his name, Segirsen. Because if you look, you see it go SGRSN. So that's where they're getting Segirsen. So it go SGR. Now this is a ger. It's not just a G. SGRSN. Now this is a T, and that is the I. So T. So I would say Segursinti, like they said. That's right. They got it right. Segursinti. And so this person, Segursinti, was a Nubian that they don't talk about. He was a ruler, and they speculating whether he was associated with the 8th or 11th dynasty. Still 94 people in the building. Shout out to y'all out there. I don't know. Y'all want to hit the chat, or you want to show something, Eddie, or whatever? Because I didn't do it.
No, I'm cool. I'm cooling. I'm following along. We building, so I'm here for it.
So Smash, you saying that they basically you still is of the contention that they use Nubian too much, and they thinking that these people were actually Egyptians.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. I'm definitely under that contention. I mean, but there it does become a time period where you start to see the use of the term Nubian as if they indicating the people. But in these time periods, when they say they Nehesi, they saying they Southerners. And people of that, I mean, Southern culture too. You know what I'm saying? Not just geographic Southerners, but kind of like how people in our South say they Southerners. It means more than just I'm geographically located below you. It also means I got a particular swag. You know, I got a particular something because I'm from the South. And only reason why that was more boastful than the East, the West, or the North is because their lineage came from the South. And so, you know, they had something to stand on culturally when referencing the South. At least that's how I see it.
So now that I got a question I can build on from what you just said. Where would you say the South actually begins? Because
that's a great question. That's a great question. Keep going.
Yeah, because my contention is that I honestly would say at Memphis. I honestly would say after that 20-second note, after that last note.
That could be an honest statement, but first give some periodization to your statement. Are you talking about in the pre-dynastic times or during the founding civilization? Well, if you say that, you'll be incorrect during that time period.
Okay, so like for instance, if I say the North is and we see the Memphis Tinglyph, and we see the papyrus. That land is the land of the papyrus, and we'll go down to the so I never pronounced this right. SMW, SMY, SM,
Tashemawi, or
Tashemawi, yeah. So that is what I'm calling the South.
All right, let's do this real quick. Maybe I should take a screenshot, snip SNIP, so we can get this centrism thing correct. First, and even in regards to the conversation we having, I'm snipping these cardinal points here so that we can use them later. But for the sense of the conversation we having, we all know north, east, south, and west, right? Now we know they stretch infinity too. Like, I mean, you could go west until you on the other side of east or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? Or you can keep going north so much to now you at the south or whatever. So if you take the little thing that I just because I was talking about a particular centrism. If you take this, which the center of it is our centrism, right? And you place it upon the areas that Egyptians were during their founding civilizations, you'll get a better answer to what is the North and what is the South. Now, I don't know if you're seeing this overlay that I'm doing right now or not. Let me know if you're seeing it. But
I see it.
I'm
I
all
see
right.
it.
So I'm about to kind of make this smaller so it'll be better, but they won't let me. So basically, I'll put it right here next to this. Now, let's think about it to be fair. This is Nakata, the first ancient Egyptian extraction everybody tried to talk about. This is Kom Ombo, where we'll find the Nubian A group through X group, right? So just to be fair, we're going to place our centrism in the middle of both of these, because this is the first place where Egyptians spawned up at number 5, and this is the place where Nubians, so-called, the first archaeological extraction site for Nubians is Kom Ombo. So to answer the question now, if the center of that is the center around Heracleopolis, it is true. This is 100% correct, because these people was the Northerners. You see what I mean? And that excludes people way up here that they didn't even know nothing about.
Exactly. So Smash, you're right. So what you're really saying is that's the first unification down there between that Nubia middle right here is the first unification. That's the unification. Okay, I can rock with that. So, okay.
Yeah, and then what we learned about the first intermediate period gives us more evidence to that. But let's trip off it, because the initial question that made me pull this out was, what was the North? So if we placed our centrism in the center of the areas that they occupied when they wanted to when the founding, I mean, I could go up and show you Badari. This is where the Badarians was. This is Thinis. You know what I'm saying? But when they talk about the fight for the unification, it was the Nakadans who came down and had some beef with the Kom Ombo people. Then they hooked up and went back up. Now, let me detail that real quick. And the source is Maria Gatto. I can play it. I got it right on my computer.
So that's the Confederacy, the Neckin, the Thinis, and the New Confederacy, right?
Yeah, and now I'm thinking they must have went down and got Wawat too, because what's his name wouldn't have knew to do that when the first intermediate period popped off. So they definitely had Harkuf and them went down there and did that. You see what I'm saying? And so who's to say that they didn't know to do that because they was coming from there initially?
Harkuf went way down the punt, right?
So he was on his way to punt, but never actually got there. Let me play this. Tell me if you hear this real quick. Oh, damn, hold up. It seemed like it. Oh, let's see it. Dang, what happened to all these files? Oh, man. All right, well, I erased them. That's what happened. They was in my downloads. I erased my downloads the other day and didn't know what I was going to be losing. That don't mean nothing because I got a 11 Labs account, hopefully. Dang, I lost a lot of good stuff. Well, this was the audio of Maria Gatto's Cultural Entanglement at the Dawn of Civilization, where she says the unification, they left Nakata and went south first. They fought and then went north. Now, if we go back to Mentuhotep, where we just learned about all them Nubians and what have you. Peace to Moses. I see you. I see you slid up in there. But if we go look at what Mentuhotep and them did, they also went south, and he included Wawat in what he called Egypt. Then he came back up and beat everybody up.
But see, so listen, so check this out. So Smash, my contention has always been that the headquarters has always been Waset, right? And when they're speaking of north and south, they're right there at Waset. So they're saying the Southerners are the Nubians. They're saying the Northerners
you're
are
kind of right, because look, all I would have to do is slide this up just that much for it to be what you saying. See what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I think you are more accurate than what I'm saying. And that's, we should call Thebes and Luxor the centrism point. And because everything below that was called the South, and everything above that. Now, we are in with the periodization I'm talking about is founding civilizations. Once they expanded Egypt, then our centrism would change and it would go to the middle of this map, obviously. See what I'm saying? And but yeah. So, but right now, since we talking about the founding periods, we ain't gotta address that. And I think what you said is true, because if we move this up by Thebes, historically, the viceroy of Kush, his land was everything from Thebes down. So we need to address that for a minute, because we can't let white people tell us where Kush was or what Kush was. If the ancient Egyptian was like, okay, look, I'm gonna have you. If I said, Eddie, let me handle Chicago, and and you showed me, okay, Chicago, when then that's what that is. So if they told him, I'm gonna let you handle the South, and then he went to, I'm gonna let you handle Kush, and you handled everything from the kin down. It's safe to say somebody thought that those areas had something to do with Kush.
Yeah. Underneath their bachelors or something of some sort.
Oh, Logic. What's up, Logic?
What's up?
All is well. All is well.
I'm letting y'all hash this out, man. I ain't trying to interrupt. I'm actually kind of learning something from what y'all saying. So, I mean, I get it. You mean,
If you got questions, ain't no problem.
I mean, what you said right there makes a lot of sense, right? It makes sense in the sense of if if he is the Kushite representative and this is his territory, right? I could see where you could draw a conclusion that say this got something to do with Kush. I would say that that's reasonable, but I still think it's a bit of an assumption. And I think what's not an assumption is that the Nubian territory does overlap with Upper Egypt. I think that there isn't like a definitive line there between this where Egypt stops and this is where Nubia starts. But I think that there are cultural hints that let you know that these two territories, they play a different role in in Egypt themselves, right? And one of them, I think you talked about earlier, is the taxes, right? The fact that you see the Nubian territories paying their tributaries to Egypt. I mean, it definitely lets you know who is the top and the bottom of the food chain when you're talking about these two cultures. And I think there's another one that's pretty easy to identify too, is the language. But what are you saying?
But no, you wasn't all the way off point. I gotta run to the other room for a minute, but I'm gonna be listening on my phone. But you wasn't off point what you were saying. I just to clarify when I get back. I'll be right back. Hold it down, King Jack.
For sure, we're gonna have a conversation. But yeah, I'm definitely understanding.
What you think about that, King J? I don't want to throw nothing at you that I wouldn't want Smash to reply to until you get back, because I definitely could do that. But I ain't come up here to be doing all that. But what you said, what you think about what?
Yeah, you ain't say nothing too tough. I was gonna ask you, when you said Egypt, what central point are you referring to? Are you referring to Thebes and calling that Egypt, or
am I referring to Thebes and calling it Egypt? I think what I said is more of the concern that I think, like, if you really trying to understand it rather than write a notion, I think you should just acknowledge that there's entanglement there, and that when these people go on campaigns, when Egypt goes on campaigns to the south, they are not going on campaigns to themselves.
Let's say when the Wassetians go. So like, right. So when you're saying, when we think of, most of the times when the people you're saying who are taxing the other nomes, they are this group of this family lineage out of Wasset. 12th dynasty. We can start right there. But what they do is you'll see a bunch of, we look down at first and second known when we're talking about Nubia, that area, we'll see them starting to build a bunch of forts in the Semna era, the Buhan area. So what they're basically doing is they're solidifying, you know, their presence there. And they slowly work their way down. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's a military thing. I don't think these people are willingly paying taxes. What do you think?
I definitely don't think that they're willingly paying taxes. I absolutely don't think that they're doing it, but I think that they, you know, I think that they're clearly forced to do it. Like you say, it's military might. And it might, like I said, there might be some groups or something like that may have a different relationship with Egypt than the larger groups as a whole. Like I think from what it sounds like, the Magi had a good relationship with Egypt. But that doesn't necessarily mean that
would you say the Magi
they are the
mercenaries?
majority in their areas. Go ahead.
Would you say the Magi were the mercenaries? Like basically,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Semi-nomadic groups of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, I just, like, me personally, man, I'm not like really on one side or the other. I feel like there is an attempt sometimes where we have like a narrative that we try to push. And I think that at times kind of like causes us to maybe stretch the reality in one direction or the other. And most of the time it'd be somewhere down the middle and it doesn't really benefit either side. You know what I mean? Like, let's not forget that the Egyptians are imperialists, right? Regardless of what color you think they are or what you may think of them morally. Let's not forget that they, you know, had a chokehold on all these other groups of people. You know what I'm saying? Let's not forget that they was taxing all these people, and people wasn't just giving up their taxes and their resources willingly. You know, that don't make no sense.
So, what do you think that these other people they were taxing were warlike people, or do you think they were just agriculturalists, pastoralists type of people?
I think there might have been a mix of both, man. Because, you know, the story is told by the victor in this case, usually, right? And when you're looking at the steles, you basically always seeing the pharaoh about to hammer a nail in the guy's head, right? So, you know, that he could have been peaceful, but it don't mean pharaoh was. You know what I'm saying? So,
in a smiting pose, as always.
Yeah, and the smiting pose.
I was listening, and y'all was tripping a little bit.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Well, the first thing to realize is we paying taxes. Paying taxes don't necessarily mean nothing that you are paying supporting the government.
It doesn't mean subjugation.
Yeah, like so what one would have to establish is that the Nubians pay some extra additional tax that the other nomes didn't have to pay. See what I'm saying? Because if all the nomes paid taxes, so if you said we found your presented a text yesterday where Mentuhotep says specifically, I brought Wawat, I made them as members of, he brought them into Upper Egypt. He made them members of Upper Egypt. And then he said he made them pay taxes. And so since they had no ruler that they were serving, this is what his word was. And so every nome had a tax on it. And so that wouldn't be nothing to find that they taxed the Nubians.
I mean, okay. So this is how I look at it. Me as an American citizen that pays taxes, right? Versus me as a Mexican citizen paying taxes to the United States. I, as an American citizen, I benefit from paying my taxes. I get somebody to come pick up the trash. I get, you know, the street lights come on. I got a police force, so on and so forth. But this guy in Mexico, he's paying taxes with his back, right? Like with his labor.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily getting anything out of him paying taxes.
If a person from Mexico lived in Mexico and they was paying taxes to the U.S., something would be wrong. Like, I mean, I don't know what scenario that is. Maybe they got
I mean,
land in the U.S. They got some interest in the U.S. to where they is, but I know what scenario you trying to paint out, so I'm just going to acknowledge it. You basically saying if they was from another land and somebody came from another land and imposed a tax on them, but I'm saying that theory that they were from another land is only one created by Europeans by placing this demarcation line on the ground to say this is the Sudan and this is Egypt. In actuality, just like Mentuhotep said, they was part of Egypt. If not from the old kingdom on, from his time period on. Like, you know what I'm saying? But as we just investigated, even Maria Gatto said these Nicadians, before they went north, they came down here, had some fights, and went back north. But what that's telling you is the fights was probably with the people who resisted the call to fight or resisted this power that they trying to come with. Like, yo, we about to go and take over all of Egypt. Who coming? Whoever ain't coming was probably resisted in whichever ways they resisted in, got overthrown, and then they went back north as one unified force.
Well, let's slow down a little bit. Who was taking over all of Egypt?
Well, let's go to a primary source.
All right, real quick, we can answer that quick. In each intermediate period, and including the pre-dynastic time, the ambition of one family was to make everybody in the area pay the taxes to them.
Right.
See, what an intermediate period represents is multiple families trying to make different sections of the land pay taxes back to whoever what they call is the nomarch of that nome, the biggest boss of that nome, basically. You know what I'm saying? And so they'd be like, oh, the king died? Y'all just send y'all taxes over here. You see what I'm saying? And eventually he get rich and start amassing some men in his area. And whoever win that little scuffle come out and reestablish the new kingdom. Like now everyone is paying. It was Mentuhotep. Now everyone from the Nubians down there all the way up to the Delta was paying taxes back to Mentuhotep.
So the way that you painted that, right? I'm basically getting a picture of is a free for all from all the way from Lower Egypt. I mean, all the way from that's Lower Egypt to the very top, right? The Mediterranean sea border, all the way down to Kush. Anybody could have just got up a gang and just tried to take over all the way from top to bottom.
You have to. I don't want to say a free for all because you got to think about. When the big power collapse, there's always the underbosses who is the next in line anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like even when it's a pharaoh, he ain't coming to everybody's house when he come to the city. He probably come to the person house in the city whose job was to collect and have. You feel what I'm saying? And so now if the pharaoh fall off, that person, the nomarch, is gonna be like, all right, keep on paying y'all taxes, but he ain't got to send them out no more.
Yeah. And I was just going to say, most times when a pharaoh falls off, it's normally a governor or a general or something that has already had some type of power that's familiar with the local people that kind of takes control. Like I think Menhotep was a general. No, he wasn't.
With Egypt, you didn't have no. That was Europeans and stuff. Where your general in Egypt, you didn't really have no rights to the throne by being in the army or whatever. You had to be in the lineage of the. You had to be blood lineage.
That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking it's more of a nobility caste rather than this free for all.
It is, but I'm saying most times, like Intef, INTEF. Who is Intef? Intef wasn't a pharaoh. See, a lot of the papyrus we read come from their stories. I read a lot about Intef and the things that he wrote, and him being sent, and him working for being the general and governor and different pharaohs' armies. You know what I'm saying?
That's different Intef.
Okay.
Yeah. So they call them Antef when they generals for some reason, and but it's spelled the same way. And so when they say if you look at Antef, those are generals, but Intef. Now I'm not saying that Tutmosis wasn't a general, and then if they did that, they most often was related if they could make their way to be the pharaoh. unless somebody could tell me of somebody who was like just a warrior who became the pharaoh. They could become leading the army, or they could get hella high up in the officialdom, but that was on some bloodline stuff. Remember?
Right. So Egyptians were doing it the best they can to keep it in house. Right.
I don't know.
I mean, that's the only way that your bloodline statement can make sense.
You miscategorized that with the statement, because you said Egyptians was doing the best thing they could to keep it in house, as if what happens in the royal family is a national occurrence. It was only the royal family trying to make sure their bloodline stayed in the royal palace, but Egyptians all over wasn't running around concerned with bloodline and doing stuff like that. They wasn't even royal. So if anything, you would be trying to marry into some royal lineage or something. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like we're saying the same thing. When I say in-house, I'm talking about a small group of people trying to maintain power, and not necessarily this free-for-all as if everybody kind of
I was speaking
is at the doorstep of
I
power.
wasn't speaking towards the power. Maybe that's where I made the mistake. I thought we was talking about the blood, who could be the next pharaoh, basically. Where in the sense that it is talking about power. But we was talking about blood lineage, or who could succeed to the throne.
Yeah, because remember, the larger point is that this particular group that will call themselves Egyptians, that they have to be warring with somebody. You know what I'm saying? So what you said is that these little groups would kind of rise up and try to build their little small armies and collect taxes in their areas, right? But that doesn't sound like that's able to compete with someone, or a particular family who has, control of all the gnomes of the whole kingdom. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not competing with that type of business infrastructure if you're a small independent person.
Well, there's no standing army, right? The Egyptians never had a standing army. They just went and hired mercenaries. So it's basically
they had their little people, but they never bragged much about them. You see what I'm saying? And so it seems like, Now that's another thing, because Logic tried to frame the tax or the tribute, or didn't try to. Logic framed the tax or the tribute as if it was something that indicated relegation or submission, and not just being part of their society. But let's just say that out of all the people of Egypt, including the Egyptian soldiers, well, you would have to include the Egyptian soldiers. Magi, which we know to be particularly Nubian, were compensated for their services. And so if you think about it, the Egyptian government had to come up with a way to pay all these Nubians in order to keep their nation secure. You know what I'm saying? And so the tribute wasn't going back in the form of give up some of the things that you produced on your land just on GP, but it was coming back in the form of they needed Nubians for it because they were skilled with the archery. And so it was really good to have them around. So they was paying them now I wouldn't necessarily from the GP call that a mercenary situation, because you can't call the police mercenaries. Yeah, they getting paid to go to war too, but they not what you would. A mercenary would switch up. If the police was mercenaries, when the gangsters got more money, they would have police. You see what I'm saying?
But that was later on, though. I mean, like they became synonymous with the word, right?
Yeah, they did. I mean, eventually they did. You know, I mean, it would be advantageous. Some people come up, say they need protection. You with 14 of your homies or something, you're gonna be like, we got y'all. Like it was probably smaller than we be thinking and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It definitely wasn't on no 1,000, 200,000 people scale. It'll be, man, when the Canaanites was crying, when the Canaanite vassal kings was crying for soldiers to help them stop the Habaru, he asked for 50 archers. He asked for 50 archers to stop the Habaru from raiding his villages. So if you could stop some raiders with 50 gunmen, then you know it's probably no more than, it ain't 5,000 of them, it ain't 10,000 of them. It's probably just like 200 of them, and 50 of y'all can hold them back. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't know. I don't like this part of doing it like this because I don't have like the material that gives me what all the ins and outs of the relationship between the Magi and the Egyptians, right? But like you say, I mean, if all of these different places are paying taxes, it, it I mean, the way I see it, you know, I can clearly distinguish, you know, who the Hekakasut people are versus who the Nubian people are. But when we get into, you know, who's who, I don't see why it's necessary to try to blend those two particular people together when they just, you know, they just in an empire. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
It
they
looks like they're
blended
paying
themselves. You
taxes
talking
to
about,
somebody. They're not paying
nah,
taxes to themselves.
nah, they paying taxes to Mentuhotep. Just like everybody
Uh-huh.
along, every red dot on this map paid taxes back
Uh-huh.
to Mentuhotep. See what I'm saying? So
Uh-huh.
they wasn't excluded from that. Why is they being relegated to some lower people because they did what everybody else did?
So that is why I call an intermediate period is when the nomes are in rebellion against the taxes.
Okay, well, I can actually take that back then because what you said right there, that makes a lot of sense. If you're saying even the people in the Egyptian territories, if all the gnomes in Egypt are paying the taxes too, then you're right. Then they're paying it. Then they got a system that is beneficial
That's
to the
one of
king.
that's the two lands at that point.
Yeah. And he just said he added them to this one. He said, I added them to Tashama'u. So he basically said, these people down here, he added them, meaning he expanded. His border of Egypt came way down here to him. You see what I'm saying? And that's why we see
But see right
Egyptian.
there, that's not nothing though. There's nothing. People never live right there really. That's kind of like the goal, right?
Well, you make a valid point. But since they got these tributaries and then they got this well over here called the Well of Abet, people did live in this eastern desert. That's what they call the people of the eastern desert, the Magi.
The Magi.
So whenever you see like a river, a tributary running off the river, you could suspect that some people lived along because they still got a fresh water source cutting through the desert or whatever.
So
Do you have a problem with the term tributary? That doesn't suggest unwillingly paying the taxes.
Well, no, but when I was talking about a tributary, I was talking about in an ecological system. A river tributary is just a little part, you know, like this, basically. But when you want to talk about
Your screen ain't showing.
oh, okay, that's probably
Yes,
what's
it is.
happening.
I can see the screen.
I'm gonna redo it. But when I was talking about a tributary, I was talking about just little smaller rivers off of a big river. But when you want to talk about tribute that you was talking about now, we can show scenes of other cities inside Egypt paying with those elaborate tribute scenes. I can show you elaborate tribute scenes from domestic cities. Like what the people of one city brought and what the people of another city brought.
Right.
But they exploit the ones between what they call Egyptians and Nubians and always relegate the Nubians. For instance, this is what you can never find. No, a letter. Well, you can find it, but it's hard. I haven't found it yet. A letter where the new Egyptians are sending out their tribute and their provisions to another nation, like
right. Because
I'm talking about in the same way that we see Egyptians doing to them, but you can see them doing that to the Nubians of Ugarit.
Egyptians were like in their world mind, like nobody was people except them. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody just bought my book, but keep going. I'm gonna have to give them a shout out. Keep going.
Yeah, like outside of them, like nobody else were people, you know, to an extent.
Oh, yeah, to an extent. But you know, if y'all trying to maintain the separation between Egyptians and Nubians that Egyptologists had proposed or supposed or purported, y'all, I know y'all can't after all this conversation and dialogue because y'all not saying we crazy, so you ain't called me crazy yet. So you see a little bit of something I'm saying. And I know, you know what I'm saying? And I know that it don't just look like we pulling it out because there's always some evidence behind it or so. I don't really even understand. Like, I know the Black Egypt won. I know you know that, Elijah. Yeah. Black Egypt won outright. Everybody else was just tripping. And even deep down inside, you gotta say, you got how much more ammunition you got if some Arab or somebody got in your face at a museum and was like, you know, these were white people, right? See, then you're gonna switch to our side, like, hold up, Smash them was saying this, let me beat this dude up.
I think we.
Hey man, we was on a good conversation, man. I was even willing to say, hey, bro, you know, I gotta walk back what I said because you know I'm on my truth journey, bro. I'm not trying to push no narrative, dog. You know what? You know what, bro? I ain't even gonna go there with you. If you feel like y'all won that,
Come on,
I'm gonna just tip my cap to you, big homie.
You ain't never seen no YouTube battle get that hands put on. We did that righteously.
No, I actually, you know, I actually gotta say, bro, that you know, I feel like it was slanted in one direction the whole time. And then when we had, then I ain't gonna say when they pulled out experts to corroborate what they were saying, I mean, it was over on that first day.
That backfired grossly.
It never backfired.
Are you want me to play the videos of they experts? I'll play them right now.
Which one? Because
I got all of
the
them.
best one you got is Karakuni.
Nope, I'm
and
not
the
even gonna play
Karakuni one really
Karakuni.
makes you look bad when you agree
Oh
with what
my
she said.
gosh.
Wait.
So
Who's
listen
that
to this,
speaking?
y'all. Y'all hear his standpoint. Everybody's clear on what you said. I'm about to play one video. And in the video, one of the most damning statements, and I'm going to tell you why. The statement is most damning is because he sent her my work, and I'm always strident and argumentative about the blackness of the Egyptians. She says to him directly that she sympathizes with those who are strident and argumentative over the blackness of now, you just got through saying that when they started bringing up experts, it helped them. It helped their argument.
I sympathize with you too, yo. I just don't agree. But go ahead.
But you got to understand because she
What
said
don't you don't?
she
What don't you don't
sympathized
agree
because
with?
we're right, we're correct, and she's the one with the prowess to understand it. She the one with the doctor in front of her name. So you sympathizing because you think we're giving an effort and a passionate effort. I respect that. Thank you. But she sympathizing because she know we right. So you just got through making a claim that when they brought out the experts, it was over for us. Now let's listen to what she says.
To be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very sort of, I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of, to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that Black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between Black and not Black, even not between Black and white, whatever's coming from that Black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it turns out they actually were in some ways, right?
Now, if you ain't talking about getting your mask cracked by a professional, these guys wanted her to say that ancient Egyptians wasn't Black. They thought she was lily white enough to be an agent for their disinformation. And she hit him with a gut blow. She said, I feel smashed. Now, let me show you why I felt this one even better. Because I got the other parts of her video where she talking directly to me. She was like, that guy, she was like, that guy y'all sent me, he on point. She say that. Peace to DQ. I see you fall in the building. She say that right there. So you
What's
just
up,
made
DQ?
What's up, DQ?
Oh my gosh, man.
Look,
My bad. Keep going, bro.
Logic just made a claim that when they brought out the experts, it was ugly for us. And then I played one of their experts. I would like to hear from Logic now.
Got into. Oh, that's Logic that said that. Oh, okay.
So you
What's
just
up,
gang.
DQ,
So
man?
you just gang.
I
Logic.
got
Just
hold up,
gang. Oh, he just a supporter. He just gonna help him out no matter what. I feel you.
I'm just a supporter of what, man? What are you accusing me of
the
being?
things you like, and you've been liking
No,
the
I'm
pseudo
actually
killer
not.
argument.
You know, I think
You don't support the things you like. I'm trying to give you a kind statement.
I understand, but you're trying to paint it in a way to where you're saying you're basically saying I'm like James, and I'm not. I'm not that biased. I'm actually
I didn't mention James,
disseminating.
by the way. You mentioned
I
James.
did. I absolutely understand James has some bias, right? But you're trying to paint me like James is.
Well,
I'm very able to articulate and disseminate what I've heard and be like, no, this part of it is true. And
all right, I'm with that.
not just agreeing with somebody because I like them
No
or
big deal.
I like their narrative.
So you agree with Dr. Maggie Bryson here?
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I think that you're kind of misinterpreting her. And
So you
I'm just saying,
disagree
I
with
think
Dr.
that.
Maggie Bryson here. So you don't sympathize with, because you said you agreed earlier. You said you sympathize with me. And she said she sympathizes with those who are strident and argumentative about the blackness of the Egyptians. And you said you don't agree with her. So explain that.
Right. I think you're trying to like paint what she says a little bit, right? So what she's saying is that it did take people like a Diop to actually come into academia and challenge those perspectives.
No.
Can I finish?
But just real quick, I'm gonna definitely let you finish. She didn't say people like a Diop. She said people who did it rather unintuitively. You could not credit any of Diop's PhD radiocarbon scientist work to anybody who referenced somebody doing something unintuitively. She talking about us who just walked in the museum and was like, I bet they was black. But keep going. You can continue.
Okay. So what I think that she's saying, is she's acknowledging, this is the part where I 100% agree with, right? She's acknowledging that this is actually a good fight. And she's acknowledging that this is a fight that needed to be had, and she's glad people stepped forward to actually do it, to challenge the perspective. And her being a professional, she has to be talking about like the real life example of when it actually happened in the 1970s. No, she can't be talking about
She's talking about right now.
You're not challenging Maggie Bryson.
Oh, you don't
She's talking
understand.
about-
She's
she's
talking
talking
directly about
blackology.
me. This is what she's talking about. The videos Garfield sent her of a black man on YouTube who's saying the Egyptians is black, and it was me. I'll show you the other part.
You said
I'ma
that's
show you.
another
I got
part
this
where
whole
she is
video.
talking to you.
No.
Yeah, you already said that there was another part where she is talking to you, and I'm assuming that right now, since the other part is when she talking to you, that this ain't the part that she talking.
Well, you got to understand how things work. If the person that, say you send me a video of someone who's being happy and jolly about cookies, and then when me and you get together, I say, you know what, I could kind of feel someone being happy and jolly about cookies. You know I'm referencing to the video that I sent you where a person was happy and jolly about cookies. So if they sent her a video where I was being strident and argumentative and very certain about the blackness of the Egyptians, and she says back to them, she can sympathize with that, then she's talking about me.
Okay. She's talking about you.
No, I need to show you
I'm
this whole
past it.
video. Like, because she says the video that of the guy you sent me, she says that.
I don't think it's worth like really like getting hung up on it. So okay, she's talking about you.
But hold on. You real quick. Because you gotta remember, we're not debating this to prove whether she's talking about me or not. You said when they brought out the experts, masks start getting cracked as if it helped them. So I pulled up one of the experts, and now we're detailing how ultimately she was complimenting me for being right. What is the word on the screen right now? Right. R-I-G-H-T. She was saying that we are right. That means they are wrong. You there?
I mean, I'm rocking with what you said right now, but it's.
Well, let me
when you saying
rewind it.
that
I'm gonna let you finish.
I heard what she said, right? She was particular about the prevailing notion of them being white, right? They were wrong about that.
There's
right?
no way
That's
yeah, but
that is what she said. When he rewinded, you'll actually see that's exactly what she said. The prevailing notion. But go ahead.
Let's listen to her again.
I'm in your crib, man. I don't want to put my feet on.
I can sympathize with.
I'm chilling. I'm letting you do your thing.
The impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what
we can't really hear it, Smash. You got to turn it
happens,
up.
no matter how you cast it, anytime you.
My bad. Thank you. Hold on. Let me see what I'm doing.
No problem.
What's up with you?
I'm good.
I gotta
Just
hit that
tapping
button.
in. Logic in here, you know what I'm saying? Handling business.
He's just having fun. Logic just be having fun on YouTube.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, boy. Logic is honestly just a truth seeker. That nigga's not with the biasness. He actually be clowning people when they bias. Like he really just a truth seeker. So I'm enjoying this right here. Y'all fleshing shit out.
All right, listen to this. See if you can hear it, Logic.
That no matter what
y'all hear it better now?
Happens, no matter how you cast about the blackness of the ancient, to be very. I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between black and not black, even not between black and white, whatever's coming from that black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it
She said ill-informed, not unintuitive or whatever.
turns out they actually were in some ways.
So Diop wasn't ill-informed, so she wasn't talking about him. But let's keep going.
Right? Because now we can look at Egypt and say the ancient Egyptians are an African civilization. These are people that, by and large, we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are black people.
And when it comes to the 25th dynasty, a lot of people.
No, wait a second, yo.
That was her dynasty. No, you heard what she said? She said it for you.
She said there was African, man.
What was her last words? You not hearing things on purpose.
I don't.
What were the last two words out of her mouth? Listen.
She basically like.
These are people that,
She
by and
basically
large,
like.
we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are black people.
Hold on. You didn't hear that?
Oh, these are black people.
Okay,
I
thank
heard
you.
her. I heard
Okay,
her
you
say
heard.
that.
So why even go back to something else when she clearly saying, "Oh, these are black people"?
Oh,
What's
these
the
are black
problem?
people. Because she gives you, hold up. This is what the
They are
problem
black
is.
people. What's the
Hold
problem?
up a second, yo. This is what the
He
problem
tripping. He
is.
tripping. That's what's the
I'm not
problem.
tripping. She gives you the intelligent way to answer the question.
Oh,
And
I know what you're doing. You
she
forgot what we're
even
doing.
walks you.
No, go ahead. She even does what?
She even walks you through why she sympathizes about the whole thing.
Okay, this is what you're doing. You're starting to maintain the argument. You got to remember where we came to this point. I'm simply saying, you said when they brought out the experts, it got ugly for us. I'm not trying to maintain these arguments right now. I'm trying to show you she said they was black people, which was my argument. So when they brought out the experts, it got ugly for them. That's all I'm trying to show you. We ain't trying to continue the argument.
No. I'm not trying to continue the argument.
Well,
But
is this one of their
this what I'm
experts
saying
saying that they black people? Is this one of their experts saying that the Egyptians were black people?
That's not what I got out of that at all. So I'm gonna
Oh
be real
my
with you.
God, that's all she wanted you to hear.
No, what she wanted you to hear is that there was a time when they were talking about Africa and blackness as being less than. So the experts didn't want to call Egypt black or less than, right? So they went all the way around the world to call them something totally different. And now the lady is acknowledging that this is an African civilization. And if you want to call them black, that's not her answer. She told you specifically they're African civilization.
Your way of
That's exactly what I heard her
the
say.
way that you recast that was classic. She didn't say nothing about
That's
and if you want
exactly
to
what I
call them
heard her
black.
say.
Listen, if she's saying if you want to call
Then
them black.
why did she even bother to call them an African civilization? Why didn't
Because
she
they
just say,
are
man, it was black
because
people?
there are other type of African civilizations that ain't black, bro.
Right.
So she telling you they're African
Which
civilization and they black.
Which African civilization ain't black? Which
The
one you
modern
talking
Egyptians, all those
about?
invaders, all those invaders, and the sons of Turks and Mamluks, they not black. The sons of Turks and Mamluks and Romans and Greeks who took over the land ain't black. But when in 800 AD, when Al-Jahiz went to Egypt, he said the Copts and the Abyssinians is black. The Copts. That's who he know as the Ethiopians. As the Egyptians. So this first, the only reason why I brought her up, because you said when they brought out the experts, it got ugly. Well, this was their first expert they brought out, and it actually got ugly for them. I'm going to play another one of their experts. Yeah. Her name was...
Refuting the claims of Dr. Camilla DiBiase Dyson.
Camilla DiBiase Dyson. Now, in this video, I thought the DiBiase was in one word, and so that makes the person call her Bias Dyson. I didn't do that on purpose, but I just messed up. So this isn't anything. I'm not adversarial towards her, but y'all used her. This is one of the experts they whipped out when you said it got ugly.
Thank you. So I would say here, yeah, this is absolutely a legitimate word.
Stop. They thought she was gonna be like, oh, this is some fake BS. They showing her my screen again, Logic. You see that video on YouTube? That is my video. I'm not being pretentious or acting like I'm something hot. That's literally my video that they are showing the experts. So when I say she's talking about me here, it's also going to be a humble statement that sounds pretentious. It sounds like I'm on my own thing. She literally talking about me and my work. And so when she said this is 100% accurate word that he used, and she started out by corroborating my work, that is cool.
Thank you. So I would say here, yeah, this is absolutely a legitimate word. And what we're seeing, this is referring, like pursuant to my comment earlier, that we have this word for a black land, of being the Nile Valley. So it's actually a place name. When you have then a people added to a place, and that doesn't just go for this case as with Kemet. It goes for all place names.
Now, I will argue with her about that, but that was the strongest point she made with me in our. She only short she showed me was some other place names that when you put people behind them, right, that they turn into the people of that place. But she did it in a way that I could refute. The only evidence she could find was north, east, and south, right? And then she put Kemet with that. Now, here's the thing. You don't have to indicate north, east, and south at no time in your life when you're not talking about north, east, and south. See what I mean? Those cardinal points exist in perpetuity to where the only time you're ever going to reference them is when you're talking about them directionally. So let me make my point. You're never, think of a time when you said east. I'm not talking about a person's name or something. You never said east when you wasn't referencing a cardinal point. But this word is Kemet. It is not a cardinal point, and it has other semantic uses and a wide semantic range. So you can say Kemet and be just talking about something that's black, not a location, not a place at all. That's so easy to detail. I mean, God, I gotta be speaking clearly. And I had to.
You are.
Oh yeah, I'm like, dang, I forgot. You know what? I actually forgot.
I was letting you pop,
You
yo.
wanna know what?
But the lady.
I got so juiced, I actually forgot I was in the part of the show where the mic was open. I mean, I thought I was still doing my monologue, so I was getting juiced. But now that I got somebody to bounce off of, you feel me what I'm saying at least or not?
I definitely look, I feel what you're saying, right? And I've always asked this one particular question. From the jump, even when I was having these conversations with Uncle today, right? Like, so now that you have successfully taken Egypt out of the grasp or the grip of white people by having this acknowledgement of them being African, having this place called the Black Land, having these people, the people of the Black Land. Why is it necessary to go beyond that after you've already accomplished the main goal to have this new goal of now they are the Black people? I don't understand what purpose that serves.
That ain't a goal.
I did just take you off track on purpose a little bit, but the lady didn't.
I'll answer it.
The lady didn't say what you saying right now. But go ahead.
Well, what the lady said was it was accurate, or with accurate terminology. The word is correct, and then she tried to use her limited understanding of how this African language works and to define it. And so the mistake she made was illustrated in my example of her examples. The only way that she could try to use this is to use cardinal points. So let me break this down for you again. Have you ever said east in your life when you wasn't referencing east?
No.
Thank you. We don't do that. You don't just be saying east, but you have said, see, so that means that an Easterner, if you put people behind the word east, it's going to make Easterner by default, because every time you say east, you're referencing the east. There's no other way to do it, unless you're saying Dave East or something. Then you're not referencing the east. But here, Kemet is not a cardinal point, it's a color. See what I'm saying? So you will say Kemet when you're not referencing a place or a cardinal point or a location, because you could just be talking about something that is Black. So this is why her analysis is falling short, because her survey is of terms that are all cardinal points that cannot be used in any other way. When I point out to her, well, Kemet did not, I told her, Kemet did not enter the lexicon as a place name, and it discredited everything she's saying, because the ancient Egyptians knew this term first as a color. So you can't minimalize the semantic range to make her point, to make a point that this don't mean Black people. It mean people of a place. You gotta be honest enough, not you, but she would have to be honest enough to say that if this word Kemet entered the lexicon as a color and not as a place name, then there's a chance that these people are this color. That's easy. And the other scholar that they
A
brought,
chance is fine, but I honestly, I don't know what you was about to say. I don't want to cut you off,
Go
but
ahead, no, go
I
ahead.
think this is one of your worst arguments.
That's
I think
cool.
so.
That's fine.
I think this is one of your worst arguments
But
because
it don't matter because you can't dismantle it, nor could any of the experts that they brought forth dismantle it, nor could
I've
Ujahu
seen
dismantle it.
every single time they
We got
dismantled it.
Asar Imhotep, who probably in the bushes won't click the link because he can't dismantle this argument. We got Ujahu, who's gratefully in the bushes right now, still watching, who ain't gonna click the link because they have failed to dismantle this argument. Those are our scholars. It's not these other people. You see what I'm saying? And so I tested my theories and my hypothesis amongst our ranks, and they work. They work. She just said it
Not the
works.
people with the formal training.
That's not
we
true.
don't mess with them.
I'm
people.
going to rewind. No, that's not true. I have PhD linguists that are on my side with this argument that I talk to every day. But look, she just said this works. Look.
With Kemet, it goes for all place names. It refers to the people.
First,
and
let's
what
go to
we're
the
seeing,
beginning.
This is referring, like pursuant to my comment earlier, that we have this word for a black land.
Refuting the claims of Dr. Camilla DeBiase Dyson.
Yeah, come on, hit the link, Reggie. Oh, let me pin the link.
So I would say here, yeah, this is absolutely a legitimate word, and what we're seeing, this is referring, like pursuant to my comment earlier, that we have this word for a black land, or being the Nile Valley, so it's actually a place name. When you have then a people added to a place, and that doesn't just go for this case as with Kemet, it goes for all place names. It refers to the people belonging to that place. So you can change the classifier. You can have a classifier that shows you a place, and you replace it with a people classifier, and it tells you inhabitants of that place.
See, got her again.
Inhabitants of that place.
Yeah, because she's limited. Because she keeps on limiting. And in her point of view, the word Kemet don't exist without being a place name. But everybody who watches my show, including you, Logic, we didn't look at all. We know we seen Kemet and where they not talking about a place. So if her logic was right, Logic, think about this. And your name is Logic. If her logic was right, then the bull that we just showed before this that got Kemet on it was a bull of Egypt. Feel me? It wasn't just a black bull. But when she sees the bull, she can say, okay, this is a black bull. And you change the determinative to people, and her logic switches to, oh, this don't mean black no more. It only means a place. Man, that's so beat upable. I mean,
look,
yeah.
This is why I say, and I gotta get this. Say this before Reggie come on there, because Reggie he be talking for a long time. I like hearing Reggie talk though.
Oh yeah,
he's not, to me, he's not as boring as some people might say he is.
Reggie is a teacher here. You feel me?
Yeah, I like listening to Reggie.
This Reggie's second home besides the House of Consciousness is the Arches. You feel me?
Yeah, he don't care for me so much, but I actually like Reggie talking. But anyway. So what I'm saying is like I say it's a bad argument from the standpoint of, because when you're making this particular conversation, you clearly are not talking about the entirety of Egypt. So if you're talking about a specific place in Egypt, then you couldn't reference the entire Egypt as the black people. No, you're kind of stuck in that part of the conversation.
Definitely not.
When you make this argument.
Let me say something. It's never even been my argument that the entirety of Egypt was Kemet. We know this because we find primary attestations that say they got the double gates of Kemet. Then we find another attestation say they got the gates of Kemet. And there's no way you putting gates and walls around all the black silt from the Delta down to the first cataract. That's just a
Well,
stupid thought.
then it's making less sense.
No,
to
you
call
gotta
the
finish.
entirety of Egypt
You have
black
to hear out the
people.
Archaeological, because Kemet, the black land,
Go
in all primary texts is a destination location. It's always referenced, most often referenced as a destination location in stories of people who besiege Kemet, meaning they're going to go to the black land. Now, my ultimate argument is going to argue that there might have even been walls of Kemet, and this black land area could have been an encircled city. We don't know that, but we got the gates already, right? We know about the walls of Thebes and all these other things. One thing I would have us to know is that if you are entertaining the black land being about the Silk, you would have to explain how this was a destination location to a person who already was right next to the black silk. You know what I mean? A person living 3 meters from some black silk wrote in stone, I need to go down to the black land. You see what I'm saying? So you would start to think in your head that that silk next to him was not indicative of the black land, as he would have just went 2 steps over. And I talked to lead PhD Jonathan Winterman about this, and he had to concede that point. If Shaketi, the eloquent farmer, if he was looking for black silk when he said he wanted to go to Kemet, he would have traversed a shorter distance by just going east to the delta. Instead, he said he wanted to go down to the Heracanopolis magma, which indicates that Kemet, the black land, is at least a destination location. Like when you say, I need to go to the smoke shop, right? Because that's a destination location, because no matter where it's at, you need to arrive at that one spot to get what they got there. You see what I'm saying? And it's the same thing. And so Kemet arrived to him as a destination location where he could get food. And he said it. He was like, matter of fact, I need to go to the smoke shop. I'm looking at DQ blowing. It's making me mad. I ain't got no paper. That's what I'm like. So, Reggie Marby, I'm about to make you the host real quick, Reggie, if you don't mind.
Sure. But Smash, let me jump in.
Let me ask Reggie, can I do that real quick first?
Okay,
Reggie?
go ahead.
Reggie?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Oh, but can you make me? If you make me the host, I can share my screen.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna make it so. First, I gotta unmake you the host and make it so everybody can share their screen, and then I'll do it back. Reclaim.
But yeah, but Smash, I don't know if the brother Logic is familiar with the second nome. It's in the delta. It's called Kim, K-H-E-M.
Hold on. Say that again.
Kim. It's a second nome. It's called Kim.
Of what?
Yeah. It's of Egypt.
The second nome of Lower Egypt?
Of Tameho, yeah.
Okay, so I don't know nothing about that. Maybe Reggie could expound on that. Maybe you can show a source. You got a source you can show
all
on that?
types of sources for that. That's easy. Yeah.
All right, Reggie, the host. I'm muting out for a second, but I'm right here though. Keep going.
So this conversation end up going into Kimware and all that about Osiris and the Great Bull and all that. But Kim is the second nome, later known as Letopolis. The I-6 glyph that we do see in Kemet is what is used as the cult symbol. We do see the Kenti Kai as the crocodile deity of Kim. So yeah, we can start there.
My point, King J. My point to what I'm saying is that if you're using that as your premise, right? If that's your building block for making this argument that Egypt is black, then it makes less sense to acknowledge that there's one black city or one city referred to as black in a whole nation, and then turn around and call the entire nation black. Once you've acknowledged that it's a specific place within the nation, it makes even less sense to call the entire nation that.
The story would go at one point, it was just known as a central location, and then later became known as the entirety of the land. That's what they say. But I don't think the word Egypt even transliterates back into anything that so this word Egypt, I'm not very fond of myself.
I love it. I love it because it keeps
I
rails
hate
on the
it because
conversation, and
when
we
you say
need
Egypt,
rails. We don't need
so
to
when I
be
ask you a question,
freestyling.
when you say Egypt, who are you referring to? What
I'm
geographic
talking about
location
the.
are you referring to? Because it can reach from the delta on the Mediterranean all the way down to Aswan, sometimes Khartoum. So
Yeah,
when
I'm
you
fine.
say
I'm fine with that.
Egypt, what are you saying? So you got to be very specific. When you're saying Egypt, let's have a more narrowed down conversation.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this, and this is going to be above my pay grade, and maybe it's not above yours, and maybe you can add the clarity, right? I want to say it's the people speaking that Afro-Asiatic language, right? Because there are people speaking the Nilo-Saharan language, which are the
Well,
Nubian and the
I think that
Kushites.
northeast it's Cushitic, right? I think the northeast is not Nilos, is not Afro-Asiatic or sub-Saharan, is Cushitic, right?
Wait, say
The
that again.
area that the
You
language
saying when you're saying northeast, when you're saying northeast, I'm getting the picture of the part that's closest to the Levant, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Nakata area.
I don't know about the city.
That
I'm
would
just
be
like
that would still be Afro-Asiatic, the area you're talking about, the Levant and North Africa, right?
right, and you don't start seeing
Although
the
Africa,
Nilo-Saharan speakers until you get well into the Nubian territory. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. So you're confusing language groups now. So what's your point?
No. So you asked me basically who was an Egyptian, right? And I'm saying
Right.
that one of the very first qualities you're going to have to be an Egyptian is to speak the Egyptian language.
And what would be the Egyptian language?
That Afro-Asiatic language. The people who the experts have categorized in the Afro-Asiatic language speakers. Yes, yes.
The Egyptian language group would not be categorized as an Afro-Asiatic language group. It would be
You're wrong about that, but go ahead and say what you're saying.
We can pull it up, but we don't have a discussion.
Go for it. Let's do that.
Give me a second.
Hey, what happened to Reggie's presentation?
That's one of the
Reggie, I thought you was
that's
about
one of
to
the key
show something.
characteristics of why they consider them African, because even though it's called Afro-Asiatic, it still started on the African continent.
Hold on, what happened to Reggie? What you ain't showing what you was about to present?
No, because King J was talking.
Oh, I mean, you could after that or whatever. I'm waiting to see it. That's what's up.
No,
me too. I want to see that. I want to see that too. I mean, you can go ahead and just correct us right now, Reggie, because I know you know the answer.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna give me a few seconds. I'm gonna pull up my PowerPoint, but I was just waiting just to be respectful. But I do want to say, so King J, so are you talking about the 10th gnome that later became a Threbus when you was talking about the crocodile deity in it? Because that's the gnome that's happening.
Well, the 10th gnome is the Great Bull gnome. That's Kim Ware. I was
Right.
I was referring to the second gnome, Kim.
Okay, can you show that?
Okay, give me a second to pull it up.
Because that would be helpful to me. I would certainly appreciate that. I would add that.
For sure. Kenti Kai is the deity of it. But hold on a second.
Because I thought Kente Kai was in the 10th gnome.
Okay, yeah, I got it right here.
And I was taking a nap and I just woke up and I said, wow, Smash is on. Oh man. I didn't even start my day yet. I was like,
Share my screen. Hold on. I'm gonna just do it like this, just faster. That way you can see it. And then you might have to. Okay, I just took a quick screenshot If you're staring at I just type in Kim second nome, we see Kim.
Okay.
In Egyptian was the name of the second nome of Lower Egypt, and the capital was ancient Metropolis, the modern site, blah, blah, blah. You probably can go into it. Then we do see the deity, Kenti Urti, or Kenti Kim.
Wait 1 second, let me see. Okay, so we have men. Okay, so we have men, and then we have this version of Kim.
Parsing it out, yeah.
Right.
Sometimes we can see it as Kakim as well.
You say what?
Sometimes we might see it as Kakim or yeah.
Oh no, yeah. Well, okay. So this penis sheath is usually associated with men. So they say him. Well, okay. It's what they say. I'm not going to read what they say because I don't understand that. But
hey, Reggie, real quick, you gotta let
just so you can kind of understand what I was talking about.
Hey, Reggie, let due diligence in. There's some people asking to be let in right now.
Okay.
But it is a known.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at screen smash. So I'm yeah.
It's not even spelled the same. I'm not sure what connection you're trying to make.
What do you mean spelled the same as what?
Kim, the Kemet, the Kim and Kemet. There's KMT is the I believe that's the word in question here.
So that goes to your understanding. So the ta that you're talking about, the T would mean land of, right? So that's where we're getting the land of Kim. Kim is the actual land.
Do you have another source? Do you have another source? The problem with the problem with what you just showed was that it's the Kim with whether you say it's the crocodile or you say that it's the burnt charcoal, that otherwise it's just a wordplay. It's wordplay, and there is wordplay in the land.
But we have to still remember second nome Kim. Kim where is right across as a 10th nome. Now this is where you probably have a nice conversation in regards to. I'm under the pretense that when we see Osiris, when we see the Kim where that bull that you're referring to, and you're saying that bull is referring to the people, I'm under the pretense that God that we seeing depicted as a bull is Osiris as Kim where.
Okay, that's still okay, so
but that's 10th nome. That's 10th nome.
Okay.
But they're all within the same little area.
Okay, but you can make the argument that they're all in the same area, but I think that you need some other things to associate to make that stick. Not that they're in the same nome, because they're nomes that are connected to each other that have completely different meanings.
Of course,
you would need something else. So
even the Kim where, right? So it's going to be a nome, and associated with the nome, we're going to have a god, and then we're going to have a temple. All of them are going to be named Kim where, right? So it'll be Kim where the nome. We're going to have Kim where. It'll be so we say Kim where, we're saying great bull or great black bull. Kim black where great black. And then we started getting into Het Kim where, temple of the great black bull.
Okay.
And then we started talking about Kakim and Hot Terry Hill, the house of the land where the heart resides, But I have found the Kemet as a district of Kakim, spelled Kim with the M complemented the L with the double I.
Okay. What could you do us a favor, King J?
I can't. I'm on my phone, so I can't just.
No, that's what I said. King J, can you do us a favor? Can you compile? Can you, off your phone when you get a chance? Can you create a PowerPoint with
I would love to put together something.
You said what? What's the last?
I said I would love to put together something.
Yeah, put it together, and See, the problem is, okay, so you all know that I spoke to Dr. Carol Cooney.
For sure.
You all know that. And she asked not for it to be not posted. She asked after it, she told me, she sent me an email says do not post. But it was my work and my time, and she consented to having a conversation with me. And so she had these arguments that Kemet means the Black land, right? And I'm getting ready to show my PowerPoint, but I'm giving you some background. And I said, how does it become the Black land? And this is a PhD scholar. And she looked at the Nuit symbol, and she said the Nuit symbol makes it a Black land. And I told her, well, I have a paper by Alexandra Nibby that says that Kemet means the Black City. This is before the whole the whole country was named after that, right? And so because I brought up Alexandra Nibby, and Alexandra Nibby wrote a paper, her as a PhD would have to disqualify that. So she obviously wasn't prepared to disqualify what Alexandra Nibby had said, right? About it being the Black land, Black city. The problem is that they have us, the Egyptologists have us thinking about land, but they don't have us thinking about Black places, right? And Black things, right? Black places occur before the Black land, right? So then we have to look at when are the first times that Kemet was being used, right? They were Black animals, right? And then those Black animals became places of Black animals, and then they became then at one point the whole land was named after Kemet. At the same time, Kemet seemed to be at some point just a Black city, and Tameri was the whole land. And then the Black city seemed to be a sacred land that they had to those people of the land had to fight to kind of unite it. So when we sometimes when we think of the two lands, upper and lower, right? There was at the same time another concept of Tameri and Kemet. So Tameri and Kemet are two important places that had to be united. And that was another ongoing narrative in the land. So now I'm gonna share my screen, and I'm going to help you. I'm gonna help you. So Logic,
Brother Reggie.
I don't like you, Logic. It's not. I listen to your arguments. So I don't treat you like I treat I don't treat you like I treat some of the Hebrews. I don't treat you like that. I listen to your arguments, and then I'm just asking when because I'm in a different sphere. I can talk to PhDs when they want to talk to me, right? And many of you do not know that an Egyptologist who is kind of very, very how can I say, influential, she is going to add my work. She's going to cite my work in her paper as she does there's going to be a huge paper on decolonizing decolonizing Egypt. So Egypt has been colonized. So now let me just do this first. Okay.
Hey, Brother Reggie, before you jump in your presentation, do you mind if I make a quick point?
Yeah, of course.
All right. And I peace to you, Brother Reggie. Also, and peace to everybody on the panel too. I'm gonna join the show. It's a great show. I just wanted to comment to Logic's point when he was trying to make it seem like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you saying that because Kemet, we translate Kemet to Black City, it takes away from the overall point, because why would they then call the whole place Kemet if they was just talking to the city, talking about the city? Is that correct?
You're talking to me or Logic?
No,
Oh,
he
Logic.
he was saying he was talking to me. What's up, due diligence? No,
Peace.
so what I'm saying that I think that that's a bad argument for him to be making, because once you've acknowledged that there is a Black city within a nation, right? We're not talking about a country at this point, right? I mean,
Right.
not a country. We're not talking about a state at this point, right?
Right.
We're talking about one city within a county, within a nation, within an empire, right? So it makes no sense to, because of this one city, to call the whole empire Black. Did I? Oh shit.
Okay, yeah, I got you. So
Or the
let me
whole,
try to give you.
you know, that's what I'm saying.
No, I want to let Brother Reggie go. So I hear you. And I'm gonna jump out the way, but let me try to give you a contemporary example. I'm from Oklahoma. Oklahoma is translated to red man. And so they translated to land of the red man. But you know, also in Oklahoma, there's Oklahoma City. So there we do it contemporary also. You know what I'm saying? That's a prime example. So I don't think that takes away from the larger point, because people will name cities the same places they named the nation. And me being from Oklahoma is the prime example.
Your state is called Oklahoma. Your state is called Land of the Red Man, but because there is a state and a city called Land of the Red Man, that doesn't give validation to call the United States the Land of the Red Man. That wouldn't make sense. But you already have a designation for where the Land of the Red Man is, so you wouldn't then expand it to be the entire United States. You would just recognize this is the Land of the Red Man.
I think you are expanding it, because I would associate it with an expansion to be the whole of Africa, is what you saying. Like saying that Kemet, being called Kemet as the nation, is the same thing as saying the whole of Africa. That's what you're trying to say that I'm saying. But anyway, I want to let Brother Reggie jump in, but that's a contemporary example that cities and the whole nation, we're talking about cities and nation. You know what I'm saying? And this is a city and it's a nation that I'm in. And it's a contemporary example that's named of the color of the people. So that's all. Okay. Thank you, Brother Reggie. Thank you, Lodge.
So fine. So thank you. Okay, so I guess some people may not be familiar with my work, because when I did publish my article, I got pushback from your camp Logic. And the first pushback was like, well, it's Blackology. You published in a Black journal, right? And I published it in the Journal of Pan-African Studies. And so that argument should have died, because I didn't publish it in a journal called Black. I published it in the Journal of Pan-African Studies. And so I already, that particular journal already admitted that these were African people, right? The question of what the Black reality of the people, and the Black identity of the that is what we do on this show. We talk about the Black reality and the Black identity of this land. And how do we get there? Well, the first time that we ever saw the word Kemet, you could really look at the pyramid text for authoritative. We could look at other concepts outside of the pyramid text, but the pyramid text is an authoritative because the king is speaking. So once the king is speaking, he's speaking for the whole land.
Can I ask a question about that occurrence real quick?
Yes.
You said Kemet first appeared in the pyramid text. When it appeared, Was it a reference to a place? Was it a place name?
No.
Oh, thank you.
No, it was
Was
not.
it
No.
was it also was Kim Ware mentioned as well in that same
Yes,
utterance?
Kenware is in the pyramid text, and so let me explain. Okay, so the reason why I'm using the pyramid text is because the pyramid text is again the king speaking. If other people are speaking, it's like a rapper with a new style in a gnome, right? In Cali, like Smash Rockwell. Smash Rockwell says something that's real fly, it might catch on, but it comes from a gnome, right? It comes from a Sapat. But what the king tries to do is try to unify the concepts, and they did it in the pyramid text. So there are a lot of concepts out there. There are a lot of gnome gods. There are a lot of things that are obscure that have been since the beginnings, right? And so there's certainly things going on in the Delta, right? That was going on before before Nermer unified the land, right? So there's names and stuff like that. And then when the king comes and unifies the land, then somewhere, hopefully, he makes a statement about things in question. And so the pyramid text is a very good because that's where you see things that were obscure, like Ma'at comes into being, right? You see the word Ma'at, and you see Kim Ware, you see Kemet, all in the various pyramid texts. And so now we know that these kings and female kings, right, during this pyramid pyramid text age, or unifying these concepts. So the first authoritative time that we see the word Kemet is from authoritative is the king in Winners, where he is saying that this Unis stands among you, two horns or on his head like two wild bulls, for you indeed the black ram, son of a black sheep, born of a bright sheep, suckled by four sheep mothers. So over here you actually see, and I'm gonna see if I can blow it up a little bit. Yeah. So this is the pyramid text that it's here, right? And this is the transliterations, and here is the translation. Now, at this time period, right, Kemet is referring to black rams and black sheep. Okay, at this time period. So it's not being identified with a place, it's being identified with a sacred animal, right? So that's the first time that we see it. Okay, so then we will find later, right, in this particular text, right, that let's see right here, that we will see Kemet is now being referred to cattle, right? So how do we know this? Because let me just see. Okay, this is no. So wait, no. Then there's an association. There is an association of cattle with being people, and so we have this beautiful concept of this word called Winju, which means the short-horned calves. And the short-horned calves, there's another word called Winjwet. Now they're talking about people. So here's Winju, the short-horned calves, and then there is Winju, the short-horned people. So I've talked about that. Smash has talked about that. And I'm showing you, so they make the association that Winju are associates, people, and inhabitants. But Winju comes from the word of short-horned cattle. There is a earlier text in the Westcar papyrus, and I don't know if I have it here, and I should have put it here, where yeah, I did. I know I did on the cases of Kemet. So I have cases, I have cases of associations of people with cattle, and they are called the Netter Awat, the divine short, the divine small, the divine flock, right? So humans are called the divine flock, right? But the flock or the herd is this term that we use, Awat. All right. So I think everybody who studies it have seen that. And then that's in the Westcar Papyrus, but then that's also in Merikari. And I would have to go to my paper to bring that up, but I will bring up my paper later. So so now we have Kemet as beginning as herds. The people associate themselves as herds. Now then it becomes a concept of places of herds, the places of herds, right? And so now we get places. So in this particular case, there is a group of nomes, early nomes, and then we see Kakim, that's the 10th. I'm interested in what King J has to say about the second nome, so I can investigate that. But we have these places, and one of the places is the 10th nome, which is Kakim, and or the black bull. So here's the 10th nome. And then there was this conversation that Smash had with Ujawu about how that, I wish I had that, and that was beautiful. That was a beautiful conversation. And of course, I think that Smash won because Ujawu was he misinterpreted the word, and so maybe Smash can pull that up later. That whole debate, right? And we could read it in the Meta Netter. But anyway, so here, Kim is the 10th nome, and it is the black, and then there's a determinative for bull. So we got this right here. So Kim. So now, Logic, we're making so now I've showed you a couple of things. I showed you that that at some point also in the pyramid text, you see black bowls, sacred black bowls. So my concept is Kim does not mean just the color black, but sacred black. Okay, so if you don't have to accept what I have to say, but Kim is just not a color; it's a sacred, right? Now,
I do accept what you're saying, but I think what you're saying is problematic to what the larger concept that you're trying to grasp it in. But if you're not finished, go ahead and finish before I make.
Okay, when you say something like that, that's your scholastic opinion.
I wouldn't call it scholastic, but go ahead.
No, that's your, because then who was that? That's who's speaking to me? Logic?
That's Logic. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, wonderful. So Logic, the difference is that the Logic is what I am showing you is attestations in the land. I mean, at different time periods. So you would have to use your logic, but you would have to also supply us with things that make your logic sound. And and that's the problem. So, okay, for example, I talked about the divine Awat, and so we see it in the Book of Gates. I'll blow this up. Horus, right? Horus says to the cattle of Re. So the cattle of Re is actually a Wat. So when Horus is speaking, he's not speaking to the cattle, he's speaking to the cattle of Re, and the cattle of Re are humans. Okay, so you can see this right here. So Horus says to the cattle, and here's the word Awat right here. The Awat of Re is cattle. So
yeah. Now Now, while I quickly make my comment, can you make that easier for me to understand? Because I mean, I've heard you say that before, right? But
Yes,
I haven't seen you give a direct translation of, because there are millions of papyrus out there, right? I haven't given you you haven't given us some direct quote that says, when we say cattle, we mean people. I always hear you kind of assume that it means people based on your higher level of information about the culture, and I don't see like this direct connection between the people and cattle. Now, with that being
Hold on
said,
one second,
it's
Rob. Hold on one second,
even
Rob.
hold on, I'm almost done. I'm about to land my plane right here. So this is why I consider it still problematic.
Okay. I understand.
Because
I
no,
understand,
I'm
but
gonna be quick. I'm gonna be quick, Reggie. I'm not here to like embarrass nobody. I'm just having a
oh, you
conversation.
can't. You can't embarrass me, but go ahead.
I feel the same way. Like we're not, but it's okay. So what I'm saying is, if you're trying to make the point of Egypt being black, right? Making black a symbol, which you do when you say it means divine black, doesn't in any way refer to the people's skin if you're calling them divine black.
Okay.
So then it wouldn't justify calling them black people.
Okay. Okay, I got your point, and I definitely got your point. And I had your point before you even said it, because these are arguments out here. So I don't have to do the work. I just have to show the work, because the work has already been done. So if you go to the book of Gates, right? Now Horus, right? Horus is going to talk to the Ramesh.
So,
right?
Brother Reggie, quick question before we get too deep into it. I just have a quick question. So, when you're mentioning pyramid text, right? The overall, so we can eliminate people because the whole process is to become an Osiris, right? And the only person that can become Osiris is the Neset, the king, the pharaoh. So so we got to remember
Okay,
the
so
actual
let me
text
stop
here.
you right there. Let me just
Yeah.
stop you right there, because you actually resource stuff, and so you should you should know better. Okay, so if you want to go back to the pyramid text, right? The pyramid text has a number of different associations. So one association is, yes, at that time period, the king is being authoritative, and he is the black ram. Uh, uh, he is the black ram, and he is born of the black sheep. Then in another pyramid text, you have this word called Kemetiu. And this word Kemetiu is talking about even
Standing in front of the
obscure.
Kemet, standing in front of the Kemet to you.
Hey, brother, keep an eye on people trying to get in. It's people they trying to get in.
Okay, I don't, that's fine, but I'm talking and I still don't see, and I don't see the people trying to
All
get
right,
in.
I'll take the host. Keep talking, Reggie. I'm back, so I can
Okay, so please, if you're going to try to disqualify my points, please do know that I have done the work, and you should do the work too. So I'm prepared, and Smash is prepared, Sadiq is prepared, and a lot of us are prepared to make, because there's lots of this stuff that's not even my work, it's actually Smash's work, right? And so do know that you got a full panel. Now, let me just get back to this. The point that's saying that they're not associated with people. Okay, Horus is talking to the Remetu, which is the citizens of Egypt, right? Of this word that we call Egypt. He's talking to the Asiatics, which are people. He's talking to the Nehesi, which are people. He's talking to the Libyans, the Tamil, which are Libyans. Then after as soon as, right, there's a casual relationship, pun, casual. There's a casual relationship to the next text that on this that follows. Then he says to all the groups, Horus says to the cattle of Re. So now I've made my point that now the cattle of Re are
He dead already. He dead already. You don't even got to read more. Do you understand that logic? Horus says to the cattle of Ra, which are in the Duat in Egypt and in the desert. Now, if we read that in the glyph, it's gonna say which are in. It's gonna say Emiyi, what Duat, Kemet, Jesheret. But those are people. The cattle of Ra are people. Do you see what Reggie's showing you?
So if he doesn't see that, then Horus is going to speak again, right? Okay. So then he says, which are in the Duat. So the cattle array is in the Duat. They are in Kemet, and they are in the Deseret. So Kemet and Deseret in this context is concepts of order and chaos, right? So these people, all of these people are in the land called Kemet and the Deseret, and they are associated again with the sacred cattle, sacred animals. Then he goes over here, transfigurations to you, all of you, the cattle of Re, right? Which came into being through the great one who is in heaven. So then the great one who is in heaven, he creates humans, a flock of not cattle, but a flock of humans, but associated with humans that are associated with cattle. That's how they thought. They thought that humans and animals were herds.
Yes, right. Let me just add, because the racial taxonomy that we got is not natural. They were more of a natural people. They see birds of a feather flock together, and they also identify herds. A herd is all the same thing. You're not about to get a mixed herd of something too much. And so herds was their first grouping of people. And so since they group people in herds, it's likely that they're going to make the people something that are in a herd. But go right here, Reggie.
That's wonderful, because you have people have to know that you're looking at the land as a modern city in like something like the 18th and 19th dynasty. You're not looking at it 1,000, 2,000 years before, when in its earliest components, when it was a cattle culture. So if you look at it as a cattle culture first, a cattle culture of sheep and cows and bulls, sheep and rams, cows and bulls, then you will understand that the civilization was built off of these flocks, because these animals that they were herding in the earlier part and then domesticating later is what built the country. They ate that. That was what they taxed. That was there before they had large crops to feed people. It was the cattle and the sheep and the pigs and the other animals that they were able to build their economy off of. Right?
Real quick, because Logic was asking something that you clearly refuted, and I need to hear from him. Is he accepting this refutation? He clearly is showing you Horus referring to the people of the earth as cattle. Logic, you're on mute.
Yeah, I see what he's saying. What he's saying makes sense to me.
So I'm not even accept that the people seeing themselves as cattle.
I do, and I made emphasis on the second part of what it was I was actually saying. But if that's not the part you want to address right now, I'm gonna just let him finish.
Well, what's the second part, real quick? Because Reggie couldn't.
My second part is that takes you even further away from why you would call these people black people.
No, definitely not.
Yes.
Because the connection Reggie's about to make next is which herd of all of the herds of cattle was the divine herd to the ancient
Right.
Egyptians. And you can
Right,
answer the
which would be
question.
the black herd. They're the divine black.
So now you see, just in the herds of cattle, before we even get to the people, right? You see they have a divine herd. We understand that. Now let's look at something called the bull of bulls. Who is the bull of bulls? You know that, right? It's like the king of
Black
kings.
bull with the white star on his head
No,
and
the
all
bull.
that.
Yeah, that's a good answer. But actually, the bull of bulls is the king. So in a sense, now he is a leader of the herd. And this can be seen by the royal bull's tail that is on it is insignia of a royal bull's tail that every king wears. So not only was they making themselves synonymous to that black divine herd, they chose you mentioned them, the bull of bulls of the black divine herd, and made him synonymous with the king. So before we look over the rest of the herd, we already got the black divine bull being synonymous with the king. But is that clear to see?
It's clear, but it's even more clear that all this is symbolism.
That's fine, but the king is
But
a
go ahead.
person.
I feel like I'm interrupting right now. And he in his
Go ahead,
zone.
Reggie. I just wanted to expound for Reggie. Reggie's still cooking.
Yeah. So the thing about this concept of logic is that we have to fill logic with attestations. And in this culture, because we have more than 3,000 years of this culture, right? We see in the earlier period, before the Neanderthal palette, we see a number of other palettes that Smash has went over, like the Libyan palette, right? Where you see this concept of a bull breaking the gates of a city, right? So you see the bull in its earliest, in its pre-dynastic period, that the bull is a force, and that bull is the king. And the king is, there are lots of bulls, those are soldiers and stuff that help, but the bull of bulls is the king. So we've made the association first, the most important association is that people are herds, people are identified with cattle. There are many cattle deities, right? That's another part of this thing. That now at some point, so now they raise it from the nature to the supernatural, where you have Hawat Hor, who is a cow, a sacred cow, right? And then sometimes you have Nut as a sacred cow. That's the way they think. But Alexandra Nibby, she says over here, for some years now, I have not been alone in urging a closer scrutiny in the term Kemet as not meaning simply Egypt. So she destroys the fact in her first line on this. Now, it's interesting, a contribution to our understanding of Kemet that was hijacked to a contribution to the place name of whatever Asarnim wrote, a contribution to our understanding of the place name of Kemet. They only narrowed it to a place name. Alexandra Nibby, she talked about more things. She says, for some years now, I've not been alone in urging a closer scrutiny for the term Kemet is not simply meaning Egypt. Footnote, as not being equivalent to the term Palmeri, right? Two different terms. The problem of reconsidering this term radically is a vast one. It will not be accomplished by one single person. My purpose here is to recall that the problem exists and that we must not continue to ignore it. In the first place, one must stress that the writing of both of these terms usually carries determinatives which have been completely disregarded by us during the last 100 years. So Asar wrote this, and then he duplicates this in his work and says that we must pay attention to the classifiers or the determinatives. He got that from Alexander Nibby. He never cited Alexander Nibby. He made it like it was his own thinking. The Vortable shows, and I learned this from Smash Rockwell, it's not Waterbush, but the Vortable shows that Kemet is usually written down determinatives from the 19th dynasty onwards. So anyway, so here is now the place name, Kemet, and this is the place name of Tameri, right? Tameri has two, watch this. Tameri has two nomes. Kemet has one Nuit symbol. Tameri has both. Kemet has one. Now, then what did she say? So she said at the other end of the time scale in Ptolemaic times, we find that Kemet written inside the town determinatives, right? The catalog of Ptolemaic science shows that this was a common practice in that time. Clearly, this idea of enclosure, which by a town or a fortress remained associated with Kemet throughout the dynasties, regardless of the passage of time. How can we ignore it? In an effect to understand what is meant by Kemet, right, in the context of the place name, we should perhaps try to interpret it as meaning the Black City, right? So Kemet was a Black city at this particular time period. Now, it's a Black city, watch this, but who are the inhabitants of the Black city? Black, the Black herd, right? Now, also, right, I would say that the Black city was probably the first Serapis. It was where the divine Apis was, or the why am I using the word Apis? The divine Hep, the divine Hep. Now, if you studied anything about the culture, you know about Hep. Hep is the bull of bulls as a bull. He is the sacred Black bull, but he is closely aligned with kingship. So you have kingship, which is the king, and then you have Hep, which is the bull of bulls, which is definitely Black. So there's association between the king as a human, right, and his counterpart, which is Hep. So in almost in every period, there was a Hep bull, right? A bull was chosen to represent the king or kingship. Even when, watch this, even when a king died, right? If the bull had not died earlier, well, the bull is always there because once a bull dies, they replace the bull. Once the Black bull dies, they replace the bull, Black bull. So at all times, or a bull with Black markings, at all times, there was a Black bull that represented kingship. Getting back to this whole thing of enclosure, right? You see Kemet here in the Ptolemaic times inside a circle, right? An enclosure, right? But
so look, not to cut you off, Reggie. This is exactly what I would be talking about. Possibly, this gnome here. Look for the name Latopolis if you see it popping up around this time period.
What?
Latopolis.
Can you put that in the chat? And that would be in the Ptolemaic times.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so we would have to do that. Would be a study to see to look. Thank you. To look how Kemet remains connected to sacred Black to almost the end of Kemet, and then we would get there. So I don't know about that term, but thank you, right? Thank you. Now, so that doesn't disturb anything. So logic, we're applying not just logic, but we have source material that helps us, and we have source material in the forms of stelae, in form of pyramid texts, in form of to help us on this way. Now, I wanna turn to another part that most people forget, and I'll come back to this, and I'll stop talking because I think I've made my point. Is that we come to a period of the 6th dynasty. In the 6th dynasty, interesting, Kemet becomes Kim becomes a god. So there's a god Kim in the 6th dynasty. But something else is going on that deals with the people. So let me go and see where that is, right? I passed it. Where is it? Where is it? That while I find it, what I do want to say is, let me shrink this down so I can see.
This looked like a good presentation. When you gonna do the whole presentation?
I did it already.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I did this to Karakuni. That's who I did it to, right?
Hey, you still got that video?
Yes, I still, of course, because she said not to post it, but we had already recorded it. We just can't release it because I would have to think about if she would want, because she could do a court case and lose, but still drag me into a court case, even though my mistake, you know what my mistake was? My mistake was not just doing it live. Right? Oh, I want to show you this. So also, just to talk about things that are black. So here's the thing. The damn dog, right, can be black. So here's Blackie, right? Here's Blackie.
Yeah, that's one of Imtep the second's dogs, or the third.
That's right.
Yeah.
And his name is Blackie. But Blackie can be a dog, right? Blackie can be a dog, but people can't be Kim.
So they called him Blackie in the translations?
Yeah, he is right here. He's Blackie, right? This is I'm sorry, you see the dog determinative, and then you see this version of Kim spelled out with the uniliterals, right? Because he would be spelled out with the uniliterals as with the bowl, right? This bowl right here, Kim right here. Why? Because Blackie is Blackie, but he's still not sacred. Now he's just the kind of the color Blackie, right? And he gets a name. But I'm still trying to get to okay. So let's read this text right here. Hopefully I fixed this. Okay, so this is in a papyrus. I made them the cows of the herd, all more divine than their black herd. I made the breed even purer than it was originally. I encircled their boundaries to the custom places which others had taken for themselves for fields. Their boundary stones were set up engraved with thy name. There, I protected the black herd of Hep from stock bulls, which had strayed from the herds, which made for them decrees of administrating them upon earth. So here they are closely relating the black herd of Hep, which we already described, right, as being continuous in this civilization, right? And then you have the people. But the concept of the Hep is continuous throughout the whole civilization, no matter what the people are going through. And they are talking about making the black herd, right? The black herd even more pure than it was originally. And they enlarged their boundaries to their custom places, which others had taken for themselves for the field, for fields. Now, so this says a lot. It says that the places of the Hep, the divine, the pure breed. So they have a pure breed of cattle right? And they're enlarging their boundaries. That is so closely related to the people, right? Enlarging their boundaries, right? And boundary stones were set up and engraved with thy name. Fine. That is interesting because the Black City, of course, could have been a place, right, for the burial of the sacred bulls, right, in pre-dynastic time, right? And then it was so sacred that it had to be, it always had to be part of the land. And it referenced to Black cattle, which is I hate the word, I'm not going to use the word spiritual, but which is the composite to humans. This is how they think. And all throughout Africa, you have a relationship with Black people and their herds. I could have used I could have used a picture with a Black woman and a Black cow, but the fact of the matter is, I use this because the cattle are sacred in lots of places in Africa, independent of that. So the thing that I wanted to show you, which is a checkmate piece, two checkmate pieces, is the fact that where is it? Is that before there was a comparison, Egyptologists always fail. They will always fail with me. They will always fail with Smash, is because before we get to Kemet and Deseret as places, we have Kemet and Deseret as cattle, the red cattle and the black cattle. And where is that? Let's just find the source. So let me just go through this real quick to find the source. Okay, so we have the Emir Kemet and the Emir Deseret, and I just have to show it. And then we have Smash's great work on the personal names. So then if we add Smash's personal names of that we've done this whole thing from the database. Sorry, on my screen, all of this is not being shown, so I have to, because I'm trying to make it big enough for you. So when we have Pepion Kim, we have the family of Pepion Kim. We have over 50, over 70 human beings with the name Kim. So when you have Neok Pepi, which is Happy the Black, right? Watch this. You have also Neok Pepi, Happy the Red. So humans are being identified with Kim, right? And Deseret. So that should stop all arguments about whether or not they're associated with people or not. So Logic, I have to ask you a question. So now I'm gonna stop my conversation. Here we have Neok Pepi, Happy the Black, and we have another son called Neok Pepi, and he's Happy the Red. So will you concede that people are being called Kim and people are also being called Red? Will you concede that?
I never argued that, but I think that there's a.
But you never argued what? You never argued that they were not called Black because Neok Pepi, right? There's two Neok Pepis, and one is called Happy the Red and Happy the Black. So you said you never. This is what we're talking about. Whether or not the people
right. So I think that you might be mixing my argument up with somebody else. So I'm willing to give ground on my argument, right? I don't need to stand way somewhere firm and pretend like I know everything.
Tell me what your argument is.
Okay, so my argument is that whatever examples that you can pull up of Egyptians saying Black, calling themselves Black, It does not refer to the same blackness that we celebrate here in America.
Okay,
So
that's fine. I'm not arguing that.
okay. So
We
we're on
have
the
a
same
different,
page then.
wait, we have a, okay, finish.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, to celebrate them in their blackness and relate it to ours, I feel like that's a stretch. I feel like that's misleading. I don't know, and even worse to all of that, I feel like it doesn't empower us in any meaningful way whatsoever. But that's what I'll end and just let you talk again because
Okay.
that's the whole
Well,
reason
I
why I
wanna,
feel it
so,
necessary to have these
okay.
conversations.
So you know what happens when you're in the reason when you join a gang, right? You join a gang for your reasons, right? And you join this gang because the gang has the you have some agreement with the gang, right? So you join the gang, right, for your own reasons, right? Because it kind of lines up with some of your reasons, right? So now hearing your particular argument, I understand your argument, and what I want to say is that um, uh, information empowers us all, right? And decolonizing this ancient country, it empowers all humanity, right? Because for years we've seen Tarzan, we've seen Jungle Jim, we've seen sacred white lost tribes, we've seen even the Hebrews become Yul Brynner, and I mean the ancient Egyptians become Yul Brynner, and the Hebrews become Charleston Heston. We've seen that for years. What we're doing is we're doing the work to decolonize those concepts. And so understanding this ancient culture, which the Metropolitan Museum of Art now says Africa is the origin of civilization using Cheikh Anta Diop's model rather than the Sumerian model, empowers us all. Now, for our people to understand that these people in this land had a Black reality where they made Black sacred for a people who have been made this color Black and associated to less than humanity, empowers us all, right? It empowers the world, and it pushes back the Arabs, right? Who have used Black to enslave a whole group of continent, almost a whole continent that they invaded, and then following those groups of people, the so-called Europeans that figured out a way to enslave us based on our color, and then the Hebrew rabbis who made Ham Black, right? Made him Black for as a mark, right? Because his father slept with his well, no, Canaan is cursed because Ham slept with his mother, right? And he was marked, and then you have this whole Hamitic type, Shemitic type, right? We want to repair all of that. I'm not just arguing some stupidness about whether we in America or the people of Kemet. I have never argued that, right? I'm not going to say never. I'm going to say when I was
Would you be
learning,
kind enough to just to go as far as to say our blackness here in America isn't what their blackness was in the ancient kingdom?
simply, I say that every day. But what I will say about what I'll say that is we have a different Black reality than they have, but because we're humans and we all think the same, our Blackness here, what we make the best of it, right? In almost in a very similar context. For example, we create concepts like the Black Panthers, which is an animal representation, a composite self of ourselves, and we named ourselves things like the Black Panthers. And there are other Black organizations associated to animals, and we did the same because we are the same people from Africa, and we had no problem making Black sacred. But we have a different Black reality, but we have similarities with ancient cultures. What the Europeans and all those other people, by renaming the whole land to some Greek term, right? They tried to disassociate that Black reality, right? So in this case, I never found it. So I'm going to share my screen and find. Oh, the other thing is on this, while we have to do this, is that they went so far in the 6th dynasty in Apkua to make Kim, watch this, a netter, a Black god, right? And then anybody who can read the Meta Neter can see it right here, where it says, Wesh Kim, right? Praising Kim. And then they have him on the Horus statue, right? They don't have him on the Osir. They have praising Kim, who is the Horus, right? Right? In his place, right? And then you have that he is the divine. So the text actually says, so let's not read what Reggie says, let's go read what the Europeans say. Praise, giving praise to the great, no, let's go back up. Here it goes. Praising the god Kim, knowing full well that Kim means Black, but Kim is the Black god, following the god, praising the Nesmet barge for his beauty, bringing the hepet of the Mad barge, giving praise to the great God. We know now we know what Kim means. Praising the sacred Black netter. We don't need this because we got the Meta Neter. And the Meta Neter, right? Here it goes right here. Praising the sacred Black god, Neter, Horus, right? They want to make this right here. They want to make this they want to make this god, but it's Horus. Who the hell is Horus? Horus is the son. Horus will become the falcon will become the son of a Sarnanet, of a Set, and they are Black, right? So if we read the Meta Neter, we don't have to. We get another. We get more information. So I think I've said enough, and I think I've answered.
I think you nailed it home a minute ago. But yeah. I mean, I get what you're trying to say, right? And I think so. And I really think that you're the perfect person to really get to the bottom of the whole thing, because I'm kind of like more on the pushing the conversation to where I consider where the real benefits lie, right? When you summarize all of what you're doing, what you would be talking about is identity politics, right? And I think that a fair question arises of how far can identity politics take us, right? And I think that that's like what my real dilemma is, okay. Right? Let's say if we even solve this puzzle of the identity politics and we gain all the possible benefits, that still doesn't leave us with any goals for the future in mind. We've been so focused on studying on trying to solve a puzzle that was put together 5,000 years ago that we haven't planned for the next 5, 10, 15, 100 years.
Right,
go
but
ahead.
yes and no, because we have to pay attention to a changing world. And I do want to say is that my paper, which even isn't a journal article, right, to our community, right, to our specific community, it wasn't really important. I had to argue after I've written a journal article, got it accepted. Who does that? I'm not a trained Egyptologist, right? I am someone who's just been studying this from the greats for a long time. My own work wasn't even popular in our community if it wasn't for Smash and the Magi's. Why? Because the first thing on identity policy is another group of my own people, right, trashed my work. And it wasn't until Smash came and helped pick it up and expand it that our own community. So when we talk about identity policy, we don't need the white man. We got people that look like us who say they study this work, right? Who will trash work because it doesn't align with their politics with white people. And then that they will pick and scrape and chew things, white arguments, versus looking at, do you know how much time it took for me to assemble direct attestations? Do you know how much time it takes Smash all night long, right? Looking in corpuses, right? And then putting it together, right? And making it cohesive versus people who argue with us who can't show us any medunecha, any attestations, right? And we still have to argue. I have to argue these points to a population that doesn't have the respect to go into an African culture, right? And to see the similarities because we are all African, right? I have to argue with people who have no arguments within the text. And then luckily, when I was doing this with Netter, I had my own thoughts but I let Netter lead. I had my own thoughts about it, right? What happened was he was doing this work. He was fighting with Asar on this, and then Dr. Richetti said, Dr. Richetti, who taught us all the Medunecha, right? And when I say taught us, not directly, but Dr. Richetti there was two schools. There was the Obenga school and there was the Richetti school. The Richetti school, she produced people like Mfadishi. She produced, what's the brother name who wrote the first Black grammar book? What's his name? He wrote what's his name? If anybody could think, Ankh Ra. Ankh Ra was a student of Harold Dix, who I served under as the first Eastern Region president, Harold Dix. I served under him, and I was in his class with Dr. Richetti when she first taught it. And that ultimately came out to be Ankh Ra took it and wrote a grammar book. And so some people use Ankh Ra's work, but ultimately it's Dr. Richetti's that school. And then so in the universities you have the Benga school, which is Dr. Mario Beatty, right? Dr. Mario Beatty's but in the university, and then ASCAC, Dr. Mario Beatty, but ASCAC is also associated with Dr. Richetti. But my point is, I understand your point, Logic, but do you understand that it's two things? Our struggle for identity in America as African people has changed the world, has changed the way that people all over the world look at the people of Africa. Identity policies, we did not start. We are just cleaning it up and showing that the Europeans lied, that the Greeks can't be trusted because they have concepts like the perfect black, that they identified themselves in their art as black, right? And the Romans and the Greeks and all of them went to Kemet, right? They made themselves pharaohs. They were properly coronated. They drunk that water of African people, but they want to make those African people in Kemet the lost white tribe, and the Arabs have done it. And so that's why I can't go back to the land, because I'm a leading proponent of the Black reality, one of them, not the leading, but one of the leading proponents of a Black reality that you can't get around, right? I'm hoping Smash will go. But you're looking at somebody who, my teachers are gone, Dr. Ben is gone and stuff like that. And so you're looking at somebody who's actually done the work. And I'm arguing with people, first of all, let's just have some respect. You're arguing with somebody who has at least written a journal article and got it accepted. And I'm arguing with people who haven't written 3 good lines, 3 good paragraphs. Now, because I'm amongst you and people play with me, and I appreciate you saying that you respect the way that I talk, right? Because I try to talk logically, and I think you could respect that. I'm arguing with people who can't spell, who can't write, who can't research, who can't cite, right? Who got no name in this game, who have made up names, don't even ever use their real names, and they have value, and I don't have no value. Get the F out of here.
I mean, you know, I think what's really cool, you know, sometimes when I think about it, is that you are a part of like the foundation, right? And you kind of can't have step 3 without step 1 and 2. So with being a part of the foundation, you know, regardless of how much I feel like you guys might have had wrong, it would make you pivotal. Hold up, y'all, don't cut me off while I'm not even finished talking.
Well, you've been
hello
talking a long
to you,
time.
sir.
I've been on the show about an
Okay,
hour.
well, hello to you, sir. Let me finish what I'm saying, and you
That's
can
what
talk.
I'm saying. So I'm
So
trying.
what
to
I'm
slow
saying
it
is,
down.
I think that that's cool that you're a part of the foundation, and without, like I say, without you guys, you, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, you know, there isn't a next chapter to the whole conversation. But I feel like the real big conversation is, so what comes next? And you can't have a next if you continue doing the same thing. And I don't like their blackness shouldn't be important to us. What was important is that Egypt was in the grasp of like white supremacy. It was in the grasp of scientific racism. They were trying to say that black people, African people, didn't have any contributions to civilization, but that part of the mystery has been solved, right? They've firmly taken that out of the scientific racism argument and said that yes, this is an African civilization. So that's a big W right there. Like that's like man on the moon first walk, big W for black people. Well, I mean, for at least more so for African people. So to go beyond that and celebrate the blackness of it, I think that you're kind of at that point you're kind of like taking it somewhere where it doesn't have to go. We've like the experts have already acknowledged that the Africans did make a contribution here. Here it is. It's in Egypt. So to make it black, like now you're going past, I believe, what the original goal is. And be frankly, you know, I think that you are going past what the objective was from the original teacher. See, they were fighting scientific racism. You can't be fighting scientific racism if it ain't there. If they already admitting that it's an African civilization, well, then who exactly are you fighting at this point? You can't be trying to prepare yourself for the next UNESCO conference. They already did that. But go ahead, James. Say what it is that you come to say, and hello to you, by the way.
Man, I don't know why it is that you're on here trying to sound so intelligent and saying much of nothing. Like, I mean, just like Brother Reggie said, he's put a journal paper together. You could respond to that if you disagree with his position. But to keep saying that it's not important for African people to correct the wrong that was done to us, I don't understand how do you come to that conclusion, or who are you to come to that conclusion? And it's not a universally known thing that this has been corrected. We're at the infant stages of this being corrected in academia. It's not widely
No, they
known.
corrected it in
Yes, it is. Hold on.
1974.
You just told me not to interrupt you, so don't interrupt.
They corrected it in 1974.
Well, okay, if that is the case, then why is Kara Cooney and them tripping when Brother Reggie and them is talking to him? What he left?
I'm right here.
I mean, I just said, if that's the case, when Brother Reggie and them is talking to these current scholars, why are they having a problem with what Brother Reggie and Smash them is saying?
I'm not going to speculate what happened with Kara Cooney and Dr.
No,
Reggie's
I'm talking. We've moved on past that. It's other scholars that seem to have problems with what's actually being said between Brother Reggie and Smash now. Is it not? They aren't just totally willing to just go. They don't.
No, he actually just played two people that acknowledge that it's an African civilization, and you're trying to push past it being an African civilization, and you're trying to tell geneticists and archaeologists that the people are black, and that's not the language that they use.
Well, regardless of the language, see, this is what I'm saying, Logic. You seem to be confused with like naming conventions. Like you don't understand linguistic evolution, like how words can fall out of favor in the lexicon of human speech. So like once upon a time, we used terms like Negro, but we no longer use those terms. Those terms now are deemed offensive, right? Words like black, but these same words are associated with the same people genetically that we're talking about. So I don't understand why y'all playing like y'all illiterate when y'all know that this happens. This has happened in our lifetime. So
here's what I'd like to encourage you to do right quick, yo. And Reggie knows what I'm saying.
Hold on. Wait a minute, because you've been talking for. We got Brother Joey on the panel, and then we also got that good guy that just stepped in. So give them a chance to speak before.
Yeah, I'm being short. I'm really done. Reggie knows what I'm saying when I say this. That like their identity politics is really only going to take us but so far, and that's a conversation that's actually had amongst the Afrocentric community. Malefe Asante is one of the people who brought up that conversation as a contention to being too Egypt centric and having too many ideas based around this one particular civilization, when Africa is a very large and diverse place. See, it's not even some of the stuff that I'm actually be bringing to the table is really stuff that Afrocentrics brought to the table, but because you're so uninformed about Afrocentrism, you think I'm tripping.
No, what you're not understanding is how world taxonomy works and how they indoctrinated us with the one ideological system. They told us of a beginning of one thing, and we accepted that. So what's wrong with Africans correcting that and using the same model that they use, but just using the correct information?
They did it in 1974.
So hold on. Let me ask you.
That means 50 years later, you think you're doing something new, and you're not.
What are African Americans indoctrinated with? What is the history that they're indoctrinated with right now? African American. What percentage of our people are Christian?
James, I think that's too much for him. James,
Hold on, that good guy. Let me ask him. What percentage of the African American community is indoctrinated with Christianity? That's their line of thought as far as what's going to happen to them in life and death.
Hey man,
why is it good enough to indoctrinate us with that, but instead of us using the corrective information?
I'm not really sure how that's relevant to what we're talking about right now.
It's totally relevant because they indoctrinated us with the wrong historical information. Would you agree with that? What
I
is
mean,
does your
I
grandmother go
don't
to
think
church?
that's.
Wait a minute, does your grandmother go to church?
Yep.
Do you think that that's the correct history for her? I mean, for our people to be going and paying tithes into our enemy system? You think that's a great thing to do?
I think that's kind of irrelevant for what we're talking
No, it's not
about.
irrelevant. That's what's going on. But let me mute out and let that good guy get in.
Logic, do you think the word Africa synonymous with black or white, Arab? Like, what group of people when you hear the word Africa, what was it synonymous with?
I think that here in America, right, our American lens puts a limitation on how we view things as far as how much importance we put on terms of black and white. But I feel like people in Africa don't have the dilemma we have. They are very clear about who is my tribe, and they're not so focused on what their color is and more about who their grandfathers and great grandfathers were.
Do
I
you
think,
believe
first of
that you
all,
answered the
Africa
question?
is
Hold
a
on, hold on, hold
continent.
on. KJ, hold on. Do you believe that did you answer the question?
I did. You don't believe I answered the question?
No, I
You
don't, because
asked
I
me.
asked
You asked
you.
me if I think Africa is synonymous with black, and then I told you the limitations of our perspective here in America make that of our reality. And then I went on to say that the people in Africa aren't as focused on their color as we are. They consider
That's
themselves
crazy.
amongst their tribe, right?
So
That they want to be.
once again, I think you filibuster. So it's basically a yes or no, and
Right.
then elaborate. So if you're gonna say no, I think you're synonymous with Arabs, then or Muslim, whoever, then go ahead with your dialogue.
I would say Africa is not synonymous with black because Africa is a continent. That's like saying America, South America is synonymous
What's
with what?
wrong with
You know how many
you?
different
You ain't doing
ethnicities stay
nothing
in
else.
South
Man to door. Dang.
North
You act like
America?
you busy or something.
Hey,
You ain't
brother
doing
Reggie,
nothing else in the
if you're
world.
still here,
And you answer the door.
Hold on. I don't okay, I'm on this panel and I may have to make
Are you gonna meet him tomorrow?
Hey, mute
You
out
can
due
find something
diligence.
for him to
Somebody.
do.
may have to make
I
that
mean,
clear. But I want to say something. Again, because I've had great teachers, great mentors, people that people revere as how can I say great ancestors and great scholars. I've studied under them. I've had to do my own work. And I do think that before you even begin to really talk on this subject, you actually have to do the work, right? We hear a lot of conversations and things like that, but very few of them actually have done the work, any work. So I listened to a source, Imhotep's conversation for many years, figured out where he was wrong, and Ujawu figured out who he was wrong, but at least they show some evidence so I can push the evidence back. It is not us so much trying to attack Egypt black by making these conversations that people in Africa, they're associated with their tribes. When you talk and you say that, you've better been to some places in Africa. Don't go to Africans in America and make your points. You have better been to some African countries, like even in the West Coast, Senegal, Ghana, Ivory Coast, right? You had better, because if you're talking to me, I'm gonna say that you're just talking, right? And a lot of times people talk about this land, Egypt, never been there, never seen nothing, never went on a study tour. That's your opinion. That's popular here on YouTube. It's not really popular outside of that. So the point is, we have a civilization of several civilizations that identified themselves with the color black in the midst of Europeans and Arabs and other groups of people devaluing us based on our skin color. We know in modern science that you have to have melanin in your skin to survive those places where the civilization was born at. We are not going to let anybody devalue that. That is not what we're going to do. when at the same time we had Tarzan, Jungle Jim, we had a whole bunch of all these religious stories where Black people were slaves. Only in the 1960s, leading up to the 70s, that we would begin to correct that. You are the children of that. You got some unmitigated gall to not do the work and then to challenge why our greatest elders took us on this path. And contrast it with your own studies and your own opinions. The people that we talk about, they have done the work, wrote the books, right? We're only here to expand it and sometimes defend the parts of their work that we can defend. There are some points of their work that is not defendable. It's written in the same time period where of extreme racism. We're so lucky to have a Dr. Diop, a Dr. Ben, Antoinette Furman, a Dr. Delaney, right? And another scholar that we are going to announce soon, that I'm part of a research team on. One of the first Black scholar scientists that studied the Medu Neter 30 years before Delaney, and was part of the group of Champollion's family, right? Who was a go-to Black person in France, right? And so we are going to talk more about that later. But your very own have been selected by 2 Egyptologists to work on a project, right? Your very own, selected by 2 Egyptologists, PhDs.
That's right.
To work on this project. And I'm not going to let anybody, right, who, and I'm just like you. I came from the inner city. I'm just like you. But I'm not going to let you, with limited arguments, come around and poison other groups of Africans who haven't done as much work, who would like to go to the work. Anybody want to come to the museum with me? Jonathan Owens came. Anybody else here that I see? Oh, Sadiq came to the museum with me. You walk the museum with me with your bad attitudes, right? In front of an audience, I will make you cry. I will show you how ignorant you are on not only Kemet, but on West Africa, where you can't say that you didn't come from. I will make you ignorant, right? And I don't want to do it because I'm mean-spirited. I will do it because you know so much about European history, right? And nothing about your own people. You recreated yourselves. And I'm not going to let you, right, come without any information just to make talking points. I'm not going to let you do that. So how can I make James the host? Who's the host right now?
I'm the host right now.
Okay, wonderful. So if you are going to fight us and come on this page, you better show, and logic, I'm not talking about you per se, right? So I enjoy talking to you, but you have to understand some of the other people that you're talking to, and we are well prepared to deal with your arguments. We can go on. I just did 45 minutes. Smash can do.
Brother Reggie, just read the screen, please, not to cut you.
Say what?
He wants someone to read the screen right here.
Well, you can't read it.
It says important words include the Egyptian word Afro-ka, meaning
throw that out. Throw that out. That's garbage. Throw that. Just throw
I don't know who put this up here.
That is the national. That's education and National Geographic.org. Looking at what Africa may mean, right? But you.
Oh, okay.
So the fact of the matter is,
I'm talking about the etymology of the word.
But you see, this is the product, Joe. You just doing
hold on.
scholarship.
See, etymology though, not to that African human
Reggie. See, Reggie. Hold up. Before you leave, Reggie, let me say one thing to you.
Hold on. Do you see it though? Do you see what it says when they go to etymology though?
That's not scholarship.
Yeah, but we can what I mean by throwing that out, I'm well prepared to throw that out. So okay, so for example, the Egyptian word Afro-Ika, show that to me. We do the Meta Netia. Show that in the Meta Netia. See,
what it said. Let me read it. It says the motherland, and I guess they're saying that this comes from the Greek word Afri. It says meaning without cold. It says with the Latin word Africa, meaning sunny. This is what this is saying. I mean, I just read the whole sentence.
Just go down to the etymology part.
But it says once you go down to the etymology, which is shaded in blue, it says that another etymology of African theory posits that origins of the spelling of Africa stems from the Latin word Afir, which means black or dark. And
that's crazy.
No,
you would do better to bring
what it's
up
saying. I mean,
I know, but you would do better.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
I didn't put this out here.
I put that up because he was talking about the word Africa. He was talking about.
You would do better.
He was talking about the word Africa.
Talking about Africa.
We weren't really
talking about Africa. We weren't really talking about the term Africa. We was really talking about
not at all.
Yeah,
Kemet. And
that's gonna throw us off.
No.
I'm gonna take that off the screen.
Take it off. That good guy. But let due diligence had his hand raised up next. So I guess he's next up on the mic. And if anybody want to speak,
thank you for putting it up. I think we can handle that if we do a whole show. The good guy, the whole show. So it's valuable enough to do a whole show on that subject. So
I'm showing something now. So I'm just showing Kim Ware.
I totally agree with that comment.
I'm just showing kind of what Reggie was talking about. I'm showing Osiris depicted as the bull with the determinative as Osiris, and we see Kim Ware, and we see it as the great black one with Osiris. It's from the TLA entry. So I just want us to know that although Reggie did that occurrence is correct, there are several more occurrences where he is depicted as Osiris, as Kim Ware, as the god, not the total the people. It's more of Osiris.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Let me just stop you there. So let's read the Medu Necha. Okay.
Okay.
Right?
I can follow.
Kim Ware, right? And then it has an association. The first thing you see is a cattle.
Mm-hmm.
You see a god. A god is a supernatural representation of the people, right? So
of the king.
People follow. They create their own gods, usually representing and identifying with themselves.
Well, but hold on. We got let's follow. Let's stay in order. The whole thing is on Earth you're Ptah, and in the Dua you're Osiris. So it's a singularity. We're not talking about people. We're talking about in the beginning in the Old Kingdom. We're the king. This is the king. The only king is the only person who has
the king represents the people. And
that is true.
Horus.
That is true.
Horus is the divine. Horus represents the people. Didn't you look at the Book of Gates? Who's the pharaoh?
Person that
is
can
the pharaoh Horus?
Osiris.
Is the pharaoh Horus?
Yes.
Watch this. Is the pharaoh if the pharaoh is Horus? If the pharaoh is Horus. If the pharaoh is Horus and Horus represents the people, right? And the people created a falcon god called Horus, right? Then the people and the god that they created will share the same attributes. The gods don't exist. These are concepts of human beings. Humans make gods. Gods don't make humans.
But
right?
the only divinity is in the king. The people are divine.
Right.
Oh no, that changed. Now who's
Later.
King J? Yeah, it changed.
After the Armin
Wait,
priesthood.
it changed. So what you're doing, King J, is that you're not respecting the culture
I'm
itself.
qualifying the time period, Reggie. You have to be. We're talking about a certain. We're not conflating everything into one. We're talking about.
Well, the
this in the
Kimware, this concept of Kimware, this particular attestation is what period?
What does it say? 2300 BC.
Okay.
Yeah.
So wait. Okay. So okay. No. Wait. Hold on.
I can't see what it
Old
says.
Kingdom, stop it. Don't play with me. In the Old Kingdom, very rarely did they have determinatives. Stop it. So you can't do that to me, because in the Old Kingdom you would see things like Kemet, and you would see things like Kim. And the problem with the Old Kingdom, why it went so far, is because they did not have determinatives. So this is a classic attestation that covers all periods, right? Using the phonetics.
Right.
But in the Old Kingdom, right? In the Old Kingdom, you don't see this.
Okay.
I can show you back. I can take you back to when God was Kim in the sixth dynasty, and you just see Kim.
That's a fair point. We will have to go through each one of these edits. It says it's 8 occurrences of it. So we would just have to go through.
Yeah, click it. You got that's yours, so click it. You brought it up.
Hold on. I mean, we have to go to the TLA. We can just pull up. Just go to the TLA.
You have the board.
I can't show my live screen. I just know how to do the photos.
Oh, you just not okay.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to do that today. I think that we have to, for the purposes of the good guy, because I don't want to be disrespectful to him. We could do a whole concept.
Yo, Saber Reggie, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I'm leaving. I gotta make a run, and but I'm just trying to say on this show, this is the Smash Rockwell show, right? We show sources, we show attestations for the land. That's how we make our points. On those other shows, they do what logic, logic is seemingly a little bit better than the other shows. They bring us back to preschool. They have no respect and no skill set for this work that we're talking to. So Dr. Karakuni, respected Dr. Karakuni, but Dr. Karakuni, I gave her my work. I sent her my work. I sent her my arguments. I sent her the slides I was going to use. And she said, oh, she was busy. But let's just go with it. And then when we went with it, she should have read my work. She didn't have no respect for me.
Hold on, Reggie. Before you leave, I remember, earlier Smash he was surprised. He was like, where is this at? And you was like, I already did this. But you did that on a recording with Karakuni, and you never did actually bring it to the public. Is that what's going on? After you wasn't able to air that with Karakuni, did you ever present that separately from her?
Yes and no.
See what I'm saying, Reggie?
Yes and no.
Skip her. We need to do that presentation over here. We would appreciate that. Because it looked like you went through, you did a lot of work, and you put in some major time to do that.
Well, I did part of it, but the issue is, at some point, I will, for a small audience, I will show the she says do not air it.
No, we don't need her. We just need what you did. For the record, for the catalog. If we don't even care about what they talking
You know
about.
what you could do, Reggie? You could
What could I
blurt
do?
her face out and mute and clip out every time it say her name, and then it could just be with an anonymous Egyptologist. You know what I'm saying?
But I don't even. He could do it without her. I mean, I think that the slides I was looking at.
What you mean? Just edit it?
Yeah,
I could because they're my own words. I could find the presentation and take out everything that she said and just show
and
I said.
show you talking and just let her, I mean, you could play her audio. I'm saying she said
No,
don't.
no. I wouldn't play the audio. I would snip out everything she said because she didn't say much, right? Everything that she said, I used her own Egyptologist against her. The person that Smash was talking to, right? Who basically said what the meaning of Kemet was, right?
Winterman.
I could snip out everything that she said and I could play what I said, right? And that would be enough. And then we could add other parts to it. But listen, listen, I do a lot of work. I don't get a lot of appreciation, but the Magi's and they do appreciate my work. It's just one more thing I have to do. It's just one more thing that I have to do. And for why? All you gotta do is keep watching Smash Rockwell's show. But for the catalog,
because people are gonna look at this 100 years from now on this channel, and that's the corrective information. We need that to be be in the docket. So you know what I'm saying? It's your work.
Reggie, think about doing it in the back chat, so you don't have to do it in the public. You can do it privately too if you just want to show. You know what I mean? Like
private.
Nothing's
private. I appreciate
we don't need
that.
We need this in the open.
If I did it in private, then what people would do is they will record it and it wouldn't be private. So Reggie's smarter than that, right? But what I could do, thanks to your input, I could edit out everything she said or her comments and just use I have rights to my own comments.
Correct. Okay, right? Yeah. Well, however you need to get done, we need to see this.
I'm telling you, if you take her likeness out of it, you can still use her voice, bro.
There's nothing she can do.
Because she would be the one have to dox herself and say, that's me. But if no one, no, that's not true because her voice is identifiable, so that's wrong.
Right. Yeah. I would not. See, the thing about it is, look, okay, here's the other part of this, Smash. From what you showed the other day, which was so powerful, you showed that the whole Egyptian state is involved in this. They have super resources, right?
We trying to get cash apps, and they got the government on their side.
Yeah, their whole thing is this. Look at President Egypt lends Trump or under the table allegedly $10 million. From that, Trump somehow allegedly gives Egypt billions, allegedly. Egypt now doubles down with that. Thank you, Trump. We're going to take those billions that we gave you and we're going to do our infrastructure, our military. But you know what else we're going to do? We're going to make money. Thank you. Right? We're going to build the gym, the Grand Egyptian Museum. Right? So we're going to be making money hands over foot. Right? Every day, all day, like water. We're going to be printing money because people are going to come to our place to go to see our Grand Egyptian Museum, right? And they're going to check in and they're going to be printing dollars. Thank you so very much for the billions that you gave that we could use now, right, to create this museum. Now, this museum might have cost $1 billion. How many billions do you think over the next 50 years this museum is going to make? Right? How much a year do you think this museum makes? Right? So they're printing money just on this museum. of a culture that's not their ancient culture, which is the world's culture, which is African people's culture. And they're not giving it to anybody. And the other thing that they're not doing is they're having the Europeans dig for them, dig, find, right? But they don't have to say who did the digs, how much money that that these institutions use. All they have to do is take the artifacts and put it in a museum and ching, 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 ching. That's the game. And the Europeans are stupid because they're not fighting for rights. They're not saying you must cite us in our dig in every caption, in every electronic thing. You're trying, the Egyptian government is trying to write out European endeavors in deciphering, right? In digging up, in cataloging, in doing the meta-nature. If it wasn't for the Europeans, they themselves wouldn't know the meta-nature. They wouldn't know themselves the name of the kings. Why? Because they say they were the original people of the land. That's what they say they were, right? But they can't prove it. They can't prove it. They can't
Can I
prove
say something? If you're still going, go ahead, Reggie. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was asking. If you're going, just go.
No, I'm closing out because I gotta do an errand. But the fact of the matter is, they are hijacking European endeavoring. So for the next 100 years after that, slowly the European work they're dictating to Europeans, okay, you can't dig no more. We don't even want you to know. We don't care. We got enough from you. So we don't need your institutions to dig anymore. We're just keeping under the ground because we own the land. Do you see the super international game? Man, Brother Reggie can never go to Egypt. Man, first they might turn me away if they're nice. If they're not nice, they'll just let me disappear, right? I can never go back to that land because I see what the game is. I see what the game is. The game is that they have, other countries have oil, other countries have heavy metal, and other countries have water, and this particular country has artifacts of African people that they invaded, right? They say the Arab norms. Okay, Arabs are not indigenous, right, to that country. The Berbers are, but the Berbers were Arabized. But listening to the way that they talk about it, they were always there. No, your culture, your Arab culture was not always in that land. It was not. You didn't care about it. You didn't try to preserve it. You forget the Ottomans were there. The Ottoman Turks were there. How many people did the Ottoman Turks bring in, right? So when you talk about your Arab norms, let's keep it a buck. It wasn't all the people from Arabia. It was convert groups like the Turks, right? So even Hawass, where's Hawass's family from, right? So let's keep it a buck. I said too much. Y'all can figure it out.
Hey, Brother Reggie, before you leave, right? I feel like that's why I be putting so much effort into trying to direct this conversation more towards like the benefits of identity politics, right? Because I think we could safely assume that one day, if this gets put in the textbooks and the fight is finally over, right? Then what?
What do you mean then
like
what?
does
Hold
that
on,
mean we
man.
no longer deal with police
No.
brutality? Right?
Well,
I mean,
here's the
so
thing.
and I think it's
Well,
a
let me
valid
ask you this,
question.
Logic.
I think it's a
No,
valid question because
you talking
the
about.
people
Go ahead.
who brought up the conversation were what they would call revolutionaries. They had a goal in mind, right? And it was far beyond just get it in textbook. They were
So
really
let me ask you
trying to
this, Logic.
accomplish something. They didn't have a hobby, and this feels like a hobby group.
Well,
it,
that
you're right.
Since
It
the
is people that's
implications
let me
aren't
playing.
say
so
something.
big, we're
Let
not
me
really
say
trying to
something to that.
accomplish something.
You
Go
think
ahead.
you have something significant to say about identity politics, but you ain't
Man,
even acknowledging how right now everything we doing has been done by people already. They went right and said they are the Jewish people, right? And they went and found the language and revived the language, right? And their current identity politics is running the world. Period. They got something called anti-Semitism to where you can't even say they ain't the Jews no more, else you get in trouble. And so everything you saying, if you really dealing with what's going on in the world today, everything we doing is actually relevant to correcting and erecting the truth, bringing it forward,
Well,
letting
but the irony of what you're saying, their ability to enforce their identity politics on the world are not based on how true it is. Now, figure that.
that's the point. That's why we are coming in and trying to correct. We are not playing identity politics.
You didn't
We
catch what
just
I
trying to
just
be historic.
said. The
Hold on, let me
Jews,
land. We trying to be historically accurate. So it's not about identity politics to us. Are other people maybe playing that game? Yes, but you are discrediting the brothers that's up here on that panel. Like you will come in on a panel and say that the Egyptians didn't call themselves black to two people who could actually read the language, and you can't even bring a source to refute it, but just say it out your mouth. That's so disrespectful. What
that's
about
not what I
just
said
the
this whole time
historical
I've been up here.
accuracy? You absolutely did, and I can run it back.
It's not
I can
like
run
you
it
ever
back and
said
I
it.
can show you. So here's the thing. What about just historical accuracy? The brothers are reading the things that the Egyptians said for themselves and wrote down that themselves. What about it just being historical accuracy and just excuse the historical the political identity games? You know what I'm
I'd,
saying? What
I'd
about just
rather
the
you
historical accuracy?
I'd rather you actually speak to what I just said just now, right? The
I
Jewish
actually did.
people's ability to enforce their identity politics have no bearing on
let me
how
respond to that.
true it is.
Now, so
I
what
want
are
to.
you, hold on, so what are you urging? Like,
So
well,
I'm
hold on,
I'm
no, that's a
go
rhetorical
ahead. I
question
thought
because
you were
this is my
done.
response.
Right.
Are you insisting that our identity politics be based on something that does not matter how true it is?
Exactly.
Like, you
That's the
ain't
only thing
making
that he
no
can infer.
sense. You ain't making no
He said
sense. Why would you
he
even
brother,
pull
that's
out
wild.
that fact when we saying we looking for the truth and you saying theirs don't even matter how true it is? So then you surrendering the higher moral ground to us to say our work, if we are really trying to discover the truth and reveal it and put it on this pedestal for the benefit of the people who did that, I don't understand how you could propose that
So
just because what they're
I thought you
saying
was
is
finished.
Bogus.
not real.
Bogus.
No, so
How would
what
that
I'm
affect
saying,
us?
so what I'm ultimately getting at, Smash, right, is that once you've corrected this, it still won't have anything. Oh, I won't say anything. It still will not represent itself in our real life as power. See, the people who were actually doing this, see, like Dr. Clark and Dr.
You can't hear. I
Just
said, what
name one,
about the
right?
fact of the historical
Their
accuracy part?
their
What about just
prerogative
correcting
was
history?
black
Now,
empowerment. Well then if your goal is
Crazy.
to correct history, then that's fine. As long as you don't confuse correcting history with empowerment. When Smash said, when he gave the example of a powerful group of people such as the Jews, right? He was absolutely
So what
referring
about
to
Burkina Faso,
power.
Mali, and Niger taking over the country and saying that it's because of black nationalism why they're doing so? Would that be good enough for you?
I'm not familiar with that story, to be honest.
Well, since there's a break, 1 second. I have to do a chore, and it's been great being here. But I looked at my Cash App, and Joe Burton, he was the only one to even think about buying me lunch.
Shout out
right?
to Joe Burton.
We are a small group, and some people have it, some people don't have it. Some people have it, but not today. I understand that, and some people have it today. My work today was worth more
Come
It
on,
could be
y'all.
right? But this is where the chickens come home to roost, right? The thing is about it is I'm a human being. I take out my time. I woke up. Listen, I woke up late for being up all night. First thing I did, I looked at the international Smash Rockwell is on. And then I said, oh, this is a topic I could contribute to, right? And I said, you know what? I'm gonna give up my time because Smash has a great show for us. And then I give up my time, maybe an hour, 15, 20 minutes, right? And I answer the questions and I show with data, right? And I get one contribution. There's 100 people watching. So that means out of the 100 people, there are 10 or 20 people that have $5, right? I'm not greedy, but there's at least 10 people that got $5. So I'll put my cash back up and I want to say, Smash, keep doing the work. Magi's, keep doing the work. Again, if these people come on this channel, and Logic is brave enough to come on this channel, so respect to Logic. But if you come on this channel and you ain't got nothing but talk, and you ain't got nothing in archaeology, art, anthropology, DNA, right? But today we're just dealing with language and attestations. But if you ain't got that, listen, we don't, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable.
Shut up. I'll say it for you, Reggie. If you ain't got it, shut up.
Yeah, it's simple as that. Like we're tired of hearing that because you're talking to somebody who not only wrote a paper, but have talked to PhDs who I work with PhDs on the subject, right? So look, but it's a pleasure for me to serve Smash because again, nobody cared about my paper at all until Smash picked it up for this conscious community, right? Even though I did all that work, I took so much time out of my own life going and trying to get getting papers that you can only get from a research library because they're not on Google to make my point, pull it all together, and then here it is, and then I get people again who haven't done the work, and I'm talking about the big boys who really haven't done the work, who lied. This dude Ujawu took out Great Black in his article. He lied and took out Great Black to make his point. And you have another one who all they did was talk about Ramesh, but don't understand about the concept of the divine Awad. Yeah, they were the Ramesh, but they was the Netter Awad, right? So research will fix that. And Asar, one day we will see somebody cite Asar's paper for the positive or negative, his multiple works. Until then, he's got to show me citations of a scholar. I can show you citations of scholars using my work. Right? But you know what? That don't count. What I do don't count. Smash, Pan-African James, Sadiq, right? The good guy, right? That don't, even King James and definitely the Torah rule. What we do don't count. We have to go against an army of people with no data, no work, just opinions.
Well, man, you know what? It's a problem that we got being on the bottom as a people. If you want to mount any type of war, money is a part of it like now, but you just talking about getting compensation and a sandwich. So I feel you. That's not hard for us to come up with. But I'm saying though, if you're going up against people who got jobs where they sitting in a cubicle, you know what I'm saying, and funded and salaries and sponsored by governments, and they targeting Afrocentrism, and you on the other side trying to defend them, you know, it's hard. It's hard for us. And so I hope people understand that the support is
Wait, hold on, everybody. Hold up, due diligence. Is that you trying to get in? Because we had a problem.
Yeah, no,
I'm kind of scared over here. You feel me?
Yeah, don't let no strangers.
Is that you over there, dude? Let us know so I can before I click this button, man. That you?
Come on, man. Let's go.
Is that
no? I'm sure. I'm just. But it's
that
two.
you?
I said 3 times. How many times I gotta say it? Yeah.
No, I heard you saying something too. But
Yeah,
I
I'm
didn't
kind of
know if you
spooked.
was.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
I didn't know if you were saying yeah or whatever. Yeah.
Whoopity woo! I just made two cash apps.
See,
my
because
brother
they feel
Robert
you.
Brown,
People,
a big boy,
because people
right?
support you,
and
bro.
Joe Burton. Well, I guess I got sandwich money.
You feel me?
Somebody
get him for that soda too. Stop playing, man.
Right? Y'all got no respect. Y'all got no. Please. And this is the educational channel, right?
Hey, but you gonna make me start talking about some monetization and things like that. We about to talk about it. And you want another brother who I think should follow some of the advice, like why you ain't got them Brother Reggie shirts and shit. You know cats gonna cop them fast. I can show you how to set that up in 20 minutes.
Because I can go out and sell more Kamala Harris hats and stuff.
But so it's passive income. It's passive income. You just set it up once, and then when people want something tangible, a tangible form to support you with a T-shirt, they can cop that T-shirt.
You're right. You smash.
Yeah, people want to support you.
I'm not going to say smash you're right, but it's dehumanizing sometimes. And so sometimes with my people, I just give up. It's dehumanizing.
Nah, you can't. I feel you, but you can't look at it like that. You can't.
I know, but sometimes sometimes I'm forced to look at it. I'm forced to look at it like that. It's a reality that I can go out and sell some slogan, some rap slogan, and make more money.
Nah, bro, you not like Umar Johnson. You giving out real information. You ain't trying to fake nobody out.
Okay, that's fine.
You're a real person out here giving out good.
That's fine, but I got 2 donations.
Humble yourself.
Yeah, look, Reggie, like you.
All right, but look, Reggie, I ain't even get 2 donations, and I ain't tripping off that. Sometimes people can't even get it in like that. You know,
that's just Reggie. You can even take a picture of you and Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark together.
I made 3 donations. I'm quitting. I'm just making the point. We don't value our work, right? We don't value our work. So that's just what it is. So y'all can continue talking about the work, and that's a good thing, because you're right. Smash might have only gotten 2 donations for this show, and so I do believe in multiple streams of income and stuff like that, and that's what I do. But but I put in hours and hours and hours and hours, right? And I made the point, but I got away now.
Research.
I got away thanks to the show. I'm gonna take my interview with that person. I'm gonna scrub her name. I'm gonna scrub her voice, and then I'm gonna put it up.
Word. Well, we can't wait, because I want to see that. I ain't never seen the whole presentation, so that would be nice. But like what Smash was talking about with tangible products and stuff like that. Like if you had a picture with you and Dr. Clark next to each other, something that could be a nice T-shirt, with Brother Reggie on it in the mask.
That'll be a nice poster. You can just let that be
that's just products. That's all he's trying to convey. That's shit that we would buy, Reggie. I mean, damn. I mean, it couldn't hurt.
And it's lot. I mean, it's a lot more tasteful than people think. They're gonna call you complaining for cash apps. You feel me? So that's what I'm saying.
And that's hateful. And but the thing about it is, the thing about it is they don't have no problem putting up their cash apps. And some people, their work is so garbage that they can't get any cash.
Here's the deal. Let's break it down. We on the ground level, and we be starting grassroots. Now you see a lot of the bigger pages. They take a time out and say, "Let me stop this video to give a word out to my sponsors." See, they getting bigger cash apps. Because if you got somebody called a sponsor, they done shot your ass a few thousand.
That's correct.
It's Bet US that shit is everywhere right now. Excuse my language. But everybody's got getting sponsorships on the YouTube channels as well. So that's something that I guess I don't know how you do that, but that's something that you probably should look into
people who want
as well.
to support you, who want their product also exposed to your audience. So you don't really see the people who be saying, I'll sponsor you. Those ain't the ones who wind up with sponsors. Because it's somebody who take a note of what you doing, who say, okay, I want to help push this forward, and I got a product that his audience might like. I'm going to chew them some bread and be a sponsor. So I'm just saying that to say, y'all who give the cash apps and the other shit, y'all like sponsors. Yo.
Oh, you're big sponsors, and I love you and thank you. But but listen, I don't do too many museum tours now. You notice that? Because people don't come. So now I do things for like families, a husband and a wife, or a family with their children, right? Because you know what? The people with the bad arguments, they will never come because they don't want it on their face.
Yeah, they hate. They don't want to hear the information.
Yeah, they don't want
to. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we got to get a little bit more stiffer, in my opinion, on people like Logic. It's just people that just seemingly want to throw something on the wall and see if it stick type of argument.
Yeah, he just was
I don't even like really having those type of dialogues because they don't bring any type of value to the conversation. They just want to be contrarians and have us arguing with them all day. Let's just let brother. I mean,
but that's where what y'all be doing. As if you bringing some goddamn value to the black community, trying to talk about we all need to be putting the goddamn Pharaoh hat on and some goddamn cows and calling them motherfuckers black.
Logic, it's not an argument.
You too mad, Logic.
What this is right here, Logic.
Logic. Hold on.
That's where it starts getting whacked.
Why did he get so angry? What did he say that made you so angry?
White man.
Why you get so angry, Logic? Let's just analyze ourselves. What did he say about your contributions? You know you're a contrarian, so why do the outburst when you know that's your position?
Because the crazy part is, and the way I see it is, I feel like I'm making the best contribution to everything y'all do. I don't hate on it. I feel like I'm trying to push it to where it actually holds some weight in reality. Right, on YouTube, we could beat up all the people on YouTube and still not move the needle as far as
that's not true. You wrong.
As far as police brutality.
No, that's not true. You wrong. You reach more people protesting online do you do on the streets now. If I took this outside, like boots on the ground, I wouldn't even reach 100 people.
I'm not saying it don't have reach. It don't affect police brutality. It does not affect the wealth gap.
Well, exactly what Pan-African James accused you of doing. Doing exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. This ain't really. No one even said that this right now. What we're doing will have any type of immediate effects on something like police brutality. That's simply the wrong show or the wrong panel or the wrong conversation right now. Now I would argue that eventually once history got corrected and for 20, 40, 50 years down the line, it would affect the way that people looked at your people.
Exactly.
Like, what are
you talking about? African people trying to get our chronology
How?
together.
Because one of the first things white people learn is black people ain't contributed nothing to society.
And I'm saying they threw that out 50 years ago.
No, they did.
That's not true.
No, they did not.
They just put Diop in the damn. They just put him in the museum this year.
Regurgitating, talking about bringing that stuff back up. That's why we got to try to claim back Egypt.
See,
this is the reason why.
You go over there on somebody.
This is the reason why. So we can beat white people. This is beating white people. Well, I guess if that's what y'all think y'all doing, man.
Logic.
Maybe I am in the way. I'm gonna let y'all whoop all the white people y'all can.
No, logic. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't even know where the whoop white people stuff came in. But that ain't what. As far as scholastics is concerned, yeah, this is a cool little playing field to correct them lies, and ain't none of them had nothing to say. Like y'all ain't been able to get the Egyptologists to finally refute nothing. They all be like,
exactly.
yeah, exactly.
But he don't want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man.
Corny,
Let's
man.
let that tall guy, Hey Rule, enjoy speak, man, because I really don't. Man, you've been speaking a lot.
Let's do that.
Let somebody else get on the mic. What's happening, tall guy, Hey Rule, enjoy? What's the word?
Peace, James. Peace, Smash. Peace to the family.
What up with it?
And I'm just listening in, man. Showing appreciation. Always. I don't know if Reg. I think he left, but if his payment method was more, I'm not even paying attention to what dude said, because that shit is exactly what James said. Just some shit to sidetrack us and don't even accomplish anything. So to Reggie's point, and I suggested this on the chat a couple times, but if he gets something set up where I could pay him with a credit card, or people could pay with a debit card instead of the Cash App or PayPal, because they get a cut of your shit every time you like Smash. I support Smash Channel with my credit card. These people is I don't do Cash Apps or PayPal or none of that shit. I mean, we giving them another cut. We letting them tax us again every time we give each other money and compensate each other. They get a piece of it. Why do we continue to feed into that? I know it's not, it's convenient. We paying for convenience, but I think y'all put out some great ideas as far as him having some merchandise, and I would definitely support that as well. But credit card accessibility instead of that Cash App shit is my suggestion.
Word. What's up, Joy? You got something for us?
What's up?
What's happening?
I just want to say again, thank you, Smart, because you made me feel so bad for not knowing Meruneta. I had to go and read some books to learn it. Because I got fed up of just watching and being illiterate. So I could easily read a study or something like that at this point.
I appreciate
so I want to say thank you for that. It's hard to learn on your own, but I'm trying.
But we're gonna talk about it more soon.
Let me
join that Magi Archers group. We be building and teaching and learning in that group.
How to do that?
The Magi Discord. Ask Siddiqui in the chat. He'll hook you up, or Sadiq in the chat.
Okay.
So check it out, man. And I know I can come off kind of harsh sometimes, maybe seem some type of arrogant, but let me use myself as an example. You know what I mean? Because whenever I say if people don't have nothing to show and really can't just stand on their point, then shut up. I did just that. When Smash and Reggie put the stuff on the screen, when I was saying, the Egyptians don't call themselves black, and then you put it on the screen, I stood corrected like a man and shut up. It's nothing wrong with being quiet and conceding whenever somebody puts something in your face. That shouldn't be hard to do. Don't try to save face. How dare you try to argue with somebody who can read the language and you can't, and don't have nothing to show but just run your mouth? That is so disrespectful. And then they even go as far as writing papers, bringing on experts and show you in real time and have the experts agree, and then you still looking crazy. I don't understand it, man. It's just like, and some guys are sincere, some guys aren't, some guys are. The ones that are, you just need to go play in the street somewhere or something, because you're just not getting it. Whenever somebody puts it in your face and read it to you from a different language and you still a naysayer, you just need to look at yourself and be like, am I just a hater? Because it seems so. Man, just be quiet. You ain't bringing nothing.
But can I say something that's more up to date with the information? Because when Smash Rockwell broke up Israel, and he didn't largely don't understand what's going on in the Sahel region of Africa, so I think he need to do a lot more research. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger is taking over their country because of Black nationalism, and that's going on since like 2023 or probably 22. So it's not like that Black nationalism or Black power don't affect people today. That's my whole point. And you didn't do some research about that.
Yeah, so that's another point. So I remember Smash the other night, he brought it all the way up to maybe 1300 AD, dealing with the history, right? But if we were to go into modern Africa right now, like Steve Biko Kwame Nkrumah, they all knew about Black nationalism. That's what freedom was, Pan-Africanism and African and Black nationalism. That ideology is what freed them from colonialism. So they know what Black is right now. I can show videos right now. I've been compiling where these people they acknowledge that they're Black. They know they're Black.
Man, I just went to Al Jahid's The Glory of the Blacks, and in 800 AD, he seemed to know who Blacks was.
See?
Cognitive dissonance, like you said, man. You can put it in people's face and they will still just won't accept it.
Mm-hmm. Right now, these modern people, they know they Black.
Man, we waste our time with that, though, because they just on some bullshit just to keep
exactly.
Like, let's not even, we entertain that bullshit. You don't know what Black mean? All right, well, get out of my face then. Like,
yeah, so the latest thing is they don't know what sub-Saharan Africa. That's not an acceptable term.
Wait, what you mean?
But it's not an acceptable term.
Not, yeah. I mean,
yeah, but hold up. And when you take a DNA test,
terminology though.
When you take a DNA test, it's gonna have sub-Saharan African on it.
Okay, but that's a different type of argument.
I know, but what I'm saying is some people don't accept it. But see, this is what I'm saying about the terms like Black, Negro.
Yeah, that's a naming convention, like you be saying.
Yeah, it's just a naming convention, but it's all synonymous with the same people. So when things fall out of favor, if we know about linguistic evolution, words fall out of favor, but it doesn't mean that it's not associated with the same person.
But in the sense of sub-Saharan, that ain't a term that had favor and then fell out. It was more like a term that was injected divisively to divide up Africa in ways that it was not necessarily naturally divided. You know what I'm saying? So they make people think sub below and Black below, and these people are below this line and all this stuff that don't come. I understand what you're saying about how it is used in some genetics nowadays, but even certain anthropologists or what have you are trying to get away from that type of terminology.
And that's what I'm saying, Smash. Every time they get caught, seemingly, they want to change it, and that'll keep people confused. So you just learn about the linguistic evolutions, and then you just tie it all and put it all together. So once upon a time, Black was not something that was bad. Once upon a time, Negro was something that was not something that wasn't bad. You see what I'm saying? Now, indigenous African, they keep changing the word, but it's still synonymous with these same people. You see what I'm saying? Sub-Saharan African. It's still genetically tied to these same people that have the most genetic African. Yes, sub-Saharan Africans are associated. Listen.
It was made
that term is associated with the same people that have the most genetic diversity on the planet. It's still associated with them.
But it's
no matter how you want to switch it to Black. No, if you want to switch it to Black, they're gonna say that's a racist term. If you want to switch it to sub-Saharan Africa, that's gonna be a racist term. It does not. Once upon a time, this word wasn't a bad term. It wasn't a racist term. It just
that's not true.
Yeah, it always was a divisive term, like Smash said. Like, there's a whole ideology that comes with sub-Saharan African that if you below this line in Africa, then you consider sub, and also like subpar, below human. And this was all the Black people down here, and this is all the white people up here, which is completely bogus ideology that comes with the term.
Okay, so but that isn't that same term associated with the Black people, and that's the same reason why they're using that to say they don't use Black.
True. Yeah, but what you're doing is dividing.
I'm just telling you that it's the same thing, bro. You got to understand linguistic evolution.
Is a Northern Sudanese a sub-Saharan African?
A Northern Sudanese. It depends. Yeah. See,
ancient or modern, either one. Somebody from Tai City. Is somebody from Tai City, ancient Tai City, a sub-Saharan African?
I would say so.
Are they from below the Sahara? Is that geographically below the Sahara?
Well, see, you have to understand that these people can fluctuate above that line.
That's the whole point.
Once upon a time, they wasn't sub-Saharan. Hold on. So watch this. Once upon a time, they wasn't, because remember when the Sahara was green, they was up there.
No, we're not talking about that right now. I'm trying to prove a point about the word sub-Saharan African, which I believe was early 20th century or late 19th century term by some racist scholar.
1974 or something.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, linguistic evolution. These terms change, and they're going to continue to change, but we got to be able to be smart enough to know that no matter how they change, they're still talking about the same people. In the Green Sahara,
but what you
watch
saying
this, when they
is
talking about the
true.
green, hold up, when we're talking about the people in the Green Sahara, who are they talking about?
James, what you're saying is true, but it don't apply to this term. Yes, we got to understand how terms change, but sub-Saharan has always been used negatively for everybody below the Sahara.
And it's synonymous with black, right?
It suggests that only black people only come from below the Sahara, which is not true. That's the problem.
Okay, and so that's what I'm saying. If I can acknowledge that these people that when it was the Green Sahara, these are the same people. I'm just talking about naming conventions, how they keep changing.
No,
so if the people in the Green Sahara, are they the same people as the people that went
I think that's the wrong question. Can we agree that the term is a racist term, though? That's what got started.
So when you do that, I think that you're going to be acknowledging that black is a racist term.
No, that don't happen like that. I don't.
James,
explain how.
James, you
because
tripping?
And when you're dealing with linguistic evolution, those same, no matter if you call them sub-Saharan African, if you call them black, they're still identifying with those same people that went south.
No, James, let's have this conversation. The term is still.
Hold up, you cut me off right when I was explaining.
But James,
those two terms, sub-Saharan African and black, are associated with the same people who went south when the Sahara was green and went south. So we just know that they're talking about a time period.
They
only
also
black people, James, only black people sub-Saharan Africa.
Only black people. What are you saying? Only black people sub-Saharan Africans. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's my question.
Well, you have other people that can be associated. Listen, hold on. You asked the question. You have other people that can be associated with being black people, like the Dravidians in India. It's like the people in Papua New Guinea. And
so the answer is no, right, James? That's why it's a racist term.
You don't understand what I'm telling you. I'm talking about linguistic evolution. So these people became sub-Saharan Africans once the Sahara dried up and they went south. But it's a naming convention and a time period.
You agree with the racism, James?
That's not when it happened, because that's not when the term was created. The term was created in the 19th century or 18th or 20th century.
Racism. So you have to concede, James, that some terms are loaded from the beginning. What you are saying is terms change over time and just fall off and fall out of use. That's not the same as somebody interjecting a racist lotus term into the lexicon and using it for this decisiveness. You know what I mean? It's not. That's not the same.
So
we never called ourselves.
Let me ask you this. Okay, so what is Negro?
We never called ourselves. That's one of the reasons why we don't use.
No. Okay. I'm just asking y'all about all of these same words. All of these words are basically racist terms. Then everything. Okay, what word would be acceptable?
Negro means black.
No, I'm asking you, what word would be acceptable to identify us?
Black. Isn't that what we called ourselves in ancient Kemet? So why would we call ourselves?
See what I'm saying?
Did we call ourselves that during the 8th, 9th century during the Moorish
era? And Smash voice, he messed that all up.
Who? See, he said black. So see what I just did? So which word is acceptable?
We just said black.
No. Okay, now hold on.
Yeah,
now some people say black is a racist term, right? You can't use that.
Who said that?
James.
You listening to fucking
the term.
No, I'm just telling you how this goes.
Oh yeah, you talking about dude.
I'm gonna screenshot the term sub-Saharan.
But black ain't racist.
I'm just telling you that we have some people that are saying that we identify as black.
Let me ask you a question, James.
They say I'm just telling you how this goes.
You trying to tell me if somebody said you black, you think that's racist?
Mm-hmm. That's what some people are saying right now. We've been arguing with some people saying this for a couple of years.
No, the people saying that is saying something a tad bit different. But I hear what you're saying. But I ain't never heard that black is racist.
So
why would we even entertain?
What reason would they be saying that we can't use it then? Well, what is their
Who
reason?
is
They
they?
saying
Who is
black
they?
has a negative connotation in this pseudo caste system that we got in the United States. That it relegates you to the bottom is what they saying. So
So
they're
they
not
Oh,
saying
that,
that. So they're not saying that black is a derogatory statement towards your existence. It's saying that that classification is on the bottom. It don't always have to be on the bottom. It
Yeah,
could
that's
be.
that's a
based on
fact, though.
perceptive of the individual. So we can say that black means it's the top of the standard.
No,
We
what they
Well, no,
understand.
no,
talking
no, no, no,
about
no, no. That's not. That's
when
not.
it
That's
comes
not.
down
That's not
to
perception.
money and materials and movements in the world.
How do
Saying
we
that,
get on this
James, how is
perspective?
that perception if that's actually written into law? Like, whereas if you're
No,
identifying with,
that's not written in the law. That's old Jim Crow law.
well, I mean, yeah, but okay, so that's well, let's not get it's a whole that's a whole other conversation. Let's just not.
Where are we even? Yeah, I'm
But
gonna say where.
We was talking about if black being I thought we was staying along the same logic, talking about black being racist or not. And then back in the Jim Crow law, it was racist. They
But
say
black is older than that.
exactly, and blacks and I don't even think they was using the terminology black. Was that? Tell me,
well, I'm
straighten
not.
me out, straighten me out.
See, I'm not.
Negro in Latin means black. That's all it means. So
So
that's
what?
what
See,
we're talking about.
I'm not too familiar with, but I thought it meant morals. But I'm not too familiar, but I do know that like in court law, like the word people and persons, they have two different meanings than how we're saying it now. Then a person in court legally is not the same as a person
You
like
talking
how we're
some
speaking
morals?
amongst each other. That's I
I
mean
don't see
that's
what that
just
has to do with black though. What does it have to do with the word black?
In the
I'm
context,
saying that
James, it's like
black. Where are you identifying yourself to? If black, most people who like come over. This is the main reason why we see these immigrants coming over here and they're getting all these free things because they're associated with the government. That's
What
a
does it have to do
nation
with
that's
black,
behind
brother?
them.
We talking about black.
Everything. Did you hear what I just said?
I'm
That's
listening,
why
brother.
that's why if you identify with black, you have nothing legally because what do you have backing you?
Hmm?
Answer
Yeah,
that.
he went
That's what
into
I'm
something
saying.
That's not
else.
What do
true.
we
No, I'm
have
not.
backing us?
That's
Huh?
that more
You
science
got the
temple.
It's not
exactly.
more.
Yeah, no, I said it
That's
That
better.
don't
what
work,
no. That's
Eddie.
what we talked about.
You got the U.S. government backing you.
No, not if you're black.
What are you talking about?
So then just acknowledge that we
I'm
don't have
talking
nobody
about.
backing
I'm
us.
talking
So
about. So
if we
let's say
all went on a trip to Mexico, got in some trouble, who we gonna call for some help? We gonna call the U.S. consulate. We ain't gonna call the black consulate. We ain't gonna call no consulate in Africa or no embassy. We gonna call the U.S. embassy. And they might
I
not
better.
shuffle their feet and hurry, but eventually they're gonna give us what they supposed to give us is some assistance. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong or not.
No, you're
But
absolutely right.
that's kind of the point that I'm making. So the Native Americans, they have sovereignty within this government, and that's because they have land. Even though the land they have is given to them, appointed to them, is theirs. So just like that's the scenario you just
That's
presented,
not really sovereignty, bro.
they're gonna
Don't
call.
confuse sovereignty with
there is
being in
not.
a concentration camp, confused,
I
called a
mean,
reservation. They
I
call
mean,
them
I
quote
would agree with
unquote
that.
reservations, but they took them people, gave them some borders, and said, y'all stay there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But they do have certain rights. They have the right to be judged amongst themselves.
But
They're not going to be
feel
judges in
this.
our.
This is what you can't have, bro. I'm gonna tell you something that you can understand this in a simple brain. Me, look, you can't have rights and sovereignty. Golly, if someone is granting you rights, you're not a sovereign.
So,
Exactly.
as a black person, do you have any of those things?
I have
No.
rights. I got rights. I got rights. I have rights.
Within
You got the same
Constitution.
rights an American has. As listen, as far as written down on
But why are we
paper is
Afro-Americans
concerned,
then?
I'm not now. If y'all want to say,
Why are we
but
Afro Americans?
let's just say we weren't African American. Let's just have this conversation as Chinese Americans right now. We got the same rights as other Americans. There's
So why
not.
is there a distinction?
You think an American is white to you. You just think
Yes.
default an American is white.
Yeah.
if you go to a store or something,
crazy.
you gonna
You
see.
said, yeah.
And see, that's what I'm saying. So that's the problem. An American ain't necessarily white. The majority of white people in America, fine, but that ain't those two words ain't synonymous. American don't
What is
mean white.
an Italian American? What is an Italian American to you? What is
A
that?
person with Italian.
And you making my point good, James.
I don't understand like how he can't figure this out. What is a Latin American? What is a Latin American? Why do they put the Latin in front of their American?
Why is there a distinction?
No,
because you have distinct humans.
Because we have African descent.
Yeah, so now this you come from Africa, you're gonna be an African American. Like you don't know
So
this.
why we just
There are
This is
European
crazy.
Americans. You know that, right?
You do know that, King Jay. You just trying to
This
be
got
more.
to
You
be-
trying to be
I
more.
can't- he
something.
got to be playing
But
with us
here,
like that.
now,
every white person is not from America.
I want to speak towards black nationalism. I don't want to
Oh,
cut you off.
no.
I heard somebody saying something about nationality. Continue.
No, I was saying one is a nationality, but then what are you telling me is the ethnicity?
All right, I don't know, but I wanted to say this part. Nothing about acknowledging that you are in America goes against your ambitions towards black nationalism.
Amen.
People think that acknowledging that on your passport it say American, like that trumps what you desire as a man. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't admitting that you gonna call America if you get in trouble in Mexico ain't nothing to be ashamed of. Even if they don't treat us right, because they have to so-called keep their word, and it's all written down that we are all American citizens, so we all get the same rights. Now, if we negotiating it in a way that we doing it correctly, you get your rights in the same way. Like you can even get put in front of a white person in certain situations just because you a citizen and the person on the other side ain't racist. And there's no reason for them to tend to a white person before your situation who wasn't necessarily in the successional order before you. You know what I'm saying? Like in a racist society, we know.
Hold on, Smash. Case in point. Now, this one little island country that Americans go to vacation at down in the Caribbean islands. They have a strict gun policy law. A couple of people accidentally put some bullets or something, or had a gun in their luggage when they got there and got arrested. It was a black lady and some white people. They didn't give a damn. They was American citizens, and they both of them got out of their trouble because America stepped in and got them back home. So that's what it is.
So if we want to disown that and not use that, then who you gonna call?
Brittany Griner, she did the same thing.
Now apparently she was in one of our enemies, so they wanted to use her and they treated her wrong. But I mean, they was like, aha, we got somebody now, we keeping her ass. You feel me? But even still, who was she gonna call? Any African nation?
So let me add on to what you're saying, Smash. So I think this is where you're going. So the fact that we can acknowledge our status as American citizens does not take away from the vision that we have as black nationalists, right? So when Israel first became these Jews, before they became Israel, it was a vision. There was Jews in Poland, in England, in Central Asia before that, and they all had this vision of this homeland, of this part, whether right or wrong, how they got it or what they're doing now. They had that vision. It was a nation in their mind before it became a nation in reality, before it came to fruition, right? So why would we let go of something? If we have an idea of a nation in our head, why would we let that go in thoughts that it can't come to fruition if you take the proper steps?
Sure. Yeah, I agree 100%.
Everything came full circle back to Logic's point to where we could.
No, I didn't even have nothing to say. Well, yeah, everything did come, but think about it too. So for some of the reasons that we're not willing to ignore, okay, yeah, I mean, if put it this way, here go another thing. If the missiles start flying off, do you want America to win or lose? I know we want it to be humbled, but do you want it to lose? Because if it lose, then you're dealing with some foreigners coming in, marching down your street, and some other white or Chinese or whatever people telling you what to do. So if anybody be like, you know, we got the bully complex and we bully other nations, so it make you be wanting to see some type of humbling. But I ain't never thought nobody was on a ship that they want. Well, now don't get it twisted. You want it re-resurrected. Some people say, burn that motherfucker down and start over, whatever, because of the position we in. But I would like to hear from y'all. Like if missiles start flying, you want it to be over?
No, I'm gonna arm myself and fight.
Or for the people that don't claim to be Americans, let's say somebody, our enemy, step foot on the soil. You think you're gonna be able to go to them and be like, hey, I'm not an American, they finna knock you off. So you can try that.
Exactly. Imagine if Russian soldiers come over here and you'd be trying to be like, I ain't American. They gonna be like, doof, 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 doof.
Over with.
I would say this though. If black people all gathered together like one big kumbaya, got a military, all this, and bing bang, we would be labeled as terrorists on American
No, that's
soil.
not necessarily true. It depends on how it happens. Because you could also be, I'm just thinking of being an optimist. Yeah, but there is things called allies. There is things that you can employ yourself to do that's in America's interest.
If you ever got your mind ready to do something, if you ever got your mind ready to do something like that, why would that be the least of your worries? What the hell they call you if you already ready to take it there?
So look,
well, because that's why they created the FBI.
What? Now this is what I mean. If there was something written out where black people was like, give us all the borderlands and y'all ain't got the trip off no migrants no more. See, call it our own state. It's our own country. America about to separate 200 miles back from the border, give all that land to black people, and we telling y'all right now that y'all ain't got to mess because ain't nobody getting past us, and then we about to set up an economy with these people. Now, I'm only giving out, I'm not saying a real hypothetical scenario. I'm just simply trying to give a scenario that's in America's interest that would then make you not be like an enemy nation, more like an ally nation.
Yeah, that was pretty thoughtful.
Yes,
I would just say if they just gave us reparations, we'll be an ally nation.
Oh man, they not giving us shit, bro. Why we gonna go down that road?
I'm just saying something that's real factual, and because we know black people will spend all that money in America, and that's the GDP will go fucking crazy. But
man, them crackers will have that money back tomorrow. We'll get it right back. We'll get that money right back to white people.
So look, the opening is out, right? Because every time a new technology hit the world, that's basically the cosmos trying to even out the playing field. But we don't be understanding that shit, so we let new technologies hit the world and we fall behind in them motherfuckers. Like if we was the masters of AI and the masters of all this new stuff, even computer systems, if we knew cybersecurity, then we know the other side of cybersecurity. What if it was black people who knew how to shut down city grids and blow up pagers from a cell? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, these things are happening in the world right now, but we ain't invested in these new technologies that come out that, again, is like the reset button. Like, but let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna surrender the mic. They just did, I think, I don't want to say the number, some wild number. I'm gonna limit the number in my head. They just did a 10,000 drone AI exhibition in China, flying at once, simultaneously, not hitting each other or nothing, and it was done by artificial intelligence. Now, you know, any of us could figure out how to do that. It ain't even hard. Like, you know what I mean? Synchronizing drones to one thing and making sure they don't hit each other. It's hard. I'm not saying I have the ability to do it, but if you put your mind to it, it would be something you could conquer. Don't you know how military that is on the under?
Yeah, right now it's just like when they created fireworks for just for display. Then the Europeans that made it a projectile as a weapon. So, right now they just using it for display, but you're looking at the future of how you could use 10,000 drones, get it in sequence and get it to do something.
Well, they ain't just using that.
You could put minor munitions. You could put small munitions.
10,000?
You could put small munitions on 10,000 drones and bring down an aircraft carrier. How you think 8,000 of them ain't getting through?
Mm-hmm.
Let me speak to the previous point, because I don't like when people always, and this is no slight against you, King J, but you like when black people get together, we gonna automatically be a terrorist group. But what Smash was trying to explain to you, it's about the ideology behind the group, which makes you a terrorist, right? So we don't have to get together and be overt like we about to take down America. Of course, that will make you a terrorist group. But if you kind of read in between the lines, you know what I'm talking about? It ain't supposed to, you wouldn't want to do that to yourself.
Man, I think we had. I agree, and I think we had a lot of our people before us had a lot of those conversations. I never heard no conversation about even manifesting these things as an ally or even like that. I even thought about, don't y'all know that the people fighting, they are mercenaries in the Sudan fighting right now? The Arab, the RA, what is it? The RS, what is that? Them just mercenaries. So really, and they be just getting a lot of supplies from Russia and shit and every place else.
Slow down on that, Smash. Hold up.
It's the UAE.
You've been getting on your geopolitics lately, and that's something I'm into. So you saying that who's a mercenary, because there's two factions that's fighting each other.
The Arabs,
so what are you talking about? The southern faction is getting supplied by the Russians?
Yeah, the Arabs is just mercenaries, bro. And put it this way. If you like Jay-Z money is all it is. You can buy this stuff, like all that stuff. You could buy a ticket to the Sudan and then buy weapons and start fighting them fools. I'm not making this up. Like, this is what they do.
Okay, so what do you think the political situation is there? Why is this happening up? Because now we know 10 years ago it fragmented into two, North Sudan and Southern Sudan, or maybe 15 right now.
Well,
my understanding is
so what's going on? Why are they still fighting? I think that the Arabs are trying to push our way down.
No, that's definitely what they trying to do.
That's what I think going on.
I don't think this is the same thing as the Civil War. If they calling this the Civil War, that's kind of egregious, because that's like an outside force. Now, am I wrong? I
didn't know they was calling it a Civil war.
Yeah,
what's the outside force?
Yeah, that's an outside force.
What is the Arabs?
Yeah, the Arabs.
They've been there for. They try to call it a civil war, but
so it's not an outside force. I want to be
They've been there for a long time.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but their leader and those people were they in the Sudan, and then they started fighting, or did they come to the Sudan?
I don't know about this particular leader right now. I don't know.
Well, what I know is 12 years ago, Sudan split into two.
Right. That was the Arabs and the
We're about to read it right now. Look, it's right here. Let's see. It say on April 15th of 2023, the RSF, now those are the Arabs, attacked the SAF, the Sudanese armed forces, I guess, bases across Sudan, including Khartoum and its airport. There were clashes at the headquarters of the state border. Sudan TV, which was later captured for captured by the RSF forces. But I don't think, let's look at RSF forces. Look, Rapid Support Forces. This is just one of them. Now look, all right, operated by the government of the Sudan, so they were there. Thank you. So keep going, whoever said that they was there already.
Yeah, the Arab presence in Sudan has been there for a while. And it's to the point now where, like, you could get people way blacker than us that don't even think they black or don't even call themselves African. They say, I'm Arab. I seen an interview with a Sudanese soldier, a North Sudanese soldier, blacker than a motherfucker, yo. Talking about, I'm not black, I'm Arab.
All right, this is about to be 6 hours. I just looked. This is about to be 6 hours. We're going to round it down soon, but go ahead. Keep continuing.
Yeah, that's it. It's a real identity crisis going on there with that old Arabism, and they were kind of right on that border between Arab Africa and Black Africa, right? And so, it's just that same Arab, colonizer paradigm.
It's the UAE and the other Arab nations are giving money to that. What is that? RF, whatever.
But
Yeah.
I'm seeing. I mean, I always go back into to the history that we go back as far to, and I seen it seemed like we lost that fight because we didn't have the whole continental alliance together. I think that the people that's up under that line should have an interest in holding that line. You know what I'm saying? Because cartoon, man, that's kind of like deep when you start talking about taking that over. You know what I'm saying?
And that's where all the oil is. That's why they pushing.
So we need to. I mean, I would have thought that by now they would be understanding the man that that's a whole continental fight to try to hold that line. And, they
and
should
Dubai
be
too.
They also talking about these gold mines being sent to Dubai.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They need to be trying to think about holding that line. I don't care if it's Kenya, they need to be sending troops up there to hold that line, man.
So
that's why Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger are so important.
But real quick though, because I know, and it's interesting, and I want to talk about it more. But we was talking about us though in Black nationalism and some of the misconceptions of it, and
that's what I wanted to bring.
I kind of think we could end on that, and because that was a pretty strong. I mean, it was cool to hear.
So check it out, because Heru made a point that be kind of puzzling me sometimes, because check out people like like Canelo, right? You look at him, to me, he obviously looks European. But if you ask him, he's going to say he Mexican or whatever country in South America he's from. He's going to say that, and he probably will die. Like, he'll probably fight against any forces and identifies that. And then also you got people like, I work with a woman that's from South America. I want to say like Honduras. I'm not for sure, but she Black. She an African American. And when I ask her what she is, she say, I'm Honduras, but she's Black clearly. And then I asked her about it, and she said no, she knows that she's from Africans that came and landed on the islands and all that type of stuff, but she identifies with being South American. You know what I mean? So how do we contend with people like that? I mean, they play.
No, you don't. You don't contend with people like that. They welcome their life. Think about. I'm gonna keep using Israel so we can learn about what's going on in the world and learn about how they do it. Every Jew ain't in Israel. Every Jew ain't an Israeli. But all of them, they have some Zionist mandates to support Israel, but we could leave that alone. But you know what I'm saying? I got friends and that's Jews. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this, dude.
Though, because Jew is more of a religious identity rather than this racial, political, geopolitical.
They try to make it.
That's why I want to say Black nationalism. Because
let me ask you this, dude.
Malcolm X always talked about Black nationalism.
What if you asked the Venezuela, where did you say she was from? What if you asked her, do they identify in her country as Afro, whatever? Do they do that to differentiate? Because it's most of the time they call themselves Afro-Latino. You know what I'm saying? To differentiate from the other Latinos. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So maybe that may be a better term that you could use to maybe see if you can get some, do they do that in her country?
Here's the contention though, James. I'm not worried about what other people label her as. I'm saying like in her heart, she is a South American, like Latino.
Yeah, okay. So
hold on. So I'm saying like if stuff fall down, you know what I'm saying? If stuff fall down, she is not identifying with us no matter what me and you know, and she look out into the world, and that's just like that right there is something that we have to interject into the equation when we have these conversations too, because you have people that will die for the other side, even though they look like me and you, but identify like the person Heru was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
What I was saying, okay, like the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna identify as a Venezuelan, even though no matter what. But then there's going to be a subset within side of the Venezuelans how do they differentiate? Because we have some just look like a Canelo type, and then you have some that look like her. So
family,
so do they differentiate, or they all just say they're the same?
It doesn't matter. Can we acknowledge that they more mind fucked than us as Black people and is just not understanding their identity? Let me finish this thought though real quick, because we have most countries in the Western Hemisphere where Black populations are heavy have not had that black renaissance like the United States blacks have. You know what I'm saying? So they don't have a lot of black pride. Some of them got inspired by the civil rights movement, but to a greater degree, they don't identify like that. And we still at the bottom of civilization, of society, right? As far as impressions, how people see us, right? And so nobody, again, wants to be on that losing team. So they don't want to be black. It's that Sammy Sosa syndrome, right? So most of our people, most of our brothers and sisters that's black around the Western Hemisphere and in the diaspora don't, you know, unless they come straight from Africa, don't acknowledge themselves as black or African. And we that's just something we got to accept. But it's all about controlling the culture, man, and bringing that back with you know, starting it again in our own neighborhoods.
Yo,
I would agree
So
with that.
I got this on the screen, and I don't know, I don't want people to think I'm outrageous or nothing, but it's about the history of land grants in America. Now,
That Homestead Act.
all that and many more, but here is something to trip off of. That ain't necessarily over, but they do it different now, and we got to trip off what they do. Now they're giving out the majority of the land that they'll give you out be through still government grants, but it's not necessarily to people like it. I mean, they probably do, but some corporations is now getting fat land grants. So you could indeed get your company allotted 100 acres of land by the government for a particular service that y'all say y'all gonna pull off on that land. But to be clear, I mean, I always talk about a brother that I mentioned over and over, William Alexander Leidensdorf, who had got a big ass land grant from the Mexican government back in the day and had half of California. Now, if you want to talk about more modern things, you could tell. You said something about the Homestead Act.
Yes, sir. Well, that was just another. That's nothing that can be applied to now. That's just one of those things that.
But that's an example of what I was talking about earlier. Those American settlers, they wasn't black. They wasn't given. Those were American settlers that they
black
gave all
farmers
those land to settle the West.
Well, what you mean?
The black.
Yeah, we got excluded from that. Black people were excluded from the Homestead Act. That was my point.
But it wasn't exact. So I'm making the same point. That we wasn't American.
You could just Google right now. The black farmers just got $2 billion from the government.
Right now it's different.
Yeah, but
that money hasn't been handed out.
But we living right now, King J. So why keep using negative examples from when the laws was different? Than
I mean, right now, everybody they're giving away land right now to settle all type of rural areas. All type of people. I'm just saying, all type of FHA loans.
Other nations is buying land in our country. And
but they were just awarded that $2 billion. They're gonna get that money, and they trying to fight for another $5 billion.
But what I'm saying is, the brother,
that's probably money that's owed.
I'm just saying,
let's stay focused. Let's stay focused.
I'm saying
going to get the $2 billion. They're going to get it. It's not like they're not going to get it. They start to get the checks now.
Get it until they get it. We don't know.
No, they got. Hold on, bro. If you look at it, if you go do the research, they got some people already got the checks.
Research is not money. If they got the money,
what are you
then
talking about? They got the checks. That's the money.
Okay. Well, I won't go down that rabbit hole of asking you to present the documentation. That's not worth it. But I hope they did get it. Hope they did.
But for me, that's money that they already owe for the misdeeds that they done to them in the past. So that's not really like they getting a.
But we talking about something positive. Don't shoot it down,
it is positive, but I'm just saying. Like, so why say keep it in context to what really happened? You got to be factual in the fact that they really messed us over.
All right, see, this is what I want to show y'all now. Look at this. What does this say? California Grants Portal. We be thinking it's a game. I want to show you this. The status of this grant is closed. It was last updated, so this is current, July 11, 2024. Let's scroll down and take a look at this. Purpose, the WBC acquires real properties for the rights or rights in real property on behalf of the California Department of Fish and Game and also grant funds to other governmental entities or nonprofit organizations to acquire real property. So this is what I'm saying is ways to do this shit, but we don't want to do it. Now watch this. Look, first of all, look at the estimated value. Total estimated available funding, 500 million. It says all acquisitions are made on a willing seller base pursuant to a fair market value. Well, if you look into this, I'm saying that they still, now look who could be eligible. I'm just going to stop right here. Who are the two people?
Tribal government.
Thank you. Eligible to be able to apply for this land grant that was over, and it was probably like, I done looked into them before. It'd be so many acres, bro. They be trying to give away half of California. Now that a public agency or a tribal government is who was eligible to apply for this grant for this one. Now, I'm not simply saying, like, I'm not acting like it's easy or like I'm an expert, but I'm saying looking at things that we don't know actually exist out there. Come on now.
Check this out. So you know what I be thinking about a lot of stuff, Smash? And you know, I noticed that when it's all about, like I said, these naming conventions and law. So I was wondering if we would reclassify African Americans as a tribe, could we get any type of?
So it's look.
I'm just be thinking, bro. I'm just saying because they seem to be getting all kinds of shit.
I don't think so. I don't think you're gonna get more than we could get right now as an African American with his rights as an American. Like, let's think about it. Our elders was just fighting for their rights. Like, if I could do everything y'all could do, you know what I'm saying, then I'll be able to be cool. We got those rights. We still fighting against certain shit, but we don't like to all the way use them. Like, we don't even like to call the police if somebody banging on our door. Like, if you got, you know, you're going to get the strap. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right? But that's not what most Americans do. You know.
So do you think, hold on, let me ask you this. Do you think taking a tribal status will be taking a lesser status?
Oh, yeah, that's way less.
Yeah, that's what so I feel what you're saying.
How does that work out for the more? How does it work out for the more?
I don't think they're trying to say they're a tribe. They're trying to claim sovereignty.
How did it work out for Native Americans?
Out here.
Well, Native Americans, they have a land season due right there in Oklahoma. He can tell us best out of anybody.
Let me ask you this. You trying to say that back when they was hating on both black people and Native Americans and figuring out what they was doing, you wish we would have pulled they card and got some reservations and shoved off to the worst places in America and they say this is your little camp where you got rights?
But you know, that's a hell of a fucking thing to say.
Let's hear what James saying.
This is what's crazy about this whole conundrum that you just brought up, because you wonder, well, why did they do them like that and not us?
No,
it's millions.
Because they
different reasons.
If we're supposed to be on the lowest on the totem pole, why did they do them seemingly worse than us?
Way bigger.
Well,
no. That's what I want to know.
One at a time, though. Let's let James go. I mean, not James, but King Jay, and then I'm gonna go.
Pan-African James, they did them like that because they actually had land. They actually had something they could take from them that of value. We didn't have nothing. So that's the number one reason why. And another thing to answer Smash's question is, no, I wish Geronimo would have won. If Geronimo would have won, then they wouldn't have been on our reservations. They would have kept their land. They would have kept their way of life. It wouldn't have nothing would have changed. Well, they lost because they lost giving in.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about? Geronimo was the warrior, brother. Geronimo was the ones who was fighting to keep the land from the Europeans. The ones that was fighting to keep them off of the reservation.
We try to say they did two people bad. They did Indians bad. They did black people bad. And we saying, would you? The question was positive. Would you have rather we not be free Americans now and we be on a reservation somewhere?
No, I'd rather Geronimo won, and we wouldn't have been on a reservation. We would have continued having a land. They sent them walking on the Trail of Tears.
Well,
They were called the civilized
I know we
tribes.
confusing a lot of different things though, but the Trail of Tears was way before they said, okay, we got to stop the savagery and figure out something for these people, and they came up with reservations.
Well, the Trail of Tears is when the slaves and the Native Americans both walked to Oklahoma.
I know,
And then,
but why is you going there? Because we at a later point in history. Now were they trying to make peace? And see, this conversation spawned from nation building.
because then we had after that those were the descendants of Black Wall Street. They burned that down.
Man, you just saying
Took the
hella
land.
shit. Is he just
What do you
talking out his
mean?
neck right
We
now,
going in
or am I
order.
tripping?
We going in order. We're going in order.
So this is
They
all I'm
walked
saying.
to the
Hold on. He said what?
Hold on, let
We're
dude
going in
diligence get
order.
in. I gotta
Yeah,
hear
dude,
dude
what's
on
up,
this
dude?
shit.
What's up, dude?
I mean, so you asked him, you know what I'm saying, and then he turned around and asked you something different. What was your initial question? Because then he turned around and asked you, basically, wouldn't you rather be the Indians than the black? But what did you ask him at first?
Well, I was positing that, all the things that the U.S. have done to people that they've harmed, we could talk about the Indians and the blacks. And I was simply saying, what we have chosen instead of what we got to get what they got, to be on the reservation right now.
We would have had to have a lot more land because we a lot
Okay, now
bigger
let me ask
population.
you this.
Hold on, let me go.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, dude.
I wish we would have pulled the tribal card, and then you asked, could we try that? And I'm
So y'all think the reservation got it popping right now?
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't choose nobody else's plight over our plight because they got it bad as we got it bad. They're not in a better situation.
Well, I feel you do, but the only reason why that was posited because we was talking about nationalism, right? And so we start talking about somebody said they were sovereign, remember? Somebody was like, and I said, that's not sovereignty. If you don't remember how we was
it's more than what we do have.
Could we pull?
Help me understand how did they come to be the Black Wall Street though?
Try to pull no tribe card because
they walk from
they ain't really got it no better than us anyway. So you know what I'm saying? A plight is a plight. So you saying you would have took reservations over slavery because hell, Native Americans was slavery too. They had the Trail of Tears and they almost got genocided too. It's less Native Americans here than it is Black Americans.
You're right. You're right. I'm not disagreeing with you about nothing. All I'm saying is one of these states in America could be a black state.
No, hold up. See, this is what the plan was that Malcolm X was talking about. They was talking about taking all the southern states.
That's too much.
Not just a little reservation.
Nah, that's not what he said. If you listen to Ballad of the Bullet, he just talked about black nationalism, keeping a black dollar circulating. If you listen to the Ballad of the Bullet, that's been.
I agree with you, Smash. That would be beneficial for us to try to play that card, but whether they want to give it to us or not is a different story.
Smash don't agree with none of that shit.
It's this because they don't have to give it to us. So this is the thing: gangsters ain't even a people, right?
Who?
Gangsters. I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
you
I thought I heard you wrong. You
Yeah,
said
gangsters ain't a
a-
people group.
Okay,
Anybody
word.
could be a gangster, but gangsters built Las Vegas, right? They didn't
Correct.
say they're gonna give it to us. They start buying land in the area, and they had an economic plan through gambling and shit. To where they knew eventually they seeds is gonna be owning some big ass shit called Las Vegas. But they went to the middle of the desert areas that America didn't even want. So that's what I'm saying. We got to be ambitious in some regard and have maybe 100-year plan, a 200-year plan.
I agree with that, Smash, to the
you on
fullest.
that point,
Like
but
really, because you look at a lot of other.
Casinos in the middle of the desert is different than the United States conceding us some land to have our own state. That's a big difference.
Hold on, though, but not necessarily true because they didn't concede even no land to Las Vegas. Once you could get a city made, I'll show you a lady right now.
Get a state.
Huh?
Your position was a state that we could have a black state.
Yeah, but I mean, it's gonna grow to that because think about it. You ain't gonna just have a state with populated things. States grow from cities, and they get bigger. Then it be another city and another city. If you just had a vacant area to do these things, I don't understand what would be negative about that. The U.S. government would look at, all right, so here's the thing. First of all, let me ask a trick question. How can you just tell a Haitian from a Black American?
You can't. Besides accent.
So when they hating on
accent, yeah, just accent.
So when they hating on the Haitians in Springfield, they just really hating on Black people. Because if you go in there to do something about the Haitians in Springfield, how you gonna identify them? You're gonna be looking for somebody that's Black. But I said that to say this migrant community that came in from Haiti, they say they doing good work up in Springfield, right? They helping the economy, they helping the community. Refugees of a civil war in their own state, in their own country, fled as refugees just to one state in America, and they doing the shit we be talking about right now. Now, I'm not saying that Springfield is a Haitian nation now, but the majority of them is migrating to a place in America that ain't really popping, trying to eventually set up and establish something. Now give me 20 years or 30 years, and we're gonna be talking about traveling to Springfield for Haitian Day or for the parade or for the good ass food or whatever it is that they finally economically established in some place that they refuse to. So,
I agree with you with all of that, Smash, but I think it's a little optimistic, a little too optimistic. And I wish all of that happened. I'm for that. If it happened, I would try to do that. But America ain't conceding no land to nobody.
See, that's why you keep messing up. You keep saying conceding land, and I've been talking about buying land.
If you give Black people a state, you conceded land.
Bruh, I'm talking about buying land.
You said give Black people a state.
But right now I just clarified what I'm talking about. I'm talking about buying. You ain't even never. Now I pulled up land grants and we showed how that ain't even really going on really nowadays. I did pull that up. But what I'm talking about right now is an economic process. Buying land in places that it ain't nothing there, and building up I cited Vegas. So, and how gangsters could do it. So I wasn't talking about the government just giving it to you.
And I'm glad you brought that back, Smash, because that's what made me bring up.
No, I agree with you.
Hold on. That's what made me bring up, because it said two people could use that grant, and they was like some property developers or a tribal thing. And so that's what made my mind start spinning. If we could be identified as a tribe, maybe we could get that grant. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but just the fact that this is a Christian nation that the most people ain't classified as tribes, I think a tribe is gonna hold lower than just
we know how they work, but I'm just saying that to be qualified for this grant, you'd have to be a tribe.
Oh, right? Well, I just pulled that one up out the blue.
I'm talking about that particular grant you pulled up.
And then the other definition was you had to.
I was just trying to figure out how we could get it.
So you would have to resurrect a corporation, but it would have to be in the benefit of the state. Because Smash kind of glossed over that area earlier, but that was the qualifications. You had to be a tribal government.
All right, let me show y'all, bro. All that stuff we talking about, we just making it up. White people be doing this shit every day. And they even be like, this is our land and this is a new, hold on real quick.
Oh, you say, so they using naming
I'm about to share my screen and then we just gonna go down the wormhole real quick.
You saying that basically we could use the naming convention of a tribe to just get over
who said? I'm not saying none of that. I ain't got none of that. This is what I'm saying. Government land auctions, right?
You ain't sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen?
Yes.
I see something, but this ain't it.
Hold on, let me share.
I see it.
So, Smash, are you talking
about the Biden administration?
So when you get to doing things like that, you're gonna end up like what's the dude that they locked up?
What?
Not Nature Boy, not
Dr. York. You talking about Dr. York? He said you finna get York.
All right, well,
stuff like that. because that's basically what his intention was, is to get land and build a
that dude
David
is in
Koresh. You said you
jail.
gonna get David
Hold
Koresh.
on, that dude is in jail for child molestation.
But when I'm not talking, of course, we're not talking about things like that.
But he's
I'm
not
talking
in
about
jail
his
for
nation.
buying no land. See, this is why cats be
But
messing up.
what we do see is anytime black people do things
So
like
hold
that,
on.
they lock them up for anything.
No, you spreading the bad propaganda that keep us stagnant. You just went and took a person who got convicted for child molestation and used that to discourage ambitions towards buying land.
That's individual success. We're
But
talking
do you
about
see how bad that is, what you just did?
No, because that's basically what you're showing us now is buying acres of land. You're showing us buying land acres, right?
So
individually.
I just want to
We're
know.
not coming together. We're not coming together as a nation under one name, despite under a Pan-African
None of that
banner.
has to happen. Every obstacle that you're trying to throw out in front of an idea that I have not presented yet isn't an obstacle. None of that has to happen. Just let me lay out what I'm just trying to show you. First, the availability. We ain't even talking about acquisition. First thing
it's a grassroots level.
First thing you're gonna address is the availability of land in America. Before you start talking about what people is and ain't gonna do, let's just simply do that on a simple website called Land Watch. And what we're gonna click is 1,000 acres or more in Texas. Just before we start saying, well, oh, this can't happen, that can't happen, we're gonna start seeing the value of some of this stuff. And like now right here, that don't look like nothing. That ain't nobody fighting over. They want 15 million for this 1,000 acres. If you give them 15 million, this is your 1,000 acres to do what you want with it.
I guarantee you, they don't look like that.
That's not. See, you see how niggas do.
Man, what the hell is going
That's like
on,
you going
man?
to
We
the
might
price
well
check.
end
You
the
look at
show,
them
man.
nice brochures. You look at them nice brochures. You go
We
to them
trying to stick to the point. What we're
playing.
doing right now is looking at the vast availability of wide open land in places in America that could be developed by some people if they wanted to. That's all we looking at.
If it was that simple, Smash, why ain't nobody did it yet?
It is. Oh my God, that's what America is. So let me tell you, there's a person in American business called a land developer. That is exactly what they do. I have a land development company registered in California for these ambitions. I'm not saying I developed no land. I'm saying I understand how it could go down if it ever could go down. Let me just say something. This is listed by a realtor. The realtor,
can go see this shit.
Exactly. The realtor is gonna get a commission of this sale. The government ain't involved in this at all.
Click the videos, man. This shit look nice.
I'm
like, yo, this shit right in Texas.
I ain't gonna lie. Listen. I'm broke. I ain't gonna lie. But the basketball players and the people who are millionaires and billionaires, why they ain't brought this shit?
All right,
they don't have the information.
But
they ain't got the information.
But not even just that, because
Jerry, you know when you 20, you be
stop
done.
playing. We acting like we just
dog.
having an epiphany of information that nobody has never thought.
Bro, when I was 20, I had a pretty good amount of money.
Dude, I can show you people doing this right now. I'm gonna show you. I can show you on YouTube. Like, what you mean? Why people ain't doing this? So let's just be clear. Let me just show you something. This $10 million property on 2,000 acres, it got a house on it already. So whoever this person was, just because he ain't black, he's doing this. He owns all of this land and can do whatever his ambition is with the land. Now, let's be clear. You know you got to go through all the correct protocol of a city, zoning, all that stuff, but you work with city officials to do what you want in particular areas. And so I'm saying, like, come on now, we could have been.
Man, Drake just bought a ranch right here in Texas. Like, what's going on?
Individual basis, though.
Not an individual basis. This is how you do it. Because look, you got to follow other panists.
It's not only Pan-Africans, it's Pan-Arabs and it's
We can
Pan-Chinese. Let me
we
ask
can
you a
be
question.
well.
Asians.
Let me
We can
ask you a
be we
question. What do the Pan-Chinese people do when they come to America? They don't got no template. They buy next to each
there,
other.
but
They
see,
simply
everything
buy
is different. It's
family.
different because all these people are coming with a
Everything
nation that
ain't
has
different.
land and an army supporting them
Everything
and
ain't
backing
different.
them.
You just
We do.
see. There's
Man,
something
you
We
one of them
called
type of
We
people that
no.
always got something
You
negative
know
to
No,
say.
why?
I'm
They
I'm
said
being
it in the Bible.
realistic.
There are the
We
haves
can
and the
dream.
have-nots, and the haves and the have-nots don't got nothing to do with how much money you got. It's your mind state. You are mentally a have-not. You won't be
No,
able to. No,
I'm
you
very
are, because
entrepreneur. I'm an
everything you
entrepreneur,
said
brother, because
into
I
this,
haven't worked in 4 years.
I'm
What I'm
not.
saying
Look,
is this:
hey, I'm not
we can
attacking
be
your
well.
business
We
acumen
can be
as a
well.
person.
No,
A
I'm
person
saying
who
we can
only
be
goes
friends.
against. Hold on, I don't want to do it because I could just mute you. So you should
No,
just
listen.
respect the fact that I'm talking. A person who only gonna put out all the negative obstacles. Either you just being negative, and if you being genuine, then that is the mindset of what they call a have-not. And I'm talking about from the Bible. I'm not talking about no insult as you as a man. Remember
No,
they
well,
say
I'm not
the
religious.
real
I'm not
quick.
religious, but I
Remember
just
they
want to
say the
go ahead.
haves and the have-nots in the Bible. They not talking about the rich people and the poor people. They talking about the man whose brain is set to make out and figure out a way, or a man whose brain is made to figure out an obstacle. These are the haves and the have-nots. That's all I was saying.
Well, I mean, I definitely disagree with that
But
because,
that's what it
man,
is.
what I'm saying is this: we can be well-fed slaves within the system and have individual success. Of course, that's I'm doing that. But
Nah,
what I'm
no,
saying
that,
is,
that don't even,
we're
you ain't
never
making no
gonna
sense,
have
Eddie.
that makes a lot of
You
success.
can't, you could not
But what I'm saying,
say that
but what
every
I'm saying is,
individual
go
that's
ahead.
successful could only be called a well-paid slave.
Hold on,
That's a
Listen,
silly
let me
analogy.
see if I
That's a
can
silly
hold on.
analogy.
but
Let me see
what
if
I'm
I can
saying
get
is,
what
I can't.
King Jay's saying. Let me hold on. Let me see if I. So what you
Let me
saying? Hold
let
on.
me
Let me see.
finish.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get this.
I can explain it better than
Basically,
you can say it though.
you saying that we get it's okay if us they will allow individual success, but if we would
Of course,
start the group think, then that would be a problem for them, and
they're
they
gonna
wouldn't
shut
be
that
able
down
to.
so fast.
That's
If
what
Hey,
they
he's
saw
y'all,
saying.
any,
I got
you
what you're
don't
if
even
saying.
they
know how America works.
if they saw anything positive, why do you think the we could Smash could speak on this as far as the music
You
with
don't
the
even know
media
how
and the
America works,
agenda?
Eddie.
So why can you
Eddie,
explain to us, Smash,
what
from
is a
your point of view?
corporation?
Let me ask you a question, brother.
What if any of our ideas were formed under a corporation and incorporated? We can move through just like any other
Well,
corporation.
America
You can
is
buy
a
just as much
America is a
land as you
corporate.
want as long as you
But
following
Smash,
the
can I ask you a
rules.
question? So when speaking on what you just spoke of, the United States of America in all capital letters is a corporation. We can start there.
But we're
But my
not
question to
trying to
you was,
change the
but
subject.
my question to you was real quick. Why do you think we don't get positive music promoted on the radio? Use yourself as an example of as a
What do you mean?
KRS-One.
Because
I mean,
in
like
reality, in the
that are
real
mainstream.
reality,
The
because
Lauryn
people don't
Hills.
want to hear positive music.
We
Now,
do.
no, you don't. You
But it
want to
doesn't
hear
make
some
them money,
ass
Smash.
shaking,
It doesn't make
sex
them money.
money, and what you call it? Because this
So
is
let's be real. It
capitalism.
doesn't make them
If this
money
was socialism, people would be playing positive
because
music on
the
the radio
Jews
all
don't
the
have that in
time.
their communities,
About the land development.
but they promote that in our communities.
So you
Let's
trying
talk
to
about.
tell me? Look, I live my whole life doing positive music, bro. I
But
die
why
by
isn't
my
it
sword.
mainstream? We
I'm
don't hear
saying
about
I die
positive
by my
main music. We love
that's what
it.
I'm saying. I'm an example of somebody who did not start doing the mainstream shit in order to hold his guns and just
It's
do what a
underground.
man's
Right.
supposed to do. I turned out underground because that's where they relegate that type of music to. But it ain't no
Why?
shortage
But who are
because
they,
of what I'm
man?
saying to you. My first thing I said is people don't want to necessarily hear that. I'm not being cynical. I know we all want to hear some
Man, I
conscious
like
music.
your music. Let's be real. But the music you put out, that the nights over Egypt, bro, I rock with that. That's dope. I
I
would buy that. I
appreciate
like
that, but
that.
that's not. I hope you're not missing
We
my
like
point in
music
getting
like that. I
individual
like
about me.
Yeah.
I was using myself as an example to say
a
that
positive.
I'm not a bougie rapper saying cats don't want to hear that. I am saying cats don't want to hear me. The things I produce. It's not the, I'm not, I hope y'all hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying that style of music, I got so much respect for it, but it's not it's not what the masses want, yo. Like, come on now. So put it this way. What the masses
now we might have to
well, go ahead, say you got your opinion. Let me hear your opinion.
I don't know about that, Smash, because these last couple of, I mean, this little album you dropped, which I plan on grabbing real soon, I think it's worth people hearing.
See, that's why I said you have to allow me to use myself as an example without necessarily thinking I'm internalizing these statements.
Right.
I'm not internalizing. I don't think this. Look, so feel me. Just know the things I'm saying, I don't think this about myself. But this is what I'm telling y'all about the reality of the situation. Is somebody putting money behind music somewhere, and you have to be a more courageous investor to put it behind the music that don't just fly off like that. You see what I'm saying? And so if you think these executives see some thick, beautiful women did a song called Wet Ass P, how quick you think they was to toss out the dollar on that, because they know that's about to bring back money hella quicker than the song Black Egypt.
Exactly, Smash. But you know why? Because they don't worry about that destroying their cultural community. It destroys ours.
Well, that's fine, but that's now we just switch into another conversation.
We want to put out nah.
I was only explaining how I was only saying how the masses ain't really vibing off that. I got videos with 1 million views. I got videos with 1,000 views. The videos with 1,000 views is conscious. The videos with the million, I'm talking Oakland shit. I'm the same person.
He got the mathematics. He can pull it up right now. So he right. I mean, once you start talking about analytics like that, he got the proof. He got the proof is in the pudding. I understand that, man. I'm just saying.
To other people, because it's not no agenda behind it. It's just that, like he said, the masses don't want to hear it. The kids don't want to hear it.
Because this is why, because we are in a capitalist society, right? And so the quicker, faster money just gonna be that, right? It's just gonna be that. Man. Like, look, we didn't make up the things that the world liked the most, because back in ancient times they had a problem with whoredom and prostitution. And you know, you heard about this even in the Bible, right? Well, now that is a visual thing. They just sell you sex visually through these images and stuff that is really hard to compete with now that, think about it, now that even women have mastered the art of getting the sultry out, you know, it be looking different now. Like, it be looking like they mastered that shit, like Cardi B and Megan and them. Put it this way, there's nowhere on earth or the internet or the world to see anything more beautiful in that way than the Black woman right now. You see what I mean? And so if you disagree, then I understand. You could tell me. But in that Hollywood presentation of a beauty, the mark of beauty, it had been changed up to Cardi B and Megan and them. And I'm gonna slow down because I'm making this point, but I forgot what my overall point I was making. So I just don't want to talk to talk. You feel me?
Yeah,
but I don't think that is a point, because Megan and Cardi B and them, they're not our higher representation of women.
No. You're right. They not our higher representation, and that's the point I was making. That they selling that sex and stuff because it's easier. You feel me? Everybody gonna gravitate to it. Cats is gonna lightweight gravitate to it the same way they gravitate to a porn channel or something. And so now they're getting money hand over fist because they kind of like, think about it. You don't see hella male rappers on TV no more. You gotta peep game.
So I got this on the screen real quick. This is like I was doing some research on like how they spread gang culture across America, right? So this is in 1988. So they had a gang sweep in LA in 1988, right? April of 1988, they had a gang sweep in LA. April 15th, they released the movie Colors. Y'all see this?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the indoctrination of America getting this information. Then they start to spread this information through the news, right? So watch this. NWA comes out that same in August of 1988. Then in the local newspaper, the gang culture starts to spread across the America. Y'all don't find this is the type of stuff that I've been researching to try to figure out. See, it has Oklahoma in here, 1988. These gangs start to spread across America right after this movie and this music comes out. So this is evidence, and I'm showing you the month that this is in April. They did this to the people in LA, the gang. They told them either y'all leave LA or we're gonna lock y'all up. Right? April the 10th, 1988. The movie Colors comes out April 15th, 1988. So now these people are leaving LA because their kids are gonna get locked up. So what do? You send your kids to your family. You got a lot of family down south. These people will still have this culture, this gang culture, and then so they spread this culture. Maybe this is just an hypothesis that I got because I watched how this happened. So by the time April 15th, the movie comes out. So just mind you, people in the South don't know nothing about no Crips and Bloods, but we gonna know through this movie, right? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So by the time we get here, by summertime, Boys in the Hood and NWA come out. See? August the 8th, 1988.
Are you saying they socially conditioning us to?
Yeah. We 17, 18, and 19. We can't see this, what they doing.
So those are some of my favorite movies. Boys in the Hood, New Jack City.
But all of this is an indoctrination program. Now you got to mind you, at this time, New York is still on some fight the power shit, right? It ain't. They looking at LA like that culture is detrimental, and they talking against it. The Jerry curl is whack. Remember all of this. You see what I'm saying? But this culture is going to be the major culture 20 years later from east to west. Well, same thing like what we talking about with Kemet. Kemet was one city at one point, and then it spreads out and becomes the whole thing later on, right?
All right, yeah.
See what I'm saying? So we just have that's
kind of what that's about modern. Nation. Ain't that the same thing about nation building? You think you're gonna build a whole state at once? You're gonna start from a central point and build outwards. You feel me? And eventually, more people gonna contribute. Then they gonna need some place to build.
Yeah, but see what I'm talking about with that particular thing, they suppressed the positive nation building we was doing with the Black Panthers. And they magnified the negative thing they did with the gangs and let that spread. See what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but my ideology of nation building has morphed away from some of our older 70s and 80s ideologies, the ones we're talking about now. And you might even take it as a pejorative word, but I see success for people who have dominated by the way that they integrated into the society. Like, for instance, let me say, you can't go to a smoke shop. Who own all the smoke shops in America?
I think seem like almost Europeans.
Who said the second one? Because where I'm from, the second answer was right. Let's get better. Who dominate the 7-Elevens in America?
The Indians.
Well, whatever the people group is certain people who target certain specific niches in America and they dominate them. Let me ask y'all this. Who dominate the donut shops in America?
Indian.
No,
Indian. Yeah.
Well, where I'm from is Chinese people. So our different answers may be indicative of that what I'm saying ain't true. But
our area related.
I might need to be speaking more regionally. In my area, it appears that the donut shops is dominated by the Asian community. They got that on lock. You hardly ever gonna walk in a donut shop and see a Black person, right? Can you see a
Never,
black
never,
person in the
I
donut
got what
shop?
you're saying, Smash. I've
never,
looked at this too.
never.
So there's certain niches that people come to our country and hop up on, and they pounce on them. So every time now, this has been my newest survey. Every time I walk into the smoke shop, I'll be like, "Hey, where you from?" And I'm getting a lot of Afghanistans and Jordans and stuff like that lately. So I'm still in my head like, okay, so somewhere where y'all at, somebody is telling somebody when you get to America, sell tobacco. You see what I'm saying? And they now what's our niche of dominance? And if
I
we
be looking for that. I be looking
No,
for that.
if
no,
we
Do we
build
really? I would say a lot of
Nah, we
this
spend our money
generation
on everything.
is truck driving. A lot of the males. A lot of us are going into a lot of truck driving.
okay,
down here
but
in
I
the South.
wouldn't say as far as the American industry of truck
that's
driving is
that's not our
concerned,
niche.
we don't dominate that. Like we don't dominate it like
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Arabs
I'm just saying
dominate
that's about
7-Eleven.
one of the things I could identify that I see a lot of
I
brothers
don't
doing.
even want to
I would say,
limit.
I would say hairdressing for women, beauticians.
No, we the
That's
consumers. We the big Koreans got that on lock. You don't remember?
they sell us the hair, yeah.
Smash, wow.
No, am I
You
not
know,
just being
I'm just
frank?
saying you giving it all the way up. He like, man, no,
They
they got
they
that on.
I mean they
Sell
sell
all
they
of the
sell us the
supplies
hair,
to the beautician.
But what are
the
we
supplier.
noticing that people is now? Here's something else. Nobody love what they doing, and that be our problem. We be thinking you gotta love what you about to do. So you think dude love selling them black and miles to us every day? No, he love hopping in the Benz that's parked behind the stove, you know what I'm saying, and going to his house and his home and his family being secure. And I'm pretty sure that people, and I hope anyone don't try to take my words and flip them around. Like I'm just talking about people who are very good at dominating particular industries in America.
So question, do you think that they get a head start to dominate those industries?
Well,
Most of
even
those
if they do, we be beating cats with head start. So let's not even act like a head start. Like
but
physically,
but what's crazy is this.
everybody
Hold on,
need
hold on, hold
a
on.
head start on black people.
But what's
So
crazy is this. Why do we even support them?
no, that's
Why
not how
do
the
those
world works.
Arab stores
So
in
it go
in
like
the
this: we support them because they supply a commodity that we need that we don't supply to ourselves.
That was deep.
Like we don't support them. Cats be spending their money reluctantly in them stores. When you walk up to the counter and they keep having a fucking conversation for 2 minutes like you ain't at the counter, then finally walk up to the counter and shit and be like, "What do you want?"
But see, this all go back, man, to the mindset and everything that we dealing with. Like even when I just showed that about that indoctrination with that gang culture and how it spreads, that shit is real, right? And we seem
Keep
like
it on the smoke
we
shop.
don't want to acknowledge that this indoctrination is affecting this generation, and they don't respect the wisdom that we may have to be able to reverse it.
No.
So like right now, they using drill music. We call it gangster rap in our era, but it's a recycling of that same indoctrination with this drill music that they indoctrinated us with. We can't tell them that, hey, we see what they did then. We need to be able to counter that and stop that with this generation this time.
So,
but it don't work though.
So here's
no, it should be able to work. That's what I'm saying.
But that's going to be a given, and that's going to be something that we, all of these things we can't fight if we ain't got no paper. If you don't figure out nothing economic, you can't offer no dude on the streets nothing if your game ain't about no paper. They don't
But hold up, but it should.
About.
But as warriors, it should be about wanting to see your people right.
But they not warriors.
If we can spend
they are not warriors yet. They are warriors.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. But if we can get them to understand that we in a fight and as a collective, then we can use that energy to try to get us to do something that we need to do. Like you just identified, you said, "No, we don't run the hair. We don't run the hair industry. The Asian people do." Why can't we try to get a foothold in that? Because all of those products are needed for our people.
We got the power to take over any industry we want to.
That's what I'm saying. See, that's the type of energy we talking about, King J. We talking about figuring, but we just need to figure out a way to do it and get our people to understand that it needs to be done.
So here go a few things. here go a few things, and we got to start asking the critical questions. Some nations don't even got a credit score. You see what I'm saying? And now we understand that that system has been used to give extra hurdles for black people, all people to hop, but they make it worse for black people because if you can't get credit from the GP, then you ain't gonna be able to be even working on no credit score. So now you want to open up a store where all your products have to be on consignment. And in order to get consignment, you gotta have good credit. So that's just a loop. But we got people coming from nations that was not ever in the FICO system. And then they come to America and they open up a store almost before they could learn the language. And so you're not, no matter how much bread you got, you're not getting all the products in you're not buying the products in your store. You need to be able to send them back on consignment, inventory, itemized, all that shit. And so think about it. One research think group question we need to answer is how are the immigrants and migrants who migrate from nations that are not previously in the FICO system getting loans to open up businesses?
Let me say something, Smash. This is kind of wild. Now, I was watching something, YouTube and this internet thing is pretty resourceful. I was watching, just so happened one day I was watching YouTube and it was something on Idi Amin, right? 1970s. So what happened was when he took over the control of his country, he kicked all the Indians out of his country. They ran these particular storefronts and stuff like that that's going on in America. So do you know that those people came to America and they started running corner stores in the Black community? So they made a deal with the American government to be able to run the stores in our Black community. Now, I'm old enough to remember.
Hold on. Everything you said was cool, but then you said they made a deal with the American government. That ain't normally how business works. So how did they make a deal with the government to be able to run the liquor stores?
Because what happened was they was running stuff and they had a deal with them in Africa. So when the deal ran out in I don't know what country Idi Amin was running, but when he X'd that deal out, they had to go somewhere. So what they did was the American government said, okay, we can get some of y'all. I'm pretty sure they might have spread them all across the world, but some of them came to America and they had deals to run these stores. Because I remember.
Well, hold on. I'm going to help you out. So you remember Jeff Ford, right?
Yes.
So
you talking about the Black Panther?
The Black El Rukins.
Okay.
So,
yeah, Chicago.
Yeah. So Idi Amin had the agreement with Jeff Ford. So, but that's when America gave them a lot of $1 million grants, and they said that they labeled them as gangs and terrorists.
Hold on. Gave who $1 million grants?
So basically, they tried to say that Jeff Ford was building an organization. They said Idi Amin was giving them missiles and stuff, and the money that the American government gave them. So basically, the government's financing gangs. They gave the El Rukins a whole bunch of money. They gave the viceroys, GDs, millions of dollars, and they brought guns and drugs with them.
When we just be offering information, it be getting thrown off track. So we're trying to talk about dominating the industry. We're not. We was talking about dominating the industry in America. Then James brought up Idi Amin and how because it was relevant about how the Indians came in to dominate this industry. Then we just start talking about Idi Amin. So
he went into which may be relevant, Brother Jay, right later on. But I understand what you're talking about.
Because it's mismanaged. It's not mismanaging money. So when we do get the power,
so what he's saying is that Idi Amin gave the African Americans over here who needed some funding some money and they didn't do nothing but buy some drugs and guns, which is what he's saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I still don't know how that's relevant, but I feel you. Maybe that's another downfall or another sabotage point we should watch out for. If anybody contributed anything to what I'm talking about, the last thing I'm thinking about buying is guns and drugs. There's enough of that
Well,
running
Smash,
rampant.
you have a very positive mindset, but like you just said, you're not the masses. The masses buying guns and drugs when they get them millions of dollars in the inner cities of Chicago. And they're so
See, that's what I'm
when
saying.
they
Why are you still talking about that? Because I already
because that's what we're
pinpointed.
talking about,
But
Smash.
that
That's what
ain't
we're
what
talking
we
about,
was
Smash.
talking
We
about.
was
That you
talking,
just
no, we
threw
was
us
talking about
off.
how these people get a
We talking
collective
about
picture
dominating
Oh, not the
industries in
reality.
in one
America.
Oh,
particular
not the reality.
industry.
Okay.
That's
Not
what
the
we're
reality.
doing.
Okay.
So we still thinking we would. It was relevant because of when the Indian, like you said, how the Indians got the liquor stores. If what he's saying is confirmable, then that's true. But just to stay on the point, because but the ultimate bigger conversation is like why we losing and what we gonna do. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And so we start getting off track of that. It's just gonna be another one of these shows.
Yeah, but see,
No,
I was offering that information to that have something solid that we could look to say, you know, this is bigger than, like, it's just not by coincidence that these people do these things, and they also have some type of cultural backing as well from their country, their home countries, that you have to look into. Well, we are detached from our home country. See, well, we don't understand that we are Africans in America, and if we had some type of way that we could use some type of connection back to Africa to have trade with our homeland, they have many valuable resources, things that they make that we can sell here and bring this dollar, which is one of the highest currencies on the planet, and ship it back to them.
See, and not only that, we gotta.
So that's some of the problems that we're dealing with.
I agree, but here's another thing: there's not one item or not one thing that we need to, like. You feel me? Like, for instance, if we focus on anything and do it, it's going to be cool. Like, I don't think there's any place in China where they're having meetings about selling donuts in California. But I can't find a donut shop that's not one of my Asian brothers. So they just grabbing on the shit that's easy. They don't love that shit. They smart. They like, okay.
They probably don't even eat donuts.
Exactly. They like, from this time in the morning, them motherfuckers eat that shit, we gonna sell it.
Right.
Or for instance, how a hamburger is you're gonna eat a different type of a hamburger every different shop you walk into. Now you might have your favorite, but it's like a million different hamburgers in America. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody necessarily, maybe somebody love their hamburger spot, but what I'm saying is if we made an entrepreneur, now I'm far off on a tangent, but if we made an entrepreneurial pursuit towards having the flyest hamburger spots in America or whatever, that would at least be something that could develop into a niche. I knew that was far off because that's a weak one.
That's
but
right
put it
on
this
point.
way, Mexican people got the tacos on lock.
Yeah, and that just cracked off, Smash. I don't remember that back in the 70s. The only tacos I remember was Taco Bell. They done came up with a whole new joint that we all love. And I don't know how, now watch this. I don't know how healthy them tacos is. And it seems like nobody cares about the calories. Like, so we had a soul food business that was pretty good. Why is that not? Like, why ain't there one of them took off? Because we have a stigma that soul food is the most unhealthiest food on the planet.
No, that shit ain't true.
I know it's not. But why ain't no soul food? Why we ain't got a franchise of soul food restaurant that people can go to?
Well, that's a good question, and you know, it's because of
It's
us.
a stigma.
We at the ages where we the ones who need to be doing this, so the youth could be seeing that. But back to what we was talking about nation building, and my I guess y'all not gonna reflect well on my integrationist theories. But thriving well in this society as integrationists is how other communities became to dominate. But what they do is they just pocket off little sections of themselves. So you know how you could come into a new community and be like, damn, I hit a corner and every house is Indian people.
Right.
They will target a specific area of a city and all individually buy in those areas until they dominate in that area of the city. It's like it happened like that in Oakland with different nationalities
Right,
too.
right.
Black
So
people,
I see you observing very well, like how this is going. This is beautiful.
well,
So I was gonna ask you a question, like, so if you, I don't know, because it seems like you a deep thinker too. Like, what industry do you, if you were saying the easiest industry that we could possibly do something like that with, have you ever thought about which industry that would be that we should probably target? Like, if we were not as like this, some type of weapon type thing, but like just something that we could say that we could do.
well, it should have been with the legalization of marijuana that only black people fought for that. I'm talking about, I know some people who ain't black who in my audience are smacking their lips, but I'm talking about the songs like Legalize It, Bob Marley, and all of the efforts that was made. You know, black musicians were castigated for their marijuana use, and they used that to vilify us for hella long. And other people too, so don't
Willie Nelson, I gotta
yeah,
put him in.
exactly. Give it to Willie and all the other people. I'm not trying to be like that, but I'm trying to speak for my people. So what I'm saying is we should have a greater portion of that legal marijuana industry, but it didn't turn out that way because we don't got the greater funds in order to get started. So when they legalize shit, they could just throw millions into things. The day it become legal, all right, put 10 million into a new business that's a new marijuana business right now today. You feel me? So now you can hire people who getting top salary on day one when the law got passed.
Now hold on, because I'm not from California, so this is kind of odd to me. You know what I'm saying? It's legal, all this legal jargon you talking about. But I be seeing like Snoop Dogg and everybody, even Method Man, everybody got some weed. They're like, what's going on?
See,
Are they not doing that or
so
something?
they definitely got weed, but that represents a very small branded.
Oh, okay. I'm not looking at the big picture.
Branded black marijuana represents a very small part of the product marketplace. But I'm particularly talking about the cashiers, the vendors, and the dispensaries too. We represent a very small percentage of the people who get money off that brand new industry.
So let me ask you this: so Hyro got a strain? See what I'm saying? Y'all lacking.
I mean, no, that really don't.
Like how that ain't happening.
It don't really.
So what happened? So what happened in the real world when I was living in Detroit, right?
Oh, y'all got weed too.
So basically, what happened? The government, it's legal there, but what the state did was all the dispensaries, you know, they own all of them. They got rid of them, all of them. Then the state bought all the dispensaries. So you may think you're gonna make it. It sound good, but the reality of things, some things have to be, like reality.
Oh yeah, no, he's
like
right. We just threw that arbitrarily. He asked the question, what industry, and I just said the first one that came to mind. But if we was approaching something with some realism, I would say it shouldn't even be nothing like that. Like you just target something people slipping on, and then in 20 years they like, damn, why every time I to get this as a black person? Then they find out that they've been focused on that a long time ago.
That sounds like some stock market investment in some stock market.
But you know what? This shit take me all the way back to Kemet. Like, so if I need somebody to go shoot somebody in the eye, I need to go get the match.
Hey, but let me ask you.
You see what I'm saying? A specialized. If I need to go get somebody.
A question though. Some things seem like they ethnically attached to people, and so it seems like that's why they dominating in it. But then when you come back to black people, it revealed that ain't the truth. For instance, it seemed like Mexican people dominate at the sale of tacos because that is Mexican food, right?
Right.
But that ain't just really the truth. Like, we only surrendering that to them for the fact that that's what that is. Now, me and my wife got this thing called Blackos. They like tacos.
I would disagree with that.
He said Blackos.
Because look, we make them a little bit different, right? And I was like, I tell you, if you hit the block with those, you're gonna shut down every other stand. So So here's another thing. Like, I mean, well.
So hold up, you said the queen got some tacos.
So you trying to let me ask you
need to
something,
invest in the
James.
queen tacos.
James, though, mac and cheese ain't soul food. Yes or no?
I kind of would say, but you know,
What?
it's been
I don't know
commercialized.
where
man.
you from, man.
It's been commercialized.
No,
man, they sell it at Kentucky
but
now.
you taking
know
my
what I'm saying?
point away from me. I'm making a point. See, the only place you're going to go to get a taco is some Mexican place. But they take our items, take them up out of, and then mix them amongst they shit, and like greens.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Macaroni. You could get macaroni and cheese at every white restaurant now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, somebody could check me on this and be like, actually, that's a Dutch dish. I'm not tripping. I know that to be traditionally associated with soul food, but yet we don't dominate getting the mac and cheese to people in America. Come on now, they be taking our shit and putting it all amongst their stuff.
Yeah, so that's just, you know, we can look throughout that, but I definitely be wanting to try to figure out a way where we could do exactly that. At least we need to have some things that we can say we left the next generation in some good hands. I think that's what everybody does. You know what I mean?
think we could build a Vegas that's better than Vegas, but it's based on entertainment. We need, I mean, that'll be
we run entertainment.
All right, let me just put my plan out here that's been in my head. Ain't nobody gonna be able to say this is a dumbass idea. Now watch how easy this shit is. It just take money. I'm naturally this. Like, you know what they say? People with ideas got ideas up the ass. They ain't got the money. And people with money don't got the ideas.
Word.
You feel me? Like, I can tell you how to do it in a jiffy. And no one watching will be able to say, that's hella dumb. What I'm about to say about to be profound. So I'm clicking land for sale. And I'm going to take us to where we already know is popping, Nevada. Now I'm going to get us dangerously close to them gangsters, right? But we ain't going to encroach on that money that hard. You see what I'm saying? Because we got to do the same thing they did. They built a Las Vegas out of nothing, and now they making billions a year in all kind of casinos. So we just going to go maybe 100 miles up the street, you feel me, and build a new one. Now, how dumb, that sound dumb to people? Oh, he hella stupid. Oh, well, I need to see where Vegas is first. And I just want to show the practicality of how, first of all, let's look at the result. That's the result of what them gangsters set forth to do in the 1930s? When did they do Vegas? I don't know. Somebody tell me some history. So I want to look at the map.
Man, as far as the economic plan.
No, I got it. I'm about to show you. I'm going to show you everything. But first I had to identify this on the map. Because this is what it is. We dominate the music industry, but we don't have a hub for people to experience that. So they did it in South Vegas right down here. So I'm going to come close to them, right? And we're going to click back out. So we could be in South Vegas too. South Nevada too. So what we're going to try to identify is enough acres to build a damn city. And we just going to see is it out here. And you know it's out here. And then that city developed. All right, so they got only one that's 1 to 500 acres. How big is 500 acres?
I don't know.
So now I'm gonna expand my search so that people could feel my idea better. So, because I want to get to some place that's getting up into the thousands of acres. So you can have some miles, right?
So I wonder how many acres is one of the major cities or something. That would give you a scope.
Hold on, all right. Let me see.
How
many acres is Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Bruh, told you. Las Vegas is 150 acres.
Yeah, so you just need something
Thank you, Finley. So hold on. Las Vegas, Nevada has a total square miles of 135 square miles, which is 135 square miles of land and 0.4 square miles of water. Downtown Las Vegas is 150 acres. So that's what you start with, your downtown. Now, see, people be trying to think shit ain't real because we supposed to be relegated to think like some little punks. Like you're not gonna achieve nothing in life and just be a slave and shut up. I could at
Yeah,
least
500 acres will be enough for a whole city.
exactly. I could at least
I
think
guess.
like I mean, or if we just starting out, you know, you're gonna buy more. People, what people do is buy land around those initial people who
Yeah,
set
annex,
that
which
up.
is called
Yeah,
annexing land.
so other people start being like, "Oh, is land out there? How much land out there cost?" So now 2 million. Now look at this, bro. This is silly. You trying to tell me I can start my new Vegas
That's 3 acres.
for only 2 million? Nah, they gonna be like, you gotta do all the infrastructure shit. They spent like 10 years getting water out there. No, this is 3,000 acres, way bigger than the Vegas we talking about. This the new black hub of music though. See, now what's gonna happen? So you're gonna get the land right, and first thing you gotta get is an airport. That's not even, I mean, you know, you however people do that, they get
He
that.
said an airport.
That's not hard. That's just a straight patch of land and a few towers and some coordinates. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on,
Right.
man. My partner really is getting an airport built next to his hotel in Panama right now. Like, that is really what's happening right now. And so I don't want to be left behind with my ambitious thoughts, thinking I can't do shit, and people that I talk to every day is doing it.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
a lot of that. That's a lot of land right there. What I'm looking at, you could definitely put an airplane strip right there.
But now look, and so now somebody look at the land, right? And here go a property map. And what happens is somebody start to parcel it up. Like, okay, how do you even get a road up into there? See, here go the only road. You know what I'm saying? Everything that I'm talking about will be done a whole lot more professionally and everything. But just the fact that we could be pinpointing these things ourselves means that, come on, now let's talk about what happens. What's the first thing they had to start building in Vegas once they got the infrastructure and everything set up? Hotels, right? And homes, right?
Yeah, housing.
Exactly. So now it's hotels and homes. So now it's either you got homes to sell or the people who actually own the land.
And also in some type of industry to support whatever's going on around there. Because most places get built based on industry. Like, look, they find some gold, that's gonna set up everything else. That they get
This is what this is. Just like Vegas is the home of gambling, this is the home of the music industry. See, just how the wildlife, you have to imagine it 100 years from now when there's 30. It's like, all right, this is what it's like. South by Southwest every day, basically. See, it's like one of them conventions that take over the city for music every day in this new city that is going to happen because I put it in the atmosphere.
You know what this sound like to me? This sound like what 50 on.
What 50 on?
He done bought up a whole bunch of land in Shreveport, Louisiana.
But that's for his movie.
No, bro, he doing a whole bunch of other stuff too. It sounds like he doing the same thing you talking.
How do you look into it then? Sure.
I don't know what the hell Fifth guy. I'm telling you, bro, he doing more than just some movie stuff.
Now,
he doing all the stuff that you talking about doing. That's what he doing.
So
he buying up land around there, and he converting it off into all types of business.
So why is this such a bad idea?
It's not a bad idea. It sounds like a good idea to me.
So what's going to economically sustain this region? Tourism. Now, look, you can't just do shit and get all the money. So we got to go talk to the gangsters and we got to go talk to the Jews. But it's ours now, right? So what we going to get from the gangsters is some casino money already. We like, look, we bought this land and this is our plan, and the only way you're going to get in on it is get in on it on the ground floor. Build your casino now. And then you're going to be able to last forever. Right? And then they come, okay, they build. Come on now, man. This is not even hard. Now, you want me to know why it's not hard? Because I'm inspired by some brothers that did this already. In 1919, they did it in Mexico. Called it Little Liberia, bruh. They was out there for 15 years. till they was doing so good, the Mexican government thought they was a threat, told them to go back to America.
Damn. See, that was just what
But
Brother
see, this is
King
different.
James
No, but
was
this
saying
is
that shit.
different. You want me to show you how this is different? You contributing to the American economy here. Everybody would love this, dude. If you really made Chocolate City, Kemet, if you really made Chocolate City like where you really go to get the black stuff. Come on now. I'm
You
telling
know
you,
what?
that's
This
killing
what you
everything.
saying is a plan that was already fleshed out before me and you came around, bro. Man, they wasn't with it. You know what I'm saying? Because if I told you this story and showed you what was going on, you'd be
Oh,
like,
but
man,
who wasn't with it?
the American government.
No, well, yeah,
Stuff that
of
they was
course,
talking about doing.
because we be talking about things in ways I'm not talking about. That we need.
Yeah, you talking about just
we need
purchasing
a
and doing
federal
without
buildings.
any asking of doing
Yeah, that's
anything.
not about the pop. You not about. Come on, dog.
Yeah, I got your concept of doing it.
It gotta
but
be well incorporated, but it's something you own, family. Like, put it this way: you can't tell the gangsters who own Vegas. And likewise, when this place is successful, it should be so thriving of a spot of America that you only know the history of it. That this is really, this is all owned by black people, right? You feel me?
Yeah, but no. See, in the story of Vegas, they said that the government ran them up out of there. But you saying that basically that's just some type of fairy tale, and they just went underground and they still got some percentage off it.
Man, I don't want to even speak on nothing like that. I can't, but I'm just, come on now. You know how that shit.
You know, I was just to say, I was watching Casino. That's what he said happened at the end. You know what I mean? So it was a movie. It was like Casino said at the end of the day.
That might be, it might be true. But that's because they had other nefarious gangster ambitions. This is just a wholesome ambition at renovating.
Right, without the
exactly, at renovating the area of America that is underdeveloped. No one has nothing negative. We don't want y'all to develop the desert. Like, ain't nobody ever gonna be, that just don't make no sense. They will more or less be trying to be like, you ain't gonna get nothing accomplished. And
because you're gonna have to use you got to dam a river.
Man, we doing all that. We ain't Kemet. See, there you go. When you said that, now we figuring out stuff you got to do to make a society.
Man, I already know.
You feel me? We need that water. Who gonna?
You're gonna have to do all kinds
make water
of stuff,
come?
man.
We need ride. We gonna need water to come. I'm gonna have to figure it out. So you're gonna find out how to do that. Yep, you're gonna do all that. You're gonna dig for some wells. You feel me? But ultimately, think about it. Vegas ain't on no wells and stuff no more. If you're going to do it right, you're going to do it right. And so you're going to first spend 20 years laying out an infrastructure that could even support millions of people.
Yeah.
Like by running water pipes for hella miles and shit. You know
so what's going on with Vegas with their water situation right now? You know, they built that, what was that, the Hoover Dam? They built that dam to generate the electricity to supply the electricity for Las Vegas. Well, guess what?
What?
Now I guess they trying to say via climate change that the mountains ain't getting enough ice to bring down the water, so the turbines won't be able to turn out then they won't be able to get electricity. Ain't that crazy?
Mm-hmm. So you trying to tell me downtown Vegas is 150 acres, bro? So let me see. I'm gonna go to the area.
I don't know how big the whole thing is.
I know, but still, downtown is. This is what you gotta.
That's
remember.
Enough.
You gotta remember, just like Kemet, Hoot Hori Ib means the building in the middle. It comes to mean once people start building around the building in the middle, and then you got a little downtown area, and then it grows out and out because they running out of space around the building in the middle. But you always, no matter what, you're going to start with a town center or something that is in the center of everything that is that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so if we dealing with 150, if you just dealing with to start 150 acres, it's going to be like 20 years before you fill that up unless you got some tremendous support. You know, it'll be like, think of the building process. Once you got the town center, now
It look like you could fit Las Vegas on that picture right there.
Thank you. Now they're gonna build the
Just
first
the downtown area.
They're gonna build the first store. They're gonna build all this other stuff. Once you even get the people to give you the rights to do all the stuff that you plan on doing. Before you do that, now you got to start developing lobbies to get the right senators and stuff. One that is going, man, this shit is easy. Let's do this like the sticks. Can we approach this like the sticks and get it done? Everybody could turn on the video game and get something done, but can't nobody just get it done in real life? This is easy. So you telling me if I had 20 million, I wouldn't be at the start of doing this right now?
So this is 3 million right here, right?
Yeah, and then you're gonna start building at least
185
That
acres.
first building got to at least be 5 million just to get it popping, though. You know, because you in the middle of the desert, you got to build that first town center, just like a real town center. Then you start to pave roads. Somebody got to do a city grid, all that stuff. But it is doable.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at that little plot of land right there, I could see that being, you know, big enough to put a city on right there. It's all flat.
And guess what else you about to build? Quick, fast, in a hurry before you even got people. A stadium. Ooh. You need that nice, fat, big stadium. Then you're going to have a team in a minute. Oh, man. Come on, bro.
He said a team.
All right, man. I'm a dreamer, but I'm about to show
Yeah, but
y'all
you know what I'm saying? You know, I be trying to figure that out too. Like, how would they? I mean, how could you get? Because I was thinking about a black-owned football team. I was like, when is that gonna happen?
Well, what you mean? See, so if you, it depends. If it depends. It's a league called the NFL that's hella racist. So if you mean in that league, that probably ain't popping. But you got to know the difference between owning a stadium and owning a team.
Right.
Right? Damn, you know, the stadium owner might damn near be getting as much bread, if not more, because he the one got the venue. You like the artist.
Man, listen, I'm right here in Arlington, Texas, bro. Jerry Jones built that stadium right in the hood, if you knew what I'm talking about. He built it right in the hood.
Just imagine.
And man, this dude have events. He have that monster truck racing, dirt bike racing, Beyonce concert. He get money all the way around. It ain't just no football that's just what, 8 games out the year, 8 days out the year that he get that. Because you play 8 away and 8 there, or however many they do. But he getting money from all type of events, from concerts to everything. So you right, you can make a lot of money if you got
you're gonna make hella bread. I got the whole template. Let me show you, because before
He said the template.
The way that y'all making money while y'all still in development is through Burning Man type festivals. So you still getting the music people to come out and still getting people to fly there, but they know it's tents and dirt because y'all building the community, and their efforts for coming to these festivals is helping to build the community. So I want to show y'all this, and I think this is one lady in this whole city. Now y'all trying to tell, she's everything in the city. She's the librarian, and legally, and it's registered in her state. So y'all trying to tell me this one old white lady, who's the only lady, got her own city, that nobody else could do it but her. So let's watch.
Just imagine that you reside in a town in which nobody else lives. How would you feel? It can be challenging for one individual to live alone in an entire town. However, there are individuals around the world who take on this complicated job. Yes, there are numerous cities worldwide with only one person living in them. Hello explorers, I am Mr. Thinker, and today I will let you know about...
This ain't even her. She more local. He talking about somebody else. I want to find... Yeah, it is this lady, so I got to click back here. She hard. I'm going to have to click...
Just imagine that you reside in the town of Manoa in the United States.
Yeah, here we go. Now look.
This is crazy.
Welcome to the small town of Manoa in the United States state of Nebraska. However, this town is special because it's where only one person lives. Meet Isla, the only person who lives in Minowi. She is the city manager, the bookkeeper, and the bar manager.
Now let's
On
stop.
almost
Whatever paperwork she filling out to be doing that, you can't fill that out? They doing this because they like this area, but she got I see electricity already running right there. So I'm like, man, we got to start thinking in different ways. But I guess I'm going to have to do a whole...
Any given day, the city council, financial officer, clerk, receptionist, and bookkeeper of Minowi, Nebraska can all be found at the tavern. As long as it isn't Monday, since that's when LZ Isla, who owns the tavern and has all the other titles listed above, leave. The 2010 US Census says Minowi is the sole...
Look, it got a 2. Have you
Yeah,
ever
somebody else done joined in.
But she got running electricity in her own city, bruh.
Incorporated town, village, or city in the United States with only one person living there. Similar to that one, Isla's life is different. In the 1930s, Minowi was a busy road and rail town with around 120 people and a variety of businesses such as supermarkets, restaurants, as well as a prison. However, as agriculture circumstances got worse and more jobs were taken over by machines, people moved away in seeking better opportunities. Those who stayed there died in the end. When Isla's hubby Rudy died in 2004, she became the only person living there. The 88-year-old opens Minowi Tavern 6 days a week at 9 a.m. She sells burgers, hot dogs, and the chilliest beer to visitors interested in her one-person town. On Isla's 50th anniversary in 2021, locals, mates, and family came to celebrate. People who always go to the party come from surrounding towns.
Now, so what am I saying here? She the city manager. So she could redistrict her town, parcel it up, do whatever. I'm just trying to say that, man. They got us in this box. It was created in the ghetto, and that box that we think we can't never get outside of in this real world. I don't live in that box, man. I try not to. Even if I don't have the means of manifesting what I'm trying to manifest, I know that it is it is a possibility.
So hold up, I'm wondering how this go, because so what happened when she died? This is crazy. So when she died, what's gonna happen?
I don't know. Somebody probably gonna inherit that thing or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, so you take soul food, right? You take all the black music or all the entertainment industry, not just black, it's the music hub of America. We don't have one right now. And you go build that out in the desert. Now you get 20% of your money from like the casino gangsters, right? And then you go get, the rest of the people who support media like that. They got big money, they build hotels. You allot them some parcels too. And then y'all start the building project. You get the people the money to pay a few streets, maybe 1 or 2. And then as the money roll in, there's going to be more streets paved. But I'm sorry, this shit is easy to do, and I could do it. If society collapsed, I could step forward and help us rebuild that shit.
Right on. Yeah, this is wild on one person city. I ain't never seen this one before.
All right, let me see. There's some other people who was. I'm just gonna put 1,000. Yeah, 1,000 acres of land. Look, now this is what I'm trying to tell you. People be acting like this is one man. One white dude who just spent $2 million on 1,000 acres. Don't you know where he can hide you? Bruh, that boy could put you all up. He'll take you down. Golly.
He got a private outdoor shooting range.
He spent $2 million on.
So I wonder how much money can you make off a shooting range?
Well, that's just his ambition, but we just noticed that downtown Vegas is 150 acres. So his family, whoever inherit this, could do whatever they eventually gonna do to it. He could, whatever town this is, he could talk to that town and ask them to parcel off his area as his own town because he don't want to be dependent on their city budget and shit. And he owned the land, and this Now,
they'll do that. Well, now how
I don't
easy
know
is that to
I
do?
don't know how easy that to do. I'm talking in areas that I ain't no expert in, but I just know that this is the process.
Right.
It's called rezoning and stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this music down. So I'm just saying, he probably ain't got too much ambitions but to chill on his land, and to, if something go down, he know he got 1,000 acres, can't nobody come around him.
I was wondering what is he doing? Like, okay, so if he has a shooting range on there, that's income that he could make.
Well, here's the thing.
If that's what he's doing.
They be in different positions in life than us. He probably bought this $2 million flat out and don't even got a note. You feel me? Probably ain't concerned about making no money on it. He at an age where he probably got it to chill. That's probably his shooting range just for chilling.
Oh, for him.
I mean, we got to be understanding, man, these different positions in life is so crazy, bro. Like a person in the median home income is 100,000 and the other median home income is 18 racks.
Look, he got a solar panel over there. So he probably got he got his own electricity out there.
So this let me know that some of the ambition that we be talking about that's definitely bigger than a reservation and all that stuff. Some of them ambitions is just talking points cats got that we don't really want to pursue. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe that, like, cats, because we could just buy that shit.
Yeah, he said we could just buy it.
I don't get it. I'm about to put bought a small town and watch somebody be on here. BOUGA, small town. Look, buying a small town. Want to buy a town. This is what I'm trying to talk about, bro. So we making this shit up. Cats just want to be on YouTube. Cats don't want to really do it. I so want to really do it. It's a shame.
What is going on, everyone? Let me ask you a question.
I set my whole life up for it. Like buying RVs and shit. I'm like, man, is we ever gonna just be on?
Okay, strategically, so does it matter where you buy the land at?
No, it don't. It matter what type of government you want to be dealing with. You're gonna talk to the city officials and state and let them know your plan first. And if they meet you with resistance, you ain't gonna buy there. We buying this land. We want to build a big block. They were gonna give them a big ass 900-page pamphlet like Project 2022. The ambitions of buying this land is to create in America a hub for Black Americans and everything we contribute to the society, from music to food to culture. This is where you go. This is Chocolate City.
If you can make that attractive to...
Man, please, that shit gonna knock down Mardi Gras. It's gonna knock down Vegas. It's gonna be the best part of America. Who gonna not travel from like y'all gotta tell me the truth. Who gonna not travel around to get the best parts of Black excellence presented to you in that fashion?
Yeah, I can see it. But I'm just saying, I know why we in America, baby. I'm just keeping it real.
Well,
I ain't got the type of faith that you have in America.
All right,
I'm kind of I just swung on the King J side on that.
I got faith you could take over America if you wanted to, if that's what the vibes was.
I don't know. It's kind of seeming like you could do it through population, but I don't see how you could take it over without doing that, because it looked like that's what's going on where I'm sitting at.
Well, I mean, taking over.
That's why they tripping on the border.
The old concept of taking over, that's what that is. You ain't gonna take over shit militarily or no other way, but you can insert your economic force in America. So how do you think China taking over the world? They not fighting. They taking it over with economic progress.
Technological too.
They got 5 cities that's
Why buy a house or an apartment when you can buy a village, town, or even an island?
If you're sick of doing what others tell you to, pay attention. In this video, we'll show you the top 5 villages and towns you can own. When you think of California real estate, you usually picture a stunning mega mansion in the Bel Air neighborhood of Los Angeles. Bridgeville, on the other hand, is a completely different experience. It was the first town to be offered on eBay in 2002.
Oh my
and
God.
it's now up for sale for $1.5 million.
So it's a whole town for a meal ticket, and we can't even get it. Now that's
It
broke.
said it already got 25 cribs on it.
That's only one house in where I'm at.
With 83 acres.
2 houses
of land and approximately
83 acres
25 residents.
with 25 houses.
Here, you can enjoy some peaceful time just for yourself by the Van Duzen River running through the hamlet, founded in the late 1800s and nestled among beautiful woodland settings. There are a few houses and cottages.
I'm just saying, like, come on now. They talk about houses, towns for sale. So everything we be talking about, I'll be like, whatever.
Yeah, that's pretty wild though. I mean, that show would, and I can feel that. That's kind of wild though.
Like,
You know
what's
what I'm-
what's
if you
wild?
really want, like, but see, I wonder
What's wild?
like
What's
how
wild?
far,
What's wild?
how
What's
far
wild?
away, how far away is
I don't
it
know
from
what's wild. Tell me
civilization?
what's wild. You said
I'm just saying, how far away is it from civilization if you needed to go to medical, get medical
No,
care?
that's what you building. That's all the.
Oh,
part
you
of the-
saying so you just build your own
That's
hospital?
part of the first 20 years. You build a city, right? And then you got to employ. I mean, all that stuff happens. And
Okay,
so,
word. Yeah, because I'm just saying because I was just looking at what it was saying. 25 houses already there, but then I just wonder how far is it away from the nearest hospital or grocery store, and like what would those inconveniences be like? But you solve that problem by building something close within the
see,
little
look,
city.
now look at this. He bought a whole town.
Hello.
Now, we just watching YouTube. Some of these people could be faking, but let's still watch what they talking about.
Yeah, well, I am John. I'm the new owner of Cornutus and the Cornutus Cafe. Unfortunately, we're not going to be open this Wednesday or soon, but our goal is to get this sucker open very soon.
He said, I'm the new owner of Cornutus and the Cornutus Cafe. See how you talk when you own a city? People ain't tripping, though. Hold on.
Yeah, well, I wish I could open it up for you on Wednesday, but I don't think we're going to be here in time to make that happen. But give us a few months and we're going to be serving the best burgers in West Texas.
Okay, sir. Well, thank you so much for you answering me the phone. I appreciate it. I let my brother know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I bought a town. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Cornutus, Texas. It's got a bunch of different stuff to it, a cafe, RV park, motel, whole 9 yards. I'm going to give you guys a walkthrough right here.
Yeah, it said it got a motel.
Right, see? He bought a little town. Now, if you get people to buy into it, your town gonna get
Yo,
big.
let this play right now.
All right, I'm
This
about to let
is
it
wild,
play.
right? Because it got a whole highway. It got a freeway up in this joint. But this is pretty good that it got a road.
Hell yeah.
Look at that, like the hotel back over there.
He hard. Man, if that was mine, that'd be my whole little city forever. I wouldn't trip off nothing y'all was saying.
Man, you so right.
I'll just get some Wi-Fi and be like, what y'all talking about? Come to my city. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you here.
This is, he in West Texas though. That's the desert.
So look, in 1,000 years, if we still around, it won't be the desert. And we be always acting like everything is taken already and America is gone and we can't build for our kids and shit. You got to remember that the people who headed out west, they seen exactly what we seeing. They didn't see shit but trees and fucking desert, wasn't no wells or nothing, but they built in about 200 years or however long, not even that long. What? 1849? 1949, or 200 years, well, about. They built up, you know what I'm saying, the whole West Coast. All these big ass buildings we be seeing and shit.
It
Now,
don't take long.
Exactly. So, shit, in 20 years, you be having a small town, dude. And with the modern day development, man, you're gonna have they build a whole development if they got the money in under a year. It'd be 500
Yo, I wonder
houses.
what freeway is that going through this Cordis Cafe? Where this at? I want to see what go through there. Cause that's a good little joint if you know what I'm saying. I'm much for sustainability as far as living.
That's all he got though with her. He probably didn't even spend $1 million.
So you see what you talking about, like you see that old gas station right there, you would upgrade that, you know.
No, I mean, what would anybody do? You feel me? You gonna start upgrading everything.
Yeah, upgrade as much as possible and try to attract more people or have it more modernized for people that's living out that way. But I would love to see. I'm gonna have to go into
but my ambitions with my idea is it's like
having entertainment.
It's to be able to be able to rival Las Vegas on the sense of a place to travel to and tourism in America. Because Vegas is supposed to be Sin City, and you could just knock that down with another location. Like they tried to do Atlantic City, but they didn't do it right. It wasn't really based on nothing. This would be based on all the black culture that black people bring to America.
Now, well, I'm gonna tell you something, Smash, and I don't know how you get down, but you know, in Texas, a lot of this is kind of like fertile territory for the things that you're talking about, because I think that they're getting ready to legalize gambling in Texas in the next couple of years. This lady, she's a billionaire. She bought the Dallas Mavericks last year, right? From Mark Cuban. And she owns some casinos in Las Vegas. And they saying that they're getting ready to legalize gambling in Texas. So if you want to be in the fresh market for that, this might be the place to do it, right?
All right.
Instead of being in a place in a territory where it's already high competition.
Now check this out. I'm with that, but I already been working I'm with that, but this thought right here came to me in the area that I'm at. And do they got Indian reservations out there?
Not in Texas that I know of.
Okay.
In Oklahoma, yes.
So here's something we could try to loophole. You got to get down with some Indians, one particular tribe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, well, they only got rights on their reservation, right?
Right.
Somehow you need to be able to exploit their rights. And so basically it's a business partnership with the Indian reservations to also get their entertainment line up so that it could benefit us. Somehow I was thinking about getting some of their gambling rights on our land, but that would not be able to work. You would just have to go through some. I don't know.
How long. That was one of the reasons why I was saying that we could get a tribal rights as African Americans. We could be able to get our rights to do the gambling on our own. You know what I'm saying? Like, just it seemingly they have benefits that we not allowed in some. But I understand that what you're talking about as far as positioning. I wouldn't want to be on a small reservation as compared to what we are now.
Somebody,
but I don't think.
This is the gaming statutes and regulations. Somebody would get into here, our lawyer would get into here and see what are the possibilities of even doing what we're talking about. The Nevada Gaming Commission. So here's 4 things we need. We need that stadium because we're going to do the fights and stuff, right? I mean, we need you need the stadium and the hotels, you need the casinos, and you need like some premier performance venues. And if you got that, you already on your way. Like Reno, hella small. Reno is like a small Vegas. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Reno, Nevada.
Yeah. I'm just talking. But this is a good idea. I know it is.
You need to run it down. Like I said, probably spreading it out with somewhere it's new, like those marijuana. Like, because you already in California, seemingly y'all would have an advantage on understanding how to set up a marijuana dispensary. So when they getting ready to legalize it down here in Texas, y'all should be able to do that faster, right?
I mean, but it's so many.
It's all about getting in the new territory.
Right now, it's so many people who got that worked out already.
In California.
Not just in California,
yet.
but what it is going to be the lawyers who already set up hella people dispensaries. Those are going to be the people who know how to fill out the paperwork hella fast and hop through the hoops. It's probably not just gonna be a person just because he's from California. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying to get into new territory when they open up new markets, that's where you make your money at. Because, like you saying, it's oversaturated, I guess, in California by now. From what I hear.
A bit, but
Yeah,
you
see what I'm
know,
saying? So you want to get into new markets, and Texas is a fresh market.
I love looking
I
at.
think that they're getting ready to legalize. So that's what I'm saying.
I ain't looked at land for sale like that in hella long. Like the way, I mean, with this ambition of like, why don't we just do this? I still don't understand why not. You know why? Because we ain't even secure enough, and the whole process of community raising money in the community, that shit is dead. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's no way you getting the 4 million on an idea that take hella people investing. You need
hold on, Smash. Let me remind you. Umar got a couple of million.
What a weak idea. One school? What's that gonna change?
That's what he did, bro. He did get that, based on, that, and it didn't turn out well. So it can be crowdfunded and done. We see that in an example. We just had a crook in the midst of doing that. But we did have a time when we wanted to get together and try to.
So I know how to do something like that, right? But I don't never have enough money to hire the people you need to have in order to not be looking like Umar. You feel me? That's my problem. You gotta do everything yourself.
Smash. You
gotta hire them people,
right?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Man,
you want to make sure all checks and balances is straight.
First of all,
you don't wind up looking like a damn buster in the next 20 years.
You can't be handling the money. It can't be going in your Cash App. It's supposed to be a certified accountant that anybody could contact. That type of shit, like any other business. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so you know what I like you said this shit. So I mean, maybe you think that we should be trying to do some shit like this?
Man, you make me mad.
I'm just saying though, man. I think we can do it.
I know.
I got the integrity. I ain't gonna
like
steal nothing. I don't do shit
this
like
is the
that.
thing. This is how things work. Trust is not a business term. So if anything is set up to where you got to be trusting something, some shit is wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everything's supposed to have checks and balances and be placed in order to where it ain't like no trust system. For instance, like if you got a corporate accountant, you know what I'm saying, and it ain't like, and it's in a bank account that take multiple signatures or whatever those type of things are. However they mediate that stuff, I ain't even into that. What I would want to do. See, here's the thing, you tempting me on some silly shit, right? Because you don't want to be the yes, you got the ambition to want to do that, but all the mumbo jumbo that come, you feel me? That come with it, defending your idea and all that old shit.
Because that's coming. It's gonna be a bunch of people that's gonna cloud you and try to detract you from doing that. Let me say, like, okay, when I first came into this information, you know what I'm saying, maybe 2008 or whatever, at that time, the movement was very strong and we really had ambitions on trying to do something. Remember that? Like, it was at a real all-time highs. Like, we really thought we was right before Black Lives Matter popped the pen, because that really took a lot of air out of it, confusion. But we really kind of had an idea that we was going to do something at that time.
You got me juice. I'm about to design a city. Keep going on.
I'm telling you. So at that time, I had created or started to try to think about how that we could do stuff. And see, you just said something to Brother Reggie about tangible products. That was my motto. You know what I'm saying? If we don't want to be begging, you know what I'm saying, for any type of donations. So what we need to do is create tangible products.
Well, that's my
what I did was I created a brand called Pan-African Design. I'm telling you, this is really what I was on back then. You know what I'm saying? I said from the proceeds of the apparel, we could use that to get the stuff that we needed, that we wanted to do once we identify what industry or whatever it was we wanted to do with the money. So that flag, maybe $5 off of each flag that we sell would go to the proceeds of whatever we identified what industry we wanted to take over. Let's just say we identified the hair care product. We want to take that over. Only thing we have to do is just get the message out. That's what we're going to identify as the industry that we want to target, and then start to do it.
No, so that's true. But the way we work, really, you secure the product and you got to secure a cheap line on the product, and then our people will go to action. Like
I know. So what I'm saying is, so the product of the apparel would pay for us to get enough funding to be able to get a cheap amount, just like in anything else. If you got enough money, you can get stuff bought in bulk and at a cheap price, right?
So this is how we take over the hair market. We got more access to Black women than Korean women do. So basically, it's just like the dope game. You do everything you do in the dope game with a new product. So now, basically, you secure a vendor somewhere. We need to find somebody in India or somewhere, whatever type of hair they like. That's a vendor, right? And then we're gonna be like, look, we need that pack,
right?
And we got money. So the way we do it is disseminate them through the community the same way that the grassroots way, not standing on the corners, but see, when somebody got Gap cards or when they got Home Depot, everybody know who got them cards and where to go get them. You see what I'm saying? And so likewise, everybody would know, women would instantly know if somebody got some cheap ass line on some good ass weaves. Come on, dog, you out the door. So out the door to where they damn near breaking down your dough, or they hitting your Instagram so much to where Sally's is wondering why ain't nobody coming in there buying weaves. But if we don't have the initial money to go out and secure that first product to hit them, then it's just, how can we compete?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You have to have a whole mindset of that too. There had to be some kind of way, a campaign throughout the community that this is what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? It has to be some type of communication with that in mind as a goal.
Well, no, that's
but
what I'm
just
saying.
as, some type of a pride as a people. Man, everybody got this. I don't understand why we can't even talk about stuff like that.
Because people don't work the way that we think they work. It don't work like that. You don't go tell nobody this is what we doing. You bubble hard in Negroes' face, and they come running trying to get down with the system. That's the only thing that works for Black people. You're not about to do no crying call. Check this out. We're taking over the hair. We got a line. Nope. What they gonna see is gonna be brothers like, damn, why is my woman doing all this other new stuff to get her hair? And it's gonna be something that start murmuring in the grassroots. And by time everybody know, you already rich, bro. That's how shit be happening in the Black community. Then they gonna be like, oh, they sell hair. Them niggas sell hair. You feel me? Sell hair? How you get we need to holler at them. Then now some more dudes want to start selling hair. I'm just speaking about the natural progression of economics in our subculture. It ain't the way it's supposed to work. It's the way it be turning out in our community. If you walk up to somebody, James, and tell them what you got a good idea and a line on, it's only gonna get as far as this YouTube video, right? But if you demonstrate it by pulling up, because you already getting money, because you getting them packs to them women already, and then you getting other hair to other women, like, okay, here go 500 bundles of hair. You get them off to your girls until we got enough to actually start building them first stores and shit. Man, that shit can happen just that easy. It's not even no harder than that. It ain't no kinks in that game that I said. Here go the kinks. Packaging and delivery. It's just that easy, James.
Packaging, delivery, what do you mean?
So packaging. If once we get the line on the hair in India, they're going to give you bulk hair. They're not going to package it for you. You're going to just get, say you bought, like you buying fabric. You just get yarns. It's like you feel me? So now you need to package it some way that it is unique. And you need to, your labels on your package. That's a whole process that we would have to go through. And then delivery. What is our delivery? Now we obviously could go easy, do some Amazon, do some Shopify, but in order to build it up. And then you finally got a store in the community. By the time you got that store, all the women in the hood already know this is where they've been getting their hair from anyway, the best weaves. But if you don't take some sisters with you on an international trip to make sure, you don't even have to do that. You could be smarter. You just have some women of different nationalities or different, where they produce their hair, it be in India, right? Let me go in on this.
But more than likely you would need the sisters because it seemed like we the only. Well, I don't know if other people wear weave like that or
everybody wear weave. So look,
yeah,
watch this. We're gonna find one of these hair farms. I mean, what they be doing is sitting there cutting everybody's hair. I seen one before. Hold on.
Yeah, they got sheep.
Or I'm gonna say weave manufacturing.
What is that thing? No, it's something like natural hair or something like that.
Well, here goes a synthetic process. We don't know what the women want. We would have to find out. But look, they synthetic making it right here. See, look how they're giving you all that hair. Now packaging is our problem. You just gonna get a bucket of it or something.
What the hell the sister got going on?
She getting it in. She got some on her head too.
Look like she already had the curves.
She threw some on this morning. Hold on. She told patch off. Hold on. Now look, that's hella hair. Huh?
I think that might be her natural hair right there.
I'm joking. It was a joke, James.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm looking at what she got going on though.
Man,
where is this at?
Oh man, I need a line on that. Hold on. How wigs are made in China. See this brother down with it.
OK。全世界都可以免费游到。
免费。
对。
你就。
Oh, that's Maya.
我送给一个。
Yeah, you got him messed up. He a millionaire.
I don't know him.
You don't know Kaya Maya?
I need to.
Oh man, you been slipping. Walter Maya.
Oh my goodness.
What he be doing? Streaming?
Oh man,
yeah,
he a millionaire.
Here go another thing. We ain't even getting it off YouTube. How's people get? I mean, I might have to go open up one of them a page where I can just talk and get more YouTube money.
Yeah, Walter Maya, man, he be all over the world right now. He started out kind of.
Go ahead.
You don't know, dude.
I'm about to see if I can find an Indian distributor with some hair weave right now.
Oh yeah, that's possible. See, I think what the problem is now, man, they kind of like once this internet thing opened things up to people can start doing things, they started to make the tariffs from China very high. So you have to have some money to do this stuff now. You know what I mean? To buy in bulk and stuff like that. You can't be really. Oh
man, you just gave me a whole nother idea that's way cracking it. I mean, I don't even want to say that. It's too crazy.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that's what's going on, man. The tariffs that they tried to change, you got to have enough money to invest off it, and then you really got to know exactly how this shit got.
All right, this video hella long. I want to start a new one, but fuck it. I mean, because I should have been out getting my hustle up, but it's all good. Let me see. You know, a lot of this, like this Alibaba stuff, man, you could make $1 million with this.
Yep, you can.
You feel me?
But you gotta have the income to be able to do it, and then you gotta know you gonna have the patience, or you gotta have the clientele to get it off fast. Once you do it, so you can buy flat irons and all kind of stuff at a cheap price if you got the money. Man, but then can you get it off? It's the problem.
Man, if you can't get off weave in the black community,
man, everybody selling this stuff. Man.
I don't know what's the matter with you.
You gotta have some top. You gotta be able to go get some top grade stuff, like you said, that everybody wants. That's what you got.
Well, the first part about that
is
half the chicks don't even got that top grade in like that though. You see what I'm saying? Like half the
That's
chicks are
true.
just rocking cheap weed just to rock it. So they gonna go for that name brand once you establish. Like
Yeah,
this,
if you got a name, then yeah,
yeah.
that'll work.
Once you get it popping in the hood and everybody know, go to here to get it. Well, we
Yeah.
didn't broke that down to the very last compound too, and that's not hard to do. The worst, it would take a customs broker, and since it's here, we would have to see if it requires some type of FCC stuff. So you want to do synthetic so that you don't have to worry about, no type of people checking
But
out.
I would think it's probably some people, some of the queens already invested in this. The only thing we would have to do is just invest in them that's already invested in it and make them bigger. You see
When
what I'm
somebody said it's hard to sell that hair, well, I don't think it would be. I have a friend, a childhood friend, and one of my wife friends who sells hair, and I would even talk to her about that. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You
I'm
with somebody
not.
that's already big in it or
I
already
hope
have a
people.
market.
I hope people understand the idea that we're banging out. We was talking about industries that black people could easily
Right.
corner. And we detailed the ways that we could do it. We got the access to our women first. So anybody know when they woman about to get their hair done, they could be like, nah, we call this person or whatever. But that's neither here nor there. That's just another industry that we could focus on.
Yeah, that's for the women. I would say this is something that I think that they should be in control of. Identifying something for us is a little bit more difficult from what I thought about.
No, ain't nothing difficult. You just grab a product and say, that's the product. I'm trying to tell you. What I realize is don't none of them people love what they sell us.
Right.
Like they just grab that and they say, look, I'm the tamale person. I'm the
Yeah, I got definitely barbecue. We could definitely maybe we could take that over in the food market because I know us brothers is the cute. So yeah, that's possible.
Well,
and I think we probably made that a popular. It seemed like we made that popular anyway.
We got our hand in on that, but the thing about that is you're not going to stop anybody else. If it's an item that's already an item of this culture, you're not going to stop nobody else from making it. Tacos got introduced to this culture. Barbecue was just already here. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but it's certain ways that you can do stuff.
Yeah, you
like
gotta introduce
we got what's his name? Bun B, he made a burger. Right?
Man, we let him steal chicken and waffles, bro. It's chicken and waffles all at Jack in the Box. That was straight up out the hood of LA, bro.
He said it's chicken and waffles at Jack in the Box.
Yes, they did a chicken and waffle special.
I ain't never seen that. Maybe that was regional.
Might have been regional.
We'll get some nuggets or something. You talking about a real wing?
Man, they give you some nuggets and some waffle sticks. You know what I'm saying?
Man, cut it out, man.
I tried that. I had to try that.
What was it in?
I drove by like chicken and waffles. Bust a U-turn and everything.
How was it? Was
hella
it any good?
nasty. It was hella nasty.
Word.
Just
Yeah,
like
I would
we
also.
expect.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, but yeah, we create, and if you look over these last couple of years, even like language, we create a lot of the new verbiage that's in this country, and we definitely, from influence of hip hop, have changed the thought process on race, and a lot of things got evaporated based on hip hop.
Here go the new chicken and waffles. You take a corn dog stick, put it up the chicken strip, dip the chicken strip in pancake mix. Oh, that killed it, huh? And then let that pancake cook. Oh, that was going. If you want a new festival food, they go $1 million right there.
You know, I be thinking about stuff like that too while you over playing. Like that,
I ain't
those
playing.
ideas.
This is just how my brain works. I ain't playing.
Yeah,
so look, the ideas that I might really do, I ain't gonna say them. But I'm not gonna waste a good idea that come to me that someone else
they be
could
having Twinkies with Twix fried, or they be doing, right here in Texas. State Fair is one of the largest Texas state fairs.
I could give you another State Fair killer right now. I'm a State Fair killer. You want a State Fair killer?
What you got?
A waffle cone with chicken, popcorn chicken in it. See? and then you pour
Well,
syrup.
so you seen this before?
No, I just made that up, and then you pour syrup on the top. I told you,
Man, out of control.
hey, that is gonna kill any festival. You take so your waffle cones is thicker than the ice cream waffle cones, but they thinner than a waffle, and you wrap it up just like it's ice cream and fill it up with popcorn chicken and pour syrup on the top and hand it to people like it's ice cream with a fork. $15.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now
he said $15.
This is how I get out there. I will be at the next festival with some of those making $1 million.
People, yeah, they got this coming up next month.
So that don't sound good. I'm about to go make that right now and put it on TikTok, but then I ain't gonna get my money.
I want to be. You gotta taste test that type of shit.
No, that shit tastes hella good. You can't imagine how good that tastes.
Oh no, I can't. I gotta see this.
So you know how chicken and waffles taste, right?
Well, you know what? I was on Facebook the other day. I seen somebody put 2 pancake patties on a burger with bacon and shit on it. Serve at the top.
They
looked kind of good.
2 pancake patties?
Yeah, it looked good too. I ain't gonna lie. It was crazy.
You gotta get some chicken sausage and put it in between, put some cheese on it, put it in between 2 waffles, and then put some turkey bacon on that thing or some beef bacon.
You did this before?
Man, they used to sell that at IHOP. That thing's so good, somebody found out about it.
Right. Yeah, see what I'm saying? But I ain't seen all this. You know, they doing a lot of wild recipes nowadays. So I seen that pancake hamburger. That shit was pretty crazy. It looked pretty good. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I think y'all got me want to take my wife to go get some food now. I'll go cook something.
Right, yeah, I'm probably gonna slide out too. King J, he must have slid out.
He must have fell asleep. This was a long show, but I appreciate it. Thanks for tapping in.
Right on. So yeah, I tap in. I was like, damn, I got up. It was like 2 hours late. I was like, man.
I just got on the stream today on GP.
Word up. Well, all right, peace, man. So I know you probably can close out, so I'll check you out.
Peace. Yep, so that's what it is. All I was saying is, I be thinking we could really do that stuff. I don't think you got to be breaking away. You could buy hella land just like anybody buy hella land, and people could buy land next to each other and even develop little communities, whether you were speaking about it or not. That's all a realism, but I do have that grand vision for something like a new Las Vegas chocolate city. I'm about to write out the whole idea and write up a sponsorship deck and build that shit and just say, I'm about to write out a plan that go up into the billions. I never wrote nothing into the billions. Finally write something into the billions and just let it sit there. All right, I'm going to